world to what held me down. In the face of darkness, I stand tall.
Not for those. And hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. I gotta make sure that this mic is working, that I'm not sitting here trying to communicate with ET, right? Because I'm trying to communicate with my subscribers, right? And whoever is watching. But I'm hoping y'all can hear me good, right? I'm not in ET's world somewhere. ET, take me home. You see where I'm coming from? Young Riaz. Blessings, blessings, Young Riaz. We got Commander in the house. What up, nine? All right, guys. I just recently woke up I could say within the last hour. All right. I did two lives yesterday, right? I pulled over, an overshift yesterday. Shout out to the word. Make sure if y'all haven't checked out the word, go check him out, man. If I got anybody in the chat, please leave the link to the words channel so that people can go check him out. Great conversations, great topics, yo. And it's only getting better. And it's going to get better as time goes by. So, yo, listen, if you haven't checked him out, check him out. All right, guys. We got no drama in the house. Blessings, blessings, no drama. Blessings to everybody that comes in. All right, guys. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life Bring Show. Let's Talk About It podcast. And y'all know that when it comes to the podcast, right, we talk about it all. But this is part 3, right? This is our third live, right, of When Innocence is Lost, right? We started off reviewing and reacting to the case of Janiyah Russell, right? The 5-year-old who lost her life, right, under the care of her stepmother and her biological father, right? Unfortunately, right, her biological father is free, right? He should be behind bars for the simple fact that he, it seems like, according to autopsy, right, he sexually assaulted his daughter, right? When it comes to the stepmother for the Janiyah Russell case, right, I feel as though that the stepmother had parts in it. That, she helped the kid unalive the child. I'm probably, right, and for y'all to understand where I'm coming from, y'all would have to go watch part 1 of When Innocence is Lost, right, which we did last weekend. All right, then we move forward to the Keimani Latigue case, right? Now in this case we have people talking about, right, about that people not sure if the grandmom had parts of it, which for me, in my opinion, I feel as though if she was, on the DL abusing her granddaughter, she had parts of, what led to, what happened to her daughter recently. Maybe, right? Let's see. We still diving into this case, right? With the Keimani Latigue case, right? Yesterday we went a little deep into it, right? We seen that the officer shot him up. No, he's not unalived, right? He's in a hospital. He's doing well and fine. He did not take his life like people were saying, right? It seems like the man is on a suicide mission. Right now, my thing when it comes to this case, right? Did the grandmother have parts in it, right? We know that the dad is guilty as can be, right? We know that in this case, right, the mother, right, gave up her rights at 9 months. And what's crazy, right, when it comes to all these cases, right, we got family members, right, that instead of speaking up, right, for these kids when they see red flags, they stay quiet. And this is something that's been happening time after time, right? Like I said, go check out the word, right? He speaks on it. He broke it down not so long ago, right? Of what makes people stay shut, what makes people, lash out, right? And what's crazy is that I noticed that for some reason people have that fear of speaking up when they have to speak up, especially when it comes to, saving a child, avoiding to, get a child's innocence from being taken. It's crazy how there could be people in a room in the same place where there's a child, right? And just because, according that's a parent, we can't get in it. But you sitting in that living room while you hear a child, like it sounds like they sacrificing this child. Like this child is being, being cut up. Listen, when you hear a child scream from the top of their lungs, I don't know how people can sit there and like, yo, what's going on? Like, is this your way of disciplining? Like, why is this baby screaming like we need to come and save? You see, it's like, I got questions. I don't understand. And it's crazy that, that in cases like this, right, it seems like the media, right, the media stirs cases like this. They don't just withhold, right? They add shit up and put batteries in people's backs to get them, gaslighting and shit like that, right? They be having us on a mission on Go Road, ready to fucking rant, right? And my thing is, right? Why? Why is it that the media does that shit? I mean, I think a lot of us know the answer to that question, right? But the police department. That's another one that I'm sitting here. I was like, why do y'all hide? Like in the case of Janiyah Russell, right? Why was y'all, withholding certain information to help the public understand, when it comes to her father? Why they let her father go free? Why did this judge hearing this 5-year-old girl, right's testimony on that her dad, right, was touching her, still gave this dad custody over this child? Why didn't the grandmom fight so hard? See, and I don't think that the grandmom in Janiyah Russell's case was abusive. I think she was, just naive and ignorant to the facts. But when it comes to the grandmom, to right here, Keimani Latigue, I feel as though that this grandmom had parts. Now, before we dive into the, Keimani Latigue case, right, we're going to hear somebody had an interview, right, with the mom, right? And I've been hearing so many people ask about the mom, what's going on with the mom, right? Now, in my opinion, I'm sitting here, I'm a little confused, right? But we're going to hear before we, we jump into, where we left off yesterday, right, which was with Carlos King, right? We was reviewing and reacting to a video, right, from Carlos King, right, Keimani Latigue's The Truth, and he has the videos in order. I'm going to show y'all an exclusive video, right? And I think this shorty was on TikTok when they did this interview with the mother, right? So it's the channel is called True Crime with Savage Royalty, right? Exclusive mother of Keimani Latigue speaks out, clear version. So we got an 18-minute video, right, that we're going to review and react to, listening to the mom, right? Before we pick off watching these video clips up, right, of what's been going on with Keimani Latigue. So I want y'all to listen to what the mom is saying. The woman stayed in denial. Yo, yes, facts, facts, facts. It was the same situation with the Menendez brothers. Yes, facts, facts, man. The same situation with the Menendez brothers. The same situation. And what's crazy is, right, for those of y'all that don't know, they denied the Menendez brothers freedom. I think that they're overdoing this shit. Yo, there needs to be a change in the justice system, right? Policies need to be changed. Is it the way that Donald Trump wants to do it? For me personally, I'm going to sit here and be honest. No. Like, I wish that Jill Stein was a little more outspoken for her, because her policies kind of, I'm going to say they really did benefit the urban community more than anything else. But hey, you know what? That's a shorty's that's a shorty's opinion, and that's a topic for another day. All right. So let's get this started, right? Let's watch the interview with the mother. So for those of y'all that missed it, before we pick off where we left off yesterday, for y'all to understand today's live, I suggest y'all go watch yesterday's live. All right. Make sure y'all check out yesterday's live to understand today's live, because we are picking up where we left off. All right. So let's check out what the mama got to say. And shout out to this shorty, True Crime, Savage Royalty, right? I don't think she did this on YouTube or Instagram. This interview was done on TikTok. All right. So if y'all have TikTok, make sure y'all go check her out on TikTok, right? I'm not sure what her name is, but I'm definitely going to go check out this shorty on TikTok. And I know she was live on TikTok speaking to her because of the background, the way the live is and everything, man. Listen, a shorty knows her TikTok, yo. At first I was against TikTok, but then TikTok made me fall in love with it. Like, listen, I don't know what it is. I can have, listen, shout out to YouTube, right? But for some reason, I can have more conversations and more communication with my subscribers or random people on TikTok, right? And we can keep it on topic. Like, I know to some people, TikTok ain't shit, but that's because I don't know where the algorithm has you. But I sure as hell know where the algorithm has me on TikTok, and I don't have a problem with it. But, back on topic, let's continue. I apologize for that random talk, that little random rant, the little random talk. Like, Charlie, let's go.
Because that was what they were saying. They were saying I medically neglected my daughter. I brought them my full medical records with my baby's medical records, because that was what they were saying. They were saying I medically neglected my daughter. I brought them my full medical records with, my baby's midwife and my doula's number, all that good stuff. I brought them my lease. I brought them the title to my car. I brought them W-2s from all of my jobs to try to like prove to them that the things that were being told about me were false. And the last time I gave it to them was during what calls a staff meeting. I gave it to them the last time in that staff meeting, and they tore it up in my face and threw it in the trash and continued on with the meeting like nothing had happened. So,
but you said she never went home with you though, right? She never got a chance to like go home. You just gave birth to her.
No, they took her from the hospital.
Wait, so according to her, right? According to her, they took her baby from her. Okay, so if somebody takes your baby from you, why you're not gonna listen? I don't care how naive a mother is, right? When you first give birth, right, and you really want that baby, like I know sometimes a mother be like, I'm not ready, I don't want this baby. But then once they hold that baby in there, and I hear the story all the time. I hear it constantly, right? Once they have the baby in their hand, their mind changes. And then it's like they'll do anything to fight for their child, right? You didn't fight for your child? You didn't have that, that mother urge, that, that gut feeling like, oh, that's my baby. I got to do something. I don't know what it is, but I got to stand up and fight. I don't know, maybe I'm tripping, but something's going on with these mothers nowadays, right? And not just the mothers, the grandmothers, right? The aunties, right? Like, I don't know if when the pandemic came, it just made the situation worse. Because I know motherfuckers was shot out back in the days, but damn, like it's gotten to the point that you got itches and, mofos out here, nothing more than just Lilith and Lucifer in disguise. And what I mean by that, you got men and women killing their own kids, men and women, sexually assaulting their kids. And what's crazy, right? Let's take it up a little notch, right? Vice versa. Let's flip the scripts. We got kids doing that to their parents once they reach a certain age. But according to her, they took her child away from her. But let's see what she did, or let's see what happened afterwards.
Took her from the hospital. Okay, so my next question, I don't want to hold you into, too long. I know you got a lot to do and you're busy right now. I understand. So they took her from you. Now, during this time that when they took her from you, the first person that she went with was the godmother, correct?
Facts, Commander.
Yeah, they gave the godmother. They gave my godmother kinship care over my daughter when she was 1.5 years.
Okay, and how long did she stay with the godmother?
I'm not exactly sure. I believe she stayed there solely up until she was like 5 or 6, and then they started bouncing her back and forth between the two.
Okay, so this basically lines up with what the grandmother said, that she was there off and on for about 5 years. Would that be fair to say?
My daughter's about to be 14 tomorrow. No. No, that's still not accounting for, that's accounting for like 3 to 4 years.
Okay, so that timeline is just a little bit conflicted. Okay, so during this time of her being there, how many years did you fight for your daughter after she was born?
Hold up. Let me pause this right here and let me keep this straight, right? Chat, where y'all at? Chat, right? I know I don't got Commander soft voice, right? But if y'all see any, the Philly was about to come. I was going to say, the Philly was about to come out of me. Fuck that shit. If y'all see any D-heads, right? Because I don't want to say the whole word. If y'all see any D-heads in the chat, right? This is not fucking Pornhub. Right? If y'all want to see titties, y'all want to see fucking kitty cats, y'all want to see assholes, go to fucking Pornhub. This ain't the place for it. All right. If you want to see some titties, go tell your mama to go take you to a fucking brothel. All right. The fuck wrong with y'all? Bye-bye, bitch ass niggas. Fuck wrong with y'all? This ain't fucking Pornhub. Y'all that thirsty? I mean, y'all telling me there's not a bitch out here that y'all can go, grab some titties on? Isn't you sitting in your mama's couch? Don't you already got your mama's nipple in your mouth? Get the fuck out my face, y'all. Like, what's wrong with people? Thirsty ass motherfuckers. I apologize to my chat. Let's continue. Thirsty motherfuckers. Racheal, control the Philly, man. You say you was gonna be a good girl. Let me see another bitch ass nigga do that shit. I'm gonna make sure that, I get in my mega mind, little fucking mentality real quick. And from over here, over there, I'm gonna make sure that, you get a nipple popped into your eyeball. Bitch ass nigga.
Oh, I've always fought. Hey, I'm on the phone. No, do not open that door. No. You want to go out there? You can go out there and play if you want to. But I can't have you playing in here. But no, I've always fought for my daughter. I've fought for my daughter since the day that I had her.
Give me 1 second.
Yo, her TikTok popping. Yo, she was getting coins right there and then. Her TikTok was popping. Shout out to TikTok, yo. But she said she always fought for her daughter. Bullshit. If you fought for your daughter would have been under your custody, right? From the moment that they take your child away, they give you the opportunity to fight back for your child, right? You go through parenting classes. I know they make you jump a whole bunch of hoops, right? But I've seen these parents that really want their kids in their lives jump them hoops, right? And accomplish whatever goal they got to accomplish just to have their kid. A real parent will fight for their child no matter what. They don't sit around and watch their child get jumped through the system, watch their child get abused, and do nothing about it. If it was a mistake, then you fix that. You fix that. You mend that mistake. The mistake, right? You don't sit here and watch your child suffer. What was the whole point? I mean, like, listen, her story not adding up either. See, when it comes to the Janiyah Russell, right? Case, we know why her mom didn't have custody. When it comes to Keimani Latigue, we can't figure out why her mom didn't have custody. According to others, she gave up custody at 9 months, right? According to her, the baby was taken away. The grandmom got a whole nother story, but it's kind of matching hers, right? Then you got the community that's also saying he say, she say. I don't know. Well, can we get to the bottom of it? Did you have anything to do with it? And what's crazy is, right, when it comes to Keimani Latigue, I'm hearing new rumors that the mother and the father, the grandmother and the father, right, was in cahoots in trying to unalive this child. And what's crazy is, right, I don't care who gets mad at me, from what I've been watching, from what I've been researching, from what I've been reading, right, what I've been hearing, I don't put it past it. Was this woman's ex and her mother lovers on the low? Was they having a secret relationship? Yo, her TikTok popping.
I pressed the button. I'm sorry. So say that again because I pressed my mixer. My apologies. Say that one more time for me.
I was gonna say, damn, you got music on your TikTok, but that John popping. Look at that John.
I said I've always been fighting for my daughter. That fight has never ended. In June, my mother was supposed to be signing a third-party custody transfer so that I could get my baby back because she said that she did not want her anymore. She said my daughter was stealing, my daughter was lying. I don't know that any of that is factual, and I don't believe it. But she said that my daughter was
shit,
and she just couldn't take it anymore. She wanted me to get my daughter. We were supposed to be going to court for that to give me custody of my daughter back because every place that
she in TikTok.
I've always had space for my daughter. I've always made sure I had means to take care of.
Right. So this abuse. What do you know about this abuse? Because one thing that I'm noticing is that there's a fair consensus from multiple family members that she was getting hit on by the grandmother. Did you know anything about this, and how long did you know, and what steps did you take outside of, fighting for custody?
Listen, was you fighting? That's what I'm saying. Like, shit is not adding up. It's like the mom and the grandmother was, kind of like ops too. See, the grandmother was talking shit about the daughter, which is Keimani's mother, right? And now you hear Keimani's mother talking shit about the grandma. And what's crazy is her saying right here kind of like fits in with what Keimani's friends were saying. The grandma was hitting her on the low, right? But she just confessed here. She said, right, allegedly, according to her, right? According to her, the grandmom didn't want the granddaughter anymore. She was getting tired. According to her, the grandmother was saying that the granddaughter was stealing and doing this and yada. Once again, could the rumors of the grandmother having parts in this little girl's death be true? Oh. And before we continue, right, let me ask y'all a couple questions, right? And yes, a more mind-provoking question, right? How does society's failure to protect... What is wrong with me? Y'all have been stuttering lately. Like, my anxiety is like to the next level. Anyways, how does society's failure to protect children like Keimani Latigue's reflect deeper systematic issues, and what meaningful reforms are needed to address them? What does this case reveal about the intersection of mental health, violence, and accountability within our communities? I would love to hear y'all comments down below, right? And when y'all do, let's get the discussion started. All right, guys? Yeah, I've been practicing. Hopefully I can get better. My little podcast, because I got some interviews coming in the future from people right here in North Philly, man. So I'm hoping I can get these little mind-provoking questions out there, right? Because, yo, we're going to get this podcast popping soon. Trust me. Hope I get better at these questions.
Did a very good job of
her mic is trash.
I think that was so that they would be able to do what it was that they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. Again, I still have my parental rights, but because they are guardian, because they are custodian, if they don't give me the go ahead, I can't do anything.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, did you hear about the abuse? Like, how did you know anything about the abuse that the grandmother was doing?
I didn't hear about the abuse until the only thing that I've seen, because I've never even seen my mother hit my daughter other than like a spoon, like a wooden spoon to her hand.
Damn. She said a spoon.
I haven't witnessed any of that, and I think that was for a reason.
That's crazy.
Okay. And she is your biological mother, because that was in question as well, correct?
That is my biological mother, unfortunately. How they ended up, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all are so loud. I cannot even think straight. Can y'all please? That's why I said go out there and play with them so that they can scream and yell and holler as much as they want. Baby, my head, it's a lot of stuff going on in my head. I cannot focus. Can y'all please step out? Please. I'm not trying to be mean to y'all, but I need y'all out. Please. Go. I'm sorry.
Listen, you're okay. I'm a mother. I don't care about none of that. You do you. It's okay. Go ahead.
It's crazy. I kind of feel bad for the mother, but then it's kind of like, wait, should you feel bad? Could she be, portraying to be like this in front of the cameras? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna be very honest. I got kind of mixed emotions. I know that, she wasn't there for her daughter, but we don't really know what the real reasons are behind this. So we're going to be real neutral about this, all right? Right? They could have took her daughter away, right? And some people do take years fighting to get their kids back, and they do get flopped around the system. So it's kind of like, right? Like, I know I want to come at her like I'm coming at the grandma, but I'm a little, my opinion from yesterday kind of has changed me going through this research, but it's kind of like, I'm still side-eyeing you, shorty. I'm still side-eyeing you, because a real parent by now, man, they would have bought hell on earth just to get their child back. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And probably is my heart being bigger than my head right now. But I don't know. Yes, the dude was the guy is her real dad. He is her biological father.
Well, is there any other questions?
No, I was saying as far as
I got it.
No, I was saying as far as the abuse and things of that nature, you said that you didn't know anything about it. You just knew about the spoon and stuff like that. That's what you was explaining.
the only thing I've ever seen my mother do to my daughter was hit her with the spoon. But I've recently met a bunch of my family that I didn't know existed, and they didn't know I existed.
Oh,
Apparently,
shit.
they've been trying to figure out where this light skinned baby came from.
Damn.
Wow.
That's
But
fucked up.
just meeting them, and they have stories on top of stories on top of stories. People that have lived with my mother for months or years on end are telling me what they've witnessed. So
Can you explain your sister? Apparently, your sister went on the news and she said that you never around and you only came around because you were fussing about the child support and $900. Can you explain why she would go on the news and portray it that way, or why she would say that you were never around?
I don't deal with my sister, first off.
Mhm.
I don't talk to her if if she don't talk to me.
Oh shit, there's family rivalry shit. Family rivalry. So there's beef between relatives right now. This is crazy, and they doing this on live TV after the child has been deceased. You can see the beef come out, and what's crazy is this is how families be, yo. Families don't even visit each other, are there when special moments happen. But when something bad happens, they all come together and they all talk shit about each other. Like they know what each other was doing throughout, a certain period of time when they've been apart from each other and they don't even know one another. Like, yo, this shit be out of pocket. Yo, but that's how real life is out here, though, in the community, yo. For real, for real. That's how a lot of these families are. That's your son. I said, that's for you, baby.
I raised all
Look at your butt.
my little sisters and brothers. I was the protector. I was the provider for them when we were in foster care, and I put myself in harm's way to make sure that they didn't have to go through the things that I went through. I don't talk to our family is not tight knit, so I don't really speak to her that often. But that is not the same energy that she had when she called me and told me that my baby was missing, because she's the one that let me know.
Okay.
I had no idea. I don't do social media.
Understandable. Now, there's
shit.
another misconception or some that's getting people a little bit confused.
You know what I don't like about certain people? They say, I don't do social media. Okay. You may not have a social media profile, right? But I doubt it. I know that a lot of people don't have social media profiles, but they be all up in social media. Go ahead, you can have that. And I hate the fact that they be like, I don't be on social media. But if you're using YouTube and stuff like that, right? If you be scrolling up and down a Facebook or an Instagram or a TikTok, you do social media. You just don't have an account. You just don't be live. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, right? Maybe. Did I fix my cap right? Yeah, I fixed it. So maybe I'm tripping. I gotta be able to see. I couldn't see. So I had to keep going like this. And I think I look retarded when I keep going like that. I don't know. I look all right. I don't know. Something's off. Shit, is her story believable?
Confused as well, is that people were going around.
I don't do social media.
Understandable. Now, there's another misconception or some that's getting people a little bit confused as well, is that people were going around, and I'm just here because I've been watching it from the very beginning. So don't think I'm just someone that just hopped of it and don't know anything. People are saying that is Keimani, is this her biological?
Yes.
Okay, and would you?
Okay, so I don't know what happened. I'm guessing that's a glitch on TikTok or a glitch on her video when she uploaded it, right? So let's go back a little bit. She's asking the mother if Keimani's father is her biological father. I don't know why it glitched. That's not on my end. That's her. That happened on her end.
Is this her biological?
See?
Yes.
Okay, and would you know why people are saying it's someone else? They were saying that the grandmother said it's not, or something like that.
So they said that my mom said that. Where she got that?
And yes, if y'all look at yesterday's live, was it yesterday's live? I think it is on yesterday's live. You would hear the grandmother say that, you know, the daughter told her, right, that she told her that that's not, you know, the biological father. That's why a lot of people are saying that, you know, if you wasn't for sure that that was the biological father, right? And when we pick up on that, you will hear Carlos King say it too, right? If he's not the biological father, why not do a DNA test? How you just gonna release your granddaughter to some guy that comes here saying, well, I'm her father? Nah, man, you're not taking this through court. You're not getting a DNA test done. You see where I'm coming from? You're not talking to the mom. You see where, like, come on, let's make it make sense. You're just releasing this girl, your granddaughter, this child, to a man that is just claiming to be the father, but you're not for sure. I'm not doing that. Before I release my granddaughter to you, we're going to go to court. I want DNA test done. You see where I'm coming from? And I want a background check done. Grandmom skipped all them process, that whole process. Like, I don't know where grandmom's mental was, right? Or what was going through her head. But it's like she ain't care. That could be true. Commander says that maybe bio mom, right, said that in a moment of anger. That could be true. Women do that. Women do that a lot. So that, yo, shout out to Commander for the comment. Yo, real shit.
From, I'm not sure. But I mean, shit. People are also saying that my mom said that. My mom said that. Where she got that from, I'm not sure. But I mean, shit. People are also saying that my mom and my daughter's dad have been sleeping together this whole time too. So I don't know.
And you just learned that they were dealing with each other on a personal note. That's crazy, and I'm so sorry.
If it like, the only time I really talk to my mother or my child's father is if it's concerning my child. If you tell me my kid needs something, I got it. If you tell me my kid wants to do something, I got it. If my kid is short on something, or shit, if the house is short on something where my baby is residing, I'm gonna make sure I take care of it. Mm-hmm. There has been times my mother has called me legitimately 3 days in a row. The last time she did this, I was homeless.
Mute yourself, Nutbuster. Mute yourself.
She called me the first day.
Okay. Go ahead.
There was the last time she called me and was asking for money back to back was when I was homeless. I was literally living in my car, had nowhere to go.
That's crazy.
And she called me one day and was like, hey, I need like $600. We ain't got no food in this house. I said, okay. She called me the next day. Hey, I need $300. You know, we need to wash clothes. Okay.
Hey, $300 to wash clothes?
Hey, I need $100. I'm trying to do something for Keimani's birthday. Okay. She called me the day after. Hey, can you send me $60? I'm $60 short for her cake. No, I can't, because now I'm flat broke.
Wow. So it was just always.
If you call me and tell me my kid needs something, call me and tell me my. It's always been about money.
Wow.
But regardless of that, like I said, my only concern has been, I don't care about the money. Money comes and goes.
Yeah. So they were saying, so this house that your mother lived in, I've heard that your mother was on drugs. I've heard that it was pedophiles and pimps and crackheads living there. Was she treating this house like a boarding house for the community?
Yo, that is crazy. But wait a minute. Before we go into that, like, I really, in a way, believe that the rumors that the grandma and the father were lovers, because if y'all look at certain clips, right, we're gonna pick up from yesterday's live, but if y'all look at certain clips, right, you see the grandma and the dad together. You see where I'm coming from, talking to news reporters, but yet she's got so much anger towards him, so much dislike, according to her. How was you able, you know, like, I don't care, you know, what happened, right? If I feel suspicious of you killing my grandbaby and I don't like you, I don't care if the reporters are there or not. I'm not gonna be around you, and I'm gonna make it I'm gonna do everything in my power to find out if it's true that you did it or not. but her behavior with him was off. So I'm starting to see why a lot of people is talking. I see why a lot of rumors are getting to, get piled up. It's hard not to believe when you see the actions that they're given. So I'm not just going by he say, she say. I'm going by their behavior. And it's crazy. Like, I don't know. The mom could be telling the truth. The mom could be telling the truth.
What do you know about that, of the people that were coming in and out this household?
I didn't know about the crackheads and all of that mess until after I got here. I only found out about Wayne, my little brother's dad, staying at my mother's house when he got out, because my dad called me and told me. And I asked her why he was there, and I told her that I was uncomfortable with him being there because he just did 22, 23 years and ain't seen a woman. I don't want him nowhere near my kid.
Damn.
And he's a registered sex offender, correct?
That was staying at that house, from what I knew, was family.
No, I'm saying, but Wayne, he was a registered sex offender. That's what he was in the penitentiary for, right?
No, Wayne was in the penitentiary because he killed somebody over 50 cents in a slice of pizza.
Oh, oh shit.
So mental health, top tier,
Damn. Imagine going to a pizzeria and getting killed over 50 cents in a slice of pizza. Jeez. Damn, Mary Jane, how you choke me like that? I didn't want to cough. Like, I was just a little shocked. Like, whoa, wait a minute. A slice of pizza and 50 cents? Damn. He just unalived somebody over that shit. That's the pettiest shit ever. He's serious? Damn. That's messed up. That's sad. Yo, this is a whole toxic family. Can we agree to that?
Wow. Okay, so now that all of this is out and things of that nature, right? I know that the day before she went missing, she was at your house because you had the birthday party for your other daughter. And you said that you gave her some money and then you also gave the father some money. Now, here's what kind of had me confused, is because they were saying that you really didn't get a chance to see your baby for a lot of years. Is that correct?
You hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's incorrect. My daughter was at my house on the 15th, Saturday the 15th. Her and her sister had already spent the week up here together because I have a 4-year-old. Mm-hmm. She was up here with Keimani for a whole week before that. My daughter's dad got permission from my mother to bring Keimani to me on Saturday the 15th. That had nothing to do with no birthdays. I don't know where people keep getting that from, but that's not what I said. She came up to see me because, again, I'm paying child support. I still have my parental rights. So that was my visit.
Oh, shit. So according to the mom, right, she still had parental rights to the child. But according to everybody else, if she gave up custody at 9 months, how does she have parental rights if you give up custody? See, something's not adding up, right? She's saying she still got parental rights, which means she did not give up full custody. She just did like I don't know how to explain it. She's either sharing. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of hard. It's kind of like what I did with my son and his aunt, right? I don't know how to explain it. I really don't know how to explain it. Why couldn't she move in with bio mom? That's a good question, Commander. Right? That's a good question. But the crazy part about it is, right, that they were saying that this mom was a deadbeat, that she was not in her child's life and she was not, giving her money, supporting her in any way, shape, or form. But according to the mom, right, she still has rights, right? And she was still a part of the child's life. She was sending money. A bus, not just giving her money, right? But she was also giving child support. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Is this adding up to y'all? Does the mom story make more sense than what the grandmom story does? Or what any other stories out there? Is the mom story filling in the holes for a lot of people? Because it still hasn't filled in certain holes for me. But I've got a better understanding on certain things. So it's kind of like I feel as though she's telling the truth, right? In certain places where it benefits her too. I don't know if y'all understand where I'm coming from. This story is sad, and it's getting sadder by the moment.
But she sat with me hours. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess my mother wanted her home before the night was over for whatever reason. But they stayed for 2 hours. We played the video game. We joked, we played. We had a good time.
Okay.
We had a good time.
Okay, Spicy, I did say that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I did say that because I knew Zaza's birthday was on the 17th. And I was just like asking you because you were getting stuff together for her birthday on the weekend. So yeah, I did say that.
Okay, it was the weekend. Okay. And so he came and took her there and then took her back home. Now, do you guys even, let me ask you this, maybe you.
Hold on. Commander says, why is Biomom even speaking, right? It's too late now, respectfully. That's true, but I think the reason that she is speaking now is because they were saying that, she was a deadbeat mom. She was never in the daughter's life, right? And I was asking the same questions, right? Why did you pop up, right, after 13 years, right? If you gave up custody of this child at 9 months, right, and wasn't in her life, why are you screaming, my child, my child? You see where I'm coming from? And this is a very sad case. We're talking about a 13-year-old, right, that was getting abused by her grandmother on the low. She had bruises on her arm. Her best friends, friends from school. You had a teacher called child services, and child services didn't take the case serious because they suspected of the grandmom abusing this 13-year-old, right? Then you got a father, right, that is the one that's last seen with the daughter, right, who ends up chopping off the daughter's hands, right, cutting the daughter's neck, right, like, and on top of it, sexually assaults his daughter and leaves her in an abandoned, burnt house. Like she ain't shit, like she was trash. Mental health? This is mental health to its, how can I say, to the ultimate, to its fullest. Like, I don't know how else to say this, right? And with that being said, how can society, right, reconcile, right, the need for punitive justice with a focus on prevention and support for at-risk individuals? What ethical dilemmas arise in the investigation and reporting of crimes like this, and how can they be navigated with care? Because in my situation, everybody failed this little girl, from the justice system, right? We're going to say the judges, to the DHS, Department of Human Services, right? From the mother to the father to the grandmother, right? I mean, I can't even blame the community because I see the teachers try to put an effort to try to get this little girl help. So shout out to this teacher. Shout out to that teacher that's trying to stand up and fight for that little girl, right? Yo. Let me ask y'all, right? How do historical and cultural attitudes about crime and justice influence the way cases like Keimani's are perceived and handled by society nowadays? I would love to hear y'all comments down below, right? And let's get the discussion started.
Okay. And so he came and took her there and then took her back home. Now, do you guys even, let me ask you this, maybe you would know. Do you guys even know if she even ever made it back home?
That's a good question.
I don't know. From what I was told, she was home because she went to school on Monday. The kids at her school vouched, yes, she was here, and she walked with us to school. We had lunch, and she walked with us after school. She went home.
Okay. Wow. All righty.
There's that she walks to school with. If she doesn't get on the bus, group of kids that she walks home with if she doesn't get on the bus.
Okay. Now, can you give us some clarity on this timeline? When was she officially reported missing? I think that's also some inconsistencies in that for people too.
I don't know when she was officially reported missing. So from what I understand, from what was told to me, she went missing Tuesday. My mother claims that she noticed that she figured out that my daughter was missing when she got home, which was supposed to have been 10 o'clock. But apparently she still had not reported it at that time. She called my cousin Kat, which is Big Cat on Facebook. I'm sure you guys have seen her.
I'm gonna rewind it back, right? Because I gotta ask a question, right? If the daughter was supposed to be in school, right? If the daughter was supposed to be in school, why did the grandmom have the mentality? Why in her mental, right? She thought that something happened to her granddaughter and she was kidnapped, or she was hurt. Why, whatever disaster she saw when she came in the house, to her it seemed like something happened and something went down. It's like she came in with, a thought out story. Like she had a planned story. Like she had already sat down with somebody and, practice her story. Something's not adding up with what with the grandma. Like, okay, you're coming home, your granddaughter's supposed to be in school. Why is the first thought that something bad happened to her? If I see that something's off in my house, right, and I know that my kids are supposed to be in school, right, I'm gonna be I know that my kids are in school. I'm gonna be looking to see if anything's missing. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna dial 911. Look, listen, there was stuff out of order. I would like just to place a report just to make sure that nothing, if something happens in the future, y'all know that, I made this report and, an investigation should be started. But her first thought was to call the school to see if Keimani was there. Why did you come home thinking that something was going to happen to your daughter or happened to your granddaughter? I don't know if I'm the only one thinking like that. But shout out to Miss Thumbnail Lady, right? Because she's, she planted that little seed in my head and it has me like searching and looking like, yo, and now she says that, it's kind of like, I mean, why it take you so long to call the cops? If you thought that it was your granddaughter, something happened to your granddaughter, why you didn't call them right away? I got so many questions.
My mother claims that she noticed that she figured out that my daughter was missing when she got home, which was supposed to have been 10 o'clock. But apparently she still had not reported it at that time. She called my cousin Kat, which is Big Cat on Facebook. I'm sure you guys have seen her posts. But she called my cousin Kat and was asking about my little cousins, because I guess they go to school with my daughter as well, asking if they went to school, trying to figure out if my daughter was here or somewhere else. She called the school. The school said that my daughter had not checked in for the day. I don't know that any part of that is true. But I did not find out until almost 4 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. Like I said, my sister, the same one that's on the news talking crazy now, is the one that even let me know that my daughter was missing. My mother did not call me about anything, even remote related to my kid, until Thursday. the Thursday after she went missing at 3:49 p.m.
Wow. So this is
That's crazy. She went missing at 3:49 p.m. But the cops was allegedly this, she noticed that she went missing at 10 a.m. Wasn't this in the morning time? But now the story is changed to 3:49 p.m. I'm confused as hell. Didn't the grandma walk in and it was early? And that's why she called the daughter school. But now she went missing at 3:49 p.m. Yo, you see this? The story gets more like it's like there's missing pieces to this puzzle. Commander said, you got so much to say? Oh yeah. This shit is crazy.
This is kind of,
oh shit, my bad. This is not an open panel, right, guys, but I will leave the link right here for Commander, and I will put it on my community wall just in case Commander wants to come up and talk and review and react with a shorty. I'm not opening it for everybody, but I am dropping it for Commander because she said she got a lot to say. Oh shit, I'm hitting that on the wrong screen.
thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate it. So
All right, my bad. Commander, what up, Nines? Before she starts talking.
What up, Nines?
Yeah, she's talking to her subs right now, so.
Listen, to me, it's suspicious that grandmother did not call bio mom. Like, why didn't she call her right away? Or even, like, because that's where I would check. Like, that would be one of the places I would check. Call bio mom. Hey, have you seen her? Did she go over there? Did you hear anything? Did she tell you anything? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's so many questions, and I've heard so many podcasters ask the same thing. It's something's missing in here. It's like she's got a story, the grandmom's got a story, right? And then we heard the father and the grandmom together in one clip, so it's kind of like, what the hell is going on? Each one has a story, and is only confusing. Is making the case more confusing. There you go. I was trying to find the right words.
You've seen much more to this. I've only seen one little small video about it, so I haven't seen everything you have.
Yeah, that's why I said we're going to pick up where I left off yesterday, but I wanted everybody to hear the mother because nobody's heard from the mother, right? But I was like, for those of you that haven't heard from the mom, this is what she had to say. And shout out to the shorty, she was on a TikTok live. I don't know how she got the mother up there, but the mother went up there. That's crazy. I was like, I would have thought it would have been on YouTube or something, Facebook or something, but no, the shorty popped up on a TikTok live on some real shit. And that's another thing, like, she got on that interview so fast.
I mean, it's good that she's answering questions because, people want to know, right? People want to ask her the questions, but I feel like, why? Why now? It's too late. And if you're trying to save face or trying to, defend, in defense, be like, this and that, don't talk bad about me. If she's trying to defend herself, she gave money, she did this, it's too late. You're trying to save face.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I think she's trying to speak up because people are saying she wasn't in the shorty live. And if she was paying child support, I mean, it could be true. You see where I'm coming from? Because people don't understand. That's vice versa. Not just men pay child support and have, to fight for a right to see their child. So that's why I was like, I don't know. I can't sit here and say that her story on that part is false because I've seen cases like this. But not like this. It's hard to explain.
I know we're all different, right?
Yeah.
I would be so broken and I would be so ashamed because even though the things that she's saying that she has been involved in, to me is not enough. Right? Why? Right? To me is not enough. I don't know. I'm getting really upset because I understand. Did I hear her right say that she grew up in foster homes?
Her daughter, yeah. No, she was being
the bio mom.
The bio mom. No. They was going to put the daughter in foster home, but they flipped the daughter around. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't
Oh, okay,
understand
okay.
yet why she's not with her daughter. Why since 9
Okay.
months her daughter was taken away. That's why we don't fully understand her story yet to even sit here and give an honest opinion. You see a
Right,
full
right. I
opinion.
know.
So right
I
now
know.
with the
We
mental,
shouldn't judge her. We shouldn't judge her. I just,
it's
yeah.
hard, right? Because if okay, like just let us know what was the reason your child was taken from you and why you had to fight back. You see, that would like let people know, okay, she was going through some shit. That's why I was like, this seems like a toxic family. It seems like she went through some shit with her own mom, right? And but how did you let your daughter land with your mother? That's why I tell people, like me knowing how my mom was in the past, I don't care how much she said I changed. You see where I'm coming from? Because I've seen how she was and how she still was before she passed away. There's no way in hell I would leave my kids with her.
I mean, I have seen people where they move on, they have new kids, like, and they leave behind the first one they had, or even the second one they had. I have seen that. It's just hard to understand
Yeah,
why you wouldn't, if she's coming over, you're paying child support, you have some custody, why wouldn't you try to fight for her to come over to your place? Because she had to have seen some signs.
facts. You're the first person to say it like that. For real, for
It's
real.
sad. It's really sad. But I was going to make an excuse for her, like maybe I thought she was in foster homes and she did say she was homeless. So, I mean, those are all really tough situations to be in where maybe you don't have the money to fight or you're not in a mental state to fight for your child.
That could be probably the case, like in the Janiyah Russell's case, the mom, wasn't in the mental state to take care of her daughter, and that's why she gave up custody. But that's why, like in that case, I think the grandma should have fought harder because even the grandmom over there, I don't think the grandma was doing it maliciously. You see where I'm coming? I think she was doing it, out of ignorance. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
Yeah.
I think she was just ignorant. Like she just thought that because of the way the granddaughter was talking, I can understand why the grandmom didn't take it serious. And that's why I say in a lot of situations we have to listen to the kids because sometimes they just don't know how to put the words, even if they're teenagers, even if they're 8 years old. Not just because she was 5. Some of these kids just don't know how to say it right there and then, like, yo, this is happening to me, like this and this. So it's like they mix their words up and it sounds like they're just telling you a story or they just playing around or they bullshitting. You see where I'm coming from? But no, that's not the case. They just don't know how to say it to you. This is happening to me. They're doing this to me. I'm going through this. You see where I'm coming from?
A lot of it is ignorance. Some of it is where people want to stay ignorant in denial because they don't want to face that. They don't want to think about that. But I do think a lot of it can be ignorance. Because what I want everybody to know is that when a child even says the littlest thing, people might take it like how you're saying, oh, like maybe she's lying or maybe she's mistaken, she doesn't understand. But when they're saying even the littlest thing, like maybe for a child, it's so hard to even convey that they start with a little thing to see what kind of reaction they're going to get from people because it's so hard. Well, you said she was 5 in that other case?
Yeah, that little girl was 5 years old. And it was hard for her to put her words together. Like, and I see it. Like she was trying to tell the grandmom. I think what she was trying to tell the grandmom is, on the last visit that I had with my daddy, he was doing things to me, right? So she started off by saying, if my daddy is mean, I'm gonna call my mommy and tell her, right? Then she went off and said, my mommy said if my daddy touches me, don't let him. But I think what she was trying to say is that my daddy had touched me, my mommy wouldn't let him, and she was trying to talk to her about not letting her dad touch her. You see where I'm coming from? And that's around the
Yeah.
time that the mom gave up custody. I feel as though something happened. I think that dad was abusive to her. You see where I'm coming from? Tried to do something to the little girl, and she couldn't take it or didn't know how to deal with it because she didn't know how to protect her daughter. Like mental, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Like I feel as though that was a real abusive, but they don't have no evidence towards the father. That's the crazy part. And he's still free. That's what's got me, my blood boiling because I'm sitting here, even though with the DNA y'all found inside this little girl, he's still walking and the stepmother is there. I'm like, at least throw the sexual assault on him and throw the book on his ass. If
And
y'all
maybe they
can't pin him,
will. Maybe
no, he's walking free. They let him go. There's no recharging him for this.
there's no charging him for that.
No.
But yeah, I do think it's something that if we ever hear anything like that, we should investigate more.
That's why I
We
went
should
down.
report it. We should investigate it. We should be on top of it. We should be like paying
Mhm.
attention.
That's why I'm asking these type of questions as I'm doing these type of videos. And I know they mind provoking, and to some people be like, but at the end of the day, it's like I'm asking, like, you know, like for example, let me ask you, right? What role does public empathy play in driving change for vulnerable populations, and how can it be cultivated?
I don't know how it could be cultivated because that's like a moral kind of thing. I just think that like, why is it that people aren't outraged to the point where they want to take action? Like, where are the people that are
There you go.
leading protests and like, I don't understand why that's not happening. Like, is it up to you? Is it up to me? Who is it up to?
You only see public empathy and you only see family empathy, right? Or political empathy when, you know, the damage is done. But when you hear a child screaming, I need help, like, you know, in the case of the mother, right, that killed her unalived her 9-year-old son, right? The 9-year-old son went and reached out to help in different places. And they still left the son with the mother. And, you know, a week later, I think a couple days later, she ended up unaliving her son. He said it. He asked for help. My mom is threatening me. She said she was going to unalive me. And y'all still left him under her care? See
I
my
mean,
point?
I see people outraged sometimes more about animals than human life.
Cutting edge. Blessings, blessings. Welcome in, big bro.
Hey, what up, Pam? What
Oh,
up,
you're not
Cutting
big
Edge?
bro. We're the same age. Cutting edge is young, man. But he's so wise. I be like, damn, man. He got an old soul and a young body.
But yeah, that's a good question. Like, how can you make someone have empathy? How can you cultivate
Not
people
make
to
them,
have?
but if they say they got so much empathy, you know, why in cases like this, especially family members, if you like, for example, Commander, like, all right, I don't know if you got any brothers or sisters, right? But let's put it like this, right? If you go visit your brother, I don't know, let's make you have a brother right now, all right? We're pretending
Yeah,
you have a brother, but you're visiting your brother, right? And you notice that your brother is taking your niece to a closed, you know, behind closed doors, right? To allegedly discipline your niece, right? But then you hear your niece screaming from the top of her lungs, sounding like somebody's killing her. Would you just sit there and ignore it?
no, I'm going in. I'm asking questions.
My whole point, like, it's something that's happened for generations, and I see it happen, and it's only getting worse. Why stay quiet until everything pops off?
I
Why,
think
when
it's
you have
because,
to? My bad.
sorry, no, I interrupted you. I think it's because when it comes to children, we think like, oh, that's their child. Like that be like, it's none of my business. It belongs to them. That's their child.
Yeah, if they parent is doing what the hell they gotta do, but it seems like people want to butt in and, you know, parents' lives, trying to take over and run, you know, their kids, you know, how can I say, be their kids' parents, right? When the parent is doing exactly what they gotta do. But in situations like this where they can step in, they don't want to step in. But in other situations, they overstep. You see my point? That
Oh
makes no
yeah, I've seen
sense.
that. Yeah.
And it's constantly happening. It's getting worse. I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. This parent is disciplining their child because their child's out of order. They're not abusing their child. But yet, this parent over here, you turning a cheek this way because what? What did this child do for this parent to sit here and leave bruises and broken legs, busted livers? You see where I'm coming from? Concussions in the head of a child.
It
How
happens.
bad? You see where
It
I'm coming?
happens.
Like,
It happens a lot.
that's the crazy part. That's what I can't seem to understand or comprehend, but people want me to understand them. There's no way in hell.
And yeah. All right.
Yes, because you gotta really like flip the scripts on this, John. Like, what if it was them? What if they was the one? That's why I say I'm glad that you brought up the Menendez brother, because I said the same thing yesterday. I said the same thing last weekend. This is kind of reminding me of the Menendez brothers, and it's crazy how they won't, you know, how can I say, approve their release. They denied it. I'm saying here like, yo, this way past due.
So with the Menendez brothers, I think it was an uncle that said, right, that he would hear the things. There was a room they would go in,
It
like
was an
people
uncle,
knew.
it was an aunt, it was cousins that witnessed all that shit, and they all stood quiet until the murder of the parents happened. Come on, let's be
Okay.
real.
And they
So
had
now,
money, right?
mhm,
They were at a different social. Because what did you say? You said something in the question you asked about cultivating, like,
mhm,
because sometimes we think it's like the social, like maybe like people that are like their economics, low economics, but it happens in even like the Menendez brothers.
facts.
But does that also play a part where because they're wealthy or because they have a higher status, people don't want to mess that up? People don't want to be the ones to mess that up.
See, I feel as though when people got a status or they got money, people got fear for some reason. I feel as though they're gonna need them or they need something. I don't know what it is, but there's some type of fear there, and I'm wondering, like, I don't get it because at the end of the day, right? This person only trusts his money. They don't give a fuck about your emotions or what's going to happen to you. Push come to shove, right? They're going to put their needs in front of yours. So let's
And
make it
there's
make
another
sense.
thing about people like, oh, what are people going to think? There's a lot of people who care what others think, and it would bring shame upon their family if that stuff got out.
But what's
So
funny is,
instead, they ignore it and hide it.
but how people don't learn from everything that happens, right? From every mishap, right? Okay, if that's what your worry is, haven't y'all learned from every case that when people keep it on the low, that's where y'all get judged the most? But history keeps repeating itself. If you notice that in every top and in every situation where such things like this happen, right? Y'all keep it on the low because y'all embarrassed about what somebody else is going to think. But when shit hits the fan, you're the one that's looked at the worst. Look at the Menendez brothers. Everybody's saying the same shit. Why didn't the family speak up when they had the chance? When the the mother and the father was alive. See, the script could have been flipped. Somebody could have really, listen, I don't care how much money you have in this world, but if you get evidence on somebody, you see where I'm coming from? Everything goes left. Once somebody is exposed, that money can't buy the real people that's really fighting. Let's make it make sense. I've seen this shit happen. I don't care how much money you got once you're exposed, that money don't mean shit.
Yep.
So it's kind of like, that's what I'm saying. I was like, it's only by logic if people don't think. We have to take the time and think. It's like when we sit here and we unalive somebody and then think about it like, oh, now I regret it. Why did you regret it? Why do you regret it now? You see where I'm coming from? Either that person deserved it or they didn't. So you didn't take the time to analyze what you was doing. Now you have a guilty conscience. I'm
Yep.
sorry to say it.
True. If they even have a conscience, because if you had a conscience, you would do something, right? Like my
Facts.
conscience couldn't let me just ignore that and not do anything. So maybe they don't have a conscience to begin with.
Yeah. And that's why you see a lot of people trying to commit suicide or do this and lash out. They change when something happens. Like, come on, let's make it make sense. That's because you're holding a deep secret that you know yourself can't even take to the grave. Let's be real. That's like a game. Somebody that is from the, how can I say, somebody that's at home sitting video games all fucking day, never been in the streets, right? Never held a real gun, but playing the Xbox or the PlayStation, but want to act gangster in the street. Now his brains is splattered all over the road. Let's make it make sense.
So this
You a
little girl,
gamer?
that you're playing the video of, her name's Keimani.
Yeah.
Keimani. So I wonder if Keimani ever told her bio mom anything, or what was her fear, and if she didn't tell, why didn't she tell?
It seemed like she had conversations with her friends, right? Because her friends were speaking out on her behalf about her her grandmom abusing her, right? Now with the dad, I don't know. It seems like he started really being in her life when the grandmom gave him permission. So if he wasn't a part of her life, you see, before that, why not, how can I say, put rules into this? Take it to court. If you don't trust him that much. And then the mom right there, that's what makes me question the mom too. Like if you knew about his mental and shit like that, why not speak on it? Because there was a video that somebody showed too that it seems like the boy had problems mentally before all of this happened.
So allegedly, when did the father start being in her life more? getting more alone time?
I
Just
think
recently?
recently, before all this happened. And that's why I'm saying I'm starting to believe that, you know, the father and the grandmother were secret lovers on the low, for real, for real. I'm sorry.
But he didn't live there,
Nope.
right? He didn't live there.
Mm-mm. But let's listen a little more.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I know a lot because more he say, she say, but I'm learning more because of me reading the reports and stuff like that. I haven't really been deep into the videos because I've been busy, caught up with everything else. But I'm not going to sit here and live reading the reports, the autopsies, and all that. This is crazy. And I just like, I don't know.
Now that we are in, your sister had went into the news, and she also had mentioned, so when your sister, when she was on the news, and she basically is saying that you never around, there's also some allegations that your sister was one that was a part of the things that was going on in the house. Have you heard anything about your sister leaving your daughter out while they leave the house for hours?
Wow.
Throughout the day, and she had nowhere to go. Have you heard those allegations yet?
I haven't heard that yet.
I know that I have been told that apparently my sister's son, my nephew RJ, was apparently touching my baby as well.
What the fuck?
And my cousin.
Hold on, wait a minute. We gonna play that back. You heard rumors that your nephew was touching your daughter inappropriately, and you didn't speak up and fight for that?
She might have heard it now after the fact.
Okay. Because I was getting ready to say, look, Mama Mary, this was the time to step up. Wait a minute. I apologize. Let me see. Hopefully I'm not, I apologize. Let me, hike back down.
I know that I have been told that apparently my sister's son, my nephew RJ, was apparently touching my baby as well. And my cousins told me that as well. No, my mother has not talked to me about this. My sister has not brought this to my attention. The people that are responsible for taking care of her are the people that should be telling me what's going on. When something's wrong, regardless of how big or how little it is, you should be letting me know. That is still my child. I still care for her. I still love her. I still go above and beyond for her.
And how old was this son?
But it's the fact.
What she said?
How old is her son?
I spoke to them every time I spoke to my child. Every time I spoke to my child. Every time I spoke to my mother. Every time I spoke to my child.
Oh, she didn't answer the question. You have a part 2?
Wait, it finished? What the heck?
Yeah, that's all she uploaded. So
she has
that's
to have
all
more.
we got on that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check her channel out, right? But we're gonna check these clips out for everybody that's confused. We're gonna pick up where we left off yesterday. All right. But what do you think about, right? What is your opinions based on what she just finished saying?
I think if it was something that happened, like she learned about it after the fact, whoever told her, whoever knew about it had, okay, if Keimani didn't say it because she's gone now, then how did they know about the cousin touching her? Somebody had to have known, and why didn't they bring it up? Why didn't they do anything? Or did they?
It also seems that her daughter didn't have enough trust in her yet, or didn't feel that she can confide her and her mom to talk to her about that. Her daughter was running.
Somebody knew. Somebody knew because they brought it up.
Her daughter was running from something. So it's kind of like, I don't know, like from the abuse between the grandmom. You see where I'm coming from? The whatever she was going through with the I guess I see now, right? I guess her being flipped around from place to place. I don't know. She was asking for some type of help, but she's not as bad. According to the community, she's not as bad as the grandmom is making her seem. But let's pick up where we left off yesterday, so Commander, right, along with all of us, right, can get a better understanding, right, and let's see, who is really to blame in this situation. And if so, we find out who is to blame, right? What type of solutions can we bring to the table, right? When it comes to, cases like this, Keimani's case, right? Janiyah Russell, right? What role, right? Let me ask you all this before I press play, right? What role does public empathy, I already read that one. How does the media's, my bad, how does the media's portrayal of such tragedies shape societal responses in public discourses, right, on child safety, right? What solutions can we bring to the table, right, when it comes to how does the media's portrayal of such tragedy shape societal responses in public discourse, right, on child safety, right? When the media brings out, right, certain topics like this, right, and, when it comes to kids, right, depending on how they bring it to us, right, does it make us, us in society go on a rant? Do some of us, take our time, depending on how the media puts out these stories out there, how does society reflect to it, right? Reflect to it, right? And how can I say the responses, right? The research that society does, right, on cases like this help in changing policies when it comes to child safety? Let me put it like that. All right, for those of y'all that don't understand the question.
Well, I think maybe the news media should also put phone numbers where people can call. Maybe they should talk about, like, include talking about maybe some kind of solution or what to do, like educational, like educate. But I mean, that's not the news. That's not the media's job, right? To educate you. They're just giving you the news.
Facts. That's crazy. But all right, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. All right, guys. I'm not gonna rewind it all back. All right, we played like 30 minutes of this shit and did 2-hour live out of that 30-minute video. All right. So let's continue where we left off. All right. So it's the beginning of this clip right here. Let's make sure. All right, let's go back a little bit.
He was last seen taking Keimani from her guardian's home without consent, possibly making him the last person to have seen her alive. Michael Sandlin's got more on the charges surrounding Jones, his background as well. Michael, how is Keimani's family reacting to the news of Jones's possible involvement?
Jeff, we caught up with Keimani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, and she says the feeling right now is betrayal. Now, we did some digging into Jones's past, and he does have quite the record. Now, looking back, we can see that he had previous charges for domestic violence, specifically an endangering children charge back in 2021. However, those charges were dismissed. He also had a felonious assault charge from 2017 that resulted in the victim being seriously harmed, and he was indicted on that one. Keimani's grandmother says this feels like a betrayal because despite his record, she truly thought Jones had stepped up to be a father for her, despite not even being her biological dad.
It was told to me that he was her biological father. However, her biological mother has told me on several occasions that he is not. So I don't know what to believe, but I know that he was present. He's been more.
Now, look, I don't give a damn. I cannot move forward until we know this is your biological.
Now you see where I'm coming from? Like I said, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday, right? So according to the grandmom, and that's why the rumors were being said, according to, the shit that the mom had said that this is not the biological father. But if you look, this little girl is a spitting image of that man, right? But according to the mom, she never told the grandmom that. So if, the grandmom had doubts, she had custody of this little girl, why not take him to court, request a DNA? If you had suspicions of something, why not have, how can I say, what you call that? How when they give you rights to visit your child, but you got somebody there, you're never alone. Supervised visits. Yeah. Why not do that? So as a grandma, I felt, my bad.
No, go ahead.
As a grandma, I feel like she failed her granddaughter. Or she didn't want to be a part of her granddaughter's life because everything she did was like if her granddaughter was a problem. Why even take on this, right? You see where I'm coming from? Why not tell mom, listen, come get your daughter?
The grandma is saying that he stepped up, right? That the guy was doing more.
According to her. According to her.
Because there are guys that are not bio fathers that will step up and take that role, even if they're not the bio father.
But if you don't know nothing from this bio father, right, or you have suspicions, would you release your granddaughter or your daughter? See my point? That's a big no-no.
Yeah.
Or if you've heard rumors of this person, you see how dark his past is. Child, he's got a history of child abuse.
What if he was like a great guy? Even then,
With
huh? Even if he was like a great guy.
But wait. How can you be a great guy with a history of child abuse?
No, but I'm saying, like, let's say he didn't have those abuse and he was like a great guy, got a good job, all that, and he wanted to step up. Would you still do all the try to vet him? And
he still got to pass the test.
That's
My
what I'm
daughter don't
saying.
know you. I don't know you. You see where I'm coming from? I don't care if we had a one-night passion and you just found out that this is your daughter. I got to get to know you. For you to be a part of my child's life, I got to make sure that you're not a threat to my child. I don't care if we was together and we broke up, right? But you still haven't been a part of my child for all these years. Now you want to pop up and be a part of my child's life? Nah, I still got to make sure that you're not a threat to my child. You see where I'm coming from? Like, I haven't seen you in a minute. Like, how much have you changed? What you've been through now, especially with his record. Now, if he didn't have a record, I'll still put him through a little trial. But at the end of the day, like, come on. Like, nobody took the time to do their research on this man. And the mom, I'm sitting here like, what are your thoughts on the baby daddy, ma'am? What happened? Why did y'all break up? You see where I'm coming from? Was he abusive? You see? Like, all she kept saying is that, his mental wasn't right. Okay, can you go a little deeper into that? So if you
I'm gonna assume that he might have been in her life a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
And then recently he tried to step up more. And maybe the grandma's like fed up and like the little girl's a burden on her and she didn't do her due diligence.
Probably. I mean, Commander could be right. Like, because, we all got bits and pieces of the story, man. Big shout out to We Unlock Nation, yo. Guys, make sure y'all go check out We Unlock Nation. Great conversations, great topics. You will not be disappointed. Yo, make sure y'all go check him out. He's been having, some great topics lately, yo. So shout out to him. We Unlock. Leave your link down below for those that want to check you out, right? If y'all get bored, y'all want to pick at his mind a little bit, right? Go check him out. But We Unlock Nation says, you got to check with me before I even release my seed. I don't give a damn if I'm in jail. You still got to check with me. So yeah, it's kind of like I get we want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but some people's mental, is shot out. It's not from this world, yo. It's like it's real demonic. Can we really trust people?
No.
See my point?
Don't trust everyone.
Even if, y'all had intimacy, because even with intimacy, look, man, females, listen, I don't know what's up with a lot of females, man. It's like and men too, vice versa. Don't get it fucked up. But ladies, y'all the ones that get the seed planted in y'all. Can we start doing some more research? Please, on the fella that y'all in your house with. You know what I'm saying?
Even the good guys, because a lot of the ones that portray that are good guys are, they also can be predators. Even the ones that look like they got it all together and Mr. Nice Guy, still got to be careful.
Whoa. But let's hear what, Carlos King got to say about him.
Child.
But I know that he was present. He's been more.
Now, look, I don't give a damn. I cannot move forward until we know this is your biological child. I ain't going for that shit. And I know a lot of women out there ain't as well too, but I feel her at the same time. She probably was feeling gullible, different things like that. Ultimately, there's no way in the, and I feel like, okay, let me break it down a little bit more, because some people probably gonna be like, what the hell are you talking about? I think a blood test should have been taken off top when it comes to that situation right there. Now they're really saying and sticking with the fact that is her father. Like, too many people been saying that. So I'm gonna stick with the biological father. You know what I'm saying? The mother said that, but at the same time, we don't know how true that is and what they got going on. So this was going on with it. But I feel like that.
Hold up, I gotta pause it right here. I get it, and he's being neutral, very neutral, and I love, his perspective from a male's point of view, right? I wish we had more men come up here, right, and give their perspective, right, when it comes to, cases like this. But we don't. We get more women hop on the panel and talk about it. But we do get the word sometimes, in and out, come up here, and give his perspective. right? So shout out to the word. Make sure y'all go check out Big Bro, man. Y'all will not be disappointed. But yeah, I agree with him to a certain extent, right? Let's go back and I'm gonna tell you.
So I'm gonna stick with the biological father. You know what I'm saying? The mother said that, but at the same time, we don't know how true that is and what they got going on. So
it's crazy. He's like, I get it. He's like, the mother said that. We don't know how true that is and what they got going on. I mean, the mother got to know who the hell she was in bed with. You see where I'm coming from? And I know sometimes some mothers don't know, but according to the mother, right, her, statement, she never denied the fact that that was, her daughter's father. And when you look at them, they look fucking alike. Like, that's a spitting image of that man. Eyes, eyebrows, look at the nose, look at the lips, right? He's not smiling in his picture. He's serious. That's why on one of the pictures when one of the podcasters was talking on this topic, right? They had they had her with, braids and stuff like that. And that's where she really looked like him. And they were saying, oh, she looked like she a dyke, this and that. Man, listen, if she was a dyke, if she wasn't a dyke, that's none of our fucking business. You see where I'm coming from? Her sex preference is not my business right now. It's not none of my fucking concern. But we can't deny the fact that that little girl looks just like that man. So I can't sit here and say, well, that's not the father. I mean, the mom, the mom is saying that's the father, but I don't know. I mean, she knows who the hell she was having sex with. You see where I'm coming from? She know who she fucked. She know who the hell planted a seed in her. She definitely knows that for a fact. And according to her, she hasn't denied that fact. Yeah.
And can I say that sometimes little girls, not all, but some of them will be tomboys or try to cover their bodies, the ones that are being abused.
Facts.
Not all, but it does happen, right?
You ain't lying. It's called the tomboyish look because it makes us feel comfortable. And when you see girls with the tomboy look, don't mean that they're either dykes or, they that. It's just that they feel more comfortable with the, looser clothes, dressing boyish because I'm a survivor, right? I'm a warrior, right? In our minds, we feel as though that a man can't see what our body looks like. You see where I'm coming from? Not realizing, right, that in the beginning we're so naive that a man can sit here and picture what you look like, no matter what you got on. But in our minds, we feel protected because our body is not showing.
We think if we don't look attractive, then we won't be bothered as much, or we won't,
But it's the complete opposite. But I'm not going to sit here and throw that in people's faces, right? I learned the hard way, the same way that a lot of young ladies have learned. And there are more young ladies that are going to learn this lesson because when we're young, we're trying to find, some form of way to protect ourselves when we feel like we can't trust the world. But there's always somebody that comes along that'll, help you put that shield down and teach you how to put it up when needed. That's all I can say right now because we're not talking about how Shorty overcame her situation. Unfortunately, 13-year-old Keimani Latigue, right, was going through some type of abuse and didn't survive, right? Compared to a Shorty, I'm here. I'm talking to y'all. So my condolences go to Keimani Latigue's family, right? And may Keimani Latigue have peace in paradise. And this story, like I said, is only getting sadder and sadder. Because like situations like this, boy, I'm telling you, I just want to, boy. And I feel as though like I'm with a lot of people. This man right here and this girl's grandmother was having a secret affair. And can we call it an affair? Yeah, allegedly. I'm kind of, it's an affair, right? When nobody knows it. Secret relationship, whatever. They were secret lovers. Shout out to Kenny Cutthroat, man. I don't know if anybody's in the chat, right? But if y'all can leave me the link to, Cutthroat Entertainment, man, make sure y'all go check him out, man, because he was just having a live about secret lovers. And it seems like, grandmom and daddy were secret lovers. Allegedly. Shout out to Commander for reminding me because I feel like it's true. So it's like for me, fuck the allegedly, but I got to say it to save the channel. So allegedly. All right?
It's plausible. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Facts. I'm not putting it past it. But let's continue. That's why I say I agree with him to a certain extent, though. But I'm with him 100%. It's just that there's one little part right there that doesn't make me, that makes me kind of like, wait. We can't tell a motherfucker who was inside of them, who planted the seed. You see where I'm coming from, and whose child they, unless, we have some paperwork saying this is not the father. We're not at Maury. This is not the Maury show. None of us are fucking Maury. What is it? Povovich? I can't even pronounce his last name. Whatever. But y'all get my point.
I'm dropping down, writers. Thanks for having me up, letting me speak. I'll be in the chat.
Appreciate you, Commander.
Thank you.
Shout out to Commander, yo. I can't even say go check out Commander's channel. I'm waiting for her to build it up, yo. She be funny as hell though. But if y'all go check out the word, y'all will see Commander, for real, for real. So make sure y'all go check out the word. All right, y'all will see a lot of people over there that y'all will see in the chat over here. Wait, did she drop? Yeah. All right. Shout out to Commander, yo. I appreciate you. Appreciate the comments. Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody tuning in, man. Blessings to everybody. Let's continue. And like I said, man, I would love to hear y'all opinions when it comes to this topic, right? Leave y'all comments down below, right? I do be asking mind-provoking questions, right? And I would love to hear y'all comments, right? And to each question that I have, right? Like I said, leave a comment down below and let's get the discussion started. What solutions can we bring to the table, guys?
This what's going on with it, but I feel like that if I'm a guardian of anybody's child, especially my grandchild or my child and things like that, and somebody want to get them and they claim to be a parent and whatever the hell going on, we got to verify this shit before you go any damn where. Hell nah. Let's get back into it though.
Present than the biological mom. And I feel deceived. Like you played for so long in my face, like you was her dad, like you really had her best interests at heart. But where is she?
However, it's very important to note that we caught up with Keimani's mother earlier today, and she says that the grandmother is telling a completely different story from the truth. So we're going to continue digging into the details, and we'll bring you the latest as soon as we can. But for now, reporting in downtown Toledo, I'm Michael Salem.
So as y'all can see, the mom is sticking to the story. Like, it's crazy, man. The mom is sticking to the story. So with that, right, I'm going to ask y'all questions that I asked y'all yesterday, right? What does Keimani Latigue's story reveal about the vulnerabilities children face in today's society? And how do we balance the urgency of justice for the victim with the need for systematic reforms to prevent future tragedies, man? Leave y'all comments down below and let's get these discussions started, guys. I would love to hear what y'all think and what type of solutions can be brought to the table for us to better these policies that we have here within our communities.
WTOL 11.
Also, late on Monday night, a vigil gathered at the site of where the body was found. More on that throughout the day here on WTOL 11+. Family, friends, and loved ones came together, as we said, to remember the life that was left behind.
And again, since our 6 p.m. newscast, we did speak with the Lucas County Coroner's Office. An investigator there confirmed the identity of the body brought in from that East Toledo home today as 13-year-old Keimani.
Welcome into WTOL 11 News on Plus. I'm Sophia Pericone.
So see why I get why people questioning the grandmom. Okay, so from what I've heard in different channels, different platforms, right, and from what I've read, right, the grandmom, before they took the body out, got on her knees. No, when they were taking the body out, nobody seen the body. And she right away said that's her granddaughter. That's Keimani. How did you know that was Keimani before anybody knew that was Keimani, right? And we're talking about a child that, had her hands cut off, and the mother or the grandmother didn't get a chance to see what the who was there, if it was really their granddaughter or somebody else. Because mind you, right, when we was reviewing Trey King yesterday, right, he showed us that during the investigation, right, during the search of Keimani Latigue, right, they found 3 more bodies, right? So how was this grandmom so sure that the body that they found, right, in this abandoned, burnt house was Keimani before the EMTs knew that it was Keimani, before the morgue knew that it was Keimani, before anybody knew that it was Keimani? So that's making sense now. They didn't know that it was Keimani until the body got brought back. How the fuck did the grandmom know that it was Keimani? Hold up, wait a minute, Grandma. How did you know that out of all the bodies they found throughout this search, right, that one body in that house was your granddaughter? Now I'm questioning you, like The public is questioning you. Let's continue.
We continue to track details about the disappearance of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue. First, we go to the latest on the investigation. We're working to gather more information about it in Columbus this morning that may be connected to Keimani's murder investigation. The president of the Columbus Fraternal Order of Police says a man who was by SWAT this morning is wanted for a teenage girl here in Toledo. However, neither he nor a spokesperson for Columbus Police would confirm if that man is Darnell Jones. Here's what the FOP president had to say.
When I heard about this case, this was an individual wanted for homicide out of Toledo. I called my union counterpart in Toledo. I said, hey, good news, we have your guy. Your guy committed a chose to fled to our town. I'll tell you right now, the wrong town to come to if you somebody. Our SWAT team will go out looking for you.
We are working.
Damn, man, yo, that SWAT team officer was on business. He said our SWAT team will come out looking for you. Brah, brah, brah. And we not giving you no care packages like, yo, welcome to the jungle. I like this officer. He said you ain't committing that type of crime and think you're going to get away with it in my city, yo. I ain't feel bad when I saw the video. Yo, if y'all missed it, check out yesterday's live, right? On yesterday's live, y'all will see when the officers arrest him. They shoot him down, right? And they arrest his ass. And listen, like I said yesterday, man, I guess karma got something planned out for him. Yo, because karma ain't catch him yet.
Working right now to confirm if the man this morning is Darnell Jones. He's wanted for the murder of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. And just a short time ago, our Silver Barker exclusively interviewed Keimani's grandmother and legal guardian, and then Keimani's aunt. Here's what they both had to say.
So my first question for you, yesterday, lots of things was going on. We want to know specifically at your home, there was a lot of speculation online that you were being arrested, but when we checked with police, that was not the case. So can you further clarify on exactly what did happen yesterday at your home?
Well, I was called and told that there was a mob of people in front of my house. They were angry. It was more or less the people that were here earlier waiting to see if it was Keimani that was in the home. And basically some people from the neighborhood had contacted me and said that there was a mob in front of my house and they were talking about what they were going to do to me once I came home. So the police, the detective said that she would have a unit come out and help me get my things and more or less escort me off the property. I asked to be handcuffed just so they can get the away from my property.
Now, after this,
before he says something, man, right there, like I've said before, right? I heard this before. She asked to get handcuffed. No, they're not just gonna handcuff you just cause, man. I don't believe her story. I feel as though that they are investigating her, right? Especially after the teacher came out and said, right, that she felt like there was abuse in Keimani's house, right, due to the grandmother or somebody else in that house, right? The teacher tried to get DHS. Friends of Keimani were coming out saying that the grandma was abusing her and leaving bruises on her, right? And then if you listen to the mother's story, right, saying that the grandmother was telling her that they was going to come to an agreement so they can go to court, right, so that the grandmother can give her full custody because she was tired of Keimani. She didn't want Keimani no more. It kind of like, I don't know. That sounds crazy. She asked to get handcuffed. Yeah. That sounds, I mean, I don't know. I don't believe her.
Handcuffed just so they can get the away from my property.
Now, after this video right here, the sister gonna talk, and then it's gonna get into all of that, what she talking about with the mob being out there and different things like this. So look, I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself from here right now. Y'all caught up on everything, and now y'all finna see everything, yes, in its totality. Let me know your thoughts and opinions, and we're gonna be talking about this in the comments. So make sure y'all be in the comment section, and we're gonna chop it up. Even if it's all night and in the morning, all of that, we're gonna talk about it. So let's do that. RIP to that baby. I really hate that happen to her. And I'm sending some love and healing energy to anybody out there who had a genuine love for her. All right, I'll holler at y'all later.
Man, big shout out to Carlos King for bringing awareness. Oh, here's the link. My bad. I'm gonna let it play. I was gonna get the link from down here, but no, I can copy it up here. I'm gonna leave the link down below for those of y'all that haven't checked him out. Damn, I'm supposed to like this video. How did I miss that yesterday? Right? Make sure y'all go sub up to him, right? And catch it. He's got more videos, right? More crime videos and stuff like that. Check him out, right? For y'all to get more updates on the Keimani Latigue after today's live. All right.
Just so they can get the away from my property.
Are you scared?
So no, I was never arrested. I was taken downtown, but I was never arrested.
Are you scared for your safety right now?
I am.
What are some of the things that you've been hearing and receiving from people?
They said they was gonna blow up my house. They said they was gonna do harm to me. It's just been a barrage of different things that they've been stating.
And now, yesterday, let's backtrack first for a little bit. So you are the guardian of Keimani, or you were the guardian of Keimani, correct?
I am the legal guardian of Keimani.
Okay. So in terms of taking care of her, when was Keimani placed under your care?
A year ago.
They take care of her.
She's been in my home for the past 5.5 years, but I just obtained legal custody of her a year ago.
So it looks like it's been only a year that the father has been back into Keimani's life. Probably before that, he was in and out. So okay, so now I'm starting to put certain pieces together, right? So now I get from when the father started coming back into the life, because she had to have guardianship in order to give the man permission, But even without the guardianship, like the baby was being flip-flopped around, man. And that's the only bad part about the system, yo. When a parent gives up custody or a child ends up in, the system, it's curtains. They be flip-flopped throughout homes. I don't know. Blessings, Lake and Kisses, yo, guys. Make sure y'all go check out Lake and Kisses, yo. Great conversations, great topics. Lake and Kisses, leave your link down below, right? So that people can go check your channel out, right? She says, I'm confused because they're saying he not her father. Well, according to the mother, right? If you rewind back a little bit, you catch the replay, right? According to the mother, he is the father, right? According to the mother, she never told anybody that he is not her father. So, I mean, something like, missing pieces to the puzzle, but according to the mother, he is the father. And what's crazy is I can't, I can't sit here and say, no, he's not, right? That, first of all, when I look at that little girl and I look at that man, I see a spitting image of that little girl, right? From that, like, they look just alike. It looked like that man could have gave birth to that child, right? And then, second of all, the grandmom was the one that was saying that he's not, that the mother was saying that he wasn't the biological father. But the mother, right, has been denying that rumor from the get-go. So it's kind of like, and then we got her, on an interview denying the rumor that, she didn't say that that's not the biological father. She confirms. I heard he was the grandmother. Oh, man. It seems like they was having a secret affair, a secret relationship. That's what it seems like. The daughter, if you go back a little bit, right, we played a video, the interview with the mom. It even seems like the daughter is just finding out about their little secret affair. That's why I'm saying, man, I wouldn't put past that her and him, where her and the grandmother and the father were in cahoots in this shit. I think they were together. I really think they were together. But let's listen a little more. I apologize. Oh, shout out to Lake and Kisses, yo. But we learning about this, together, like I said, right? We gonna come up with our own conclusions, right? We diving down this case ourselves, right? So we don't have to go by he say, she say, and I would love to keep hearing your comments and your thoughts on this topic, on this case. I heard the BIC dad is deceased. The bio dad, I haven't heard that yet. I don't know. But I will be diving deeper into this case. So we'll find out.
Oh.
Were you and Keimani close?
We were.
What were some of the things, trying to think of her and paint a memory of her in a good light, right now with everything that's going on, what was Keimani like? Tell me a little bit about how Keimani was in the time that you've got to know her.
Keimani was phenomenal. Keimani was a helper. Like she was older than what she appeared to be. Like, you know how they say somebody has an old soul? She was that. She loved older music. She loved playing video games. She loved the friends and family that she was allowed to be around. She played basketball for Spring Elementary. She was highly intelligent. So I'd like to clear up the mental issue statements. No, she was not mentally ill in any way. We had her, assessed, and they didn't feel as if anything was wrong with her mentally. So that was not a issue. But back to Keimani, she would
Yes, Commander, yeah. He got shot, but he's still alive. That's why I said karma ain't catch him. I think karma got plans. I think karma got plans for him because karma ain't catch him. Yo, like he got shot in the arm and the leg, on the side, and everything. He in the hospital. Like he's getting charges pressed. I'm not sure if he's on stable condition or what now. Like but they messed him up a little bit, man. I was hoping he wasn't alive because that's what he deserved for chopping his daughter's hands off. You see where I'm coming from? And sexually assaulting his own daughter. For me, y'all know that somewhere, right, in fantasy land, right? I'm right there with Peter Pan, right? And me and Peter Pan are building caskets for all these predators, yo. And we got one right there lined up, right? With his name right on that, John. And then we teamed up with the Green Reaper, for real, man. The Undertaker got the shovel ready to dig the hole. Fuck that, yo. Real shit. Y'all know how I feel about people like this, yo. Man. Woo.
Say, for instance, someone would come over and they had children. They didn't have to worry about their kids because Keimani immediately embraced them and would play with them. Kid stuff. She was phenomenal. Like I said, she was like no other kid her age.
What school did Keimani go to?
She went to Spring Elementary.
And we were told that at that time she was doing good at school as well too, correct?
She was. She had brought her grade point average up from a 3.4 to a 3.9. And actually they were going to have an award ceremony for the basketball players today at 5:30. But when I divulged to them that she had passed, they've rescheduled it. She was going to receive her trophy for being, on the team and stuff.
And she has a birthday that's coming up, correct?
Her birthday is Friday.
And she would have been turning 14.
She would have been 14.
Did you have any plans for her birthday?
We were going to have her a large birthday party because it would have been her first birthday where, once again, all of my children were together and could participate in the party. Her mom was supposed to come and everything. So I asked her early on, what type of party do you want? She said she wanted a basketball themed party. So that's what I bought. Things that revolved around her playing basketball. I'm still receiving stuff in the mail for that.
So there's been some confusion now in terms of when it comes to family, who's her biological father, who is her biological mother, and then also was she in the foster care system? Can you clear up a little bit?
Oh, we unlock in the building. I apologize, big brother. I do not know how long you've been back there. I do apologize. Blessings, how you doing?
I just came up, sis.
Okay. I was like, oh shit, I didn't know you was back there.
I was just listening and tuning in. This is one interesting conversation. Very interesting, but yet things like this go on in communities forever. It's been since forever. And no one has ever quite figured it out how to come up with a better solution. But the more things happen, the more things just get significantly worse. So um, big ups to the families who are holding it down, because this is some dark moments that we're going through.
Yes.
But you can continue.
Okay, big shout out to We Unlock Nation. What are your like deep thoughts on this case when it comes to the grandmother and the father?
I didn't hear too much because I was pretty much in and out. My child, he's suffering from whatever is going on in the air right now, and I did hear somebody mention somebody's hands getting cut off.
He chopped his daughter's arm hands off, right? And she's got a laceration in her neck that's real deep, like he almost chopped her I think he was about to cut her neck off. We're not sure. But he also sexually assaulted her and left her in that burned abandoned house.
And we have the nerve and the audacity, what you just mentioned, what you just stated, we have the nerve and the audacity to hold women accountable for what? For what? You would literally have a man who is trying to put a child to death, and yet we sit here as human beings chatting, whether it be in the chat box or on the panels or even in real life, about how women treat us. That's one of the most psychosis. That's like a high alert, red alert psychosis thing you can never deal with. And for a man like this to really be a psycho about some stuff like this, it just further lets me know that these conversations are just gloomy.
Oh, you ain't lying. I say that about a lot of situations, because it's like, like the more I hear people say we need change, we need to do this, but it's like the more I see y'all prefer chaos, because y'all don't really want change. Y'all like this type of stuff. And I'm not saying everybody, I'm speaking in general. You see where I'm coming from? But we really don't want no changes. We really don't want nothing really done, because I guess we're waiting for Superman to come and save us, not realizing that we're the change.
Superman is one of the most fictional characters ever to. I'm not a Superman fan. I am a Batman fan, and let me tell you the difference. Superman. Have you seen anybody fly out in outer space?
No.
Okay. Have you seen poor people get rich?
Yes.
Okay. I stick to that reality. I can't click my heels 3 times and all of a sudden I'm there. I got to stick to the reality of which I've been told. And Bruce Wayne, Batman, whoever you want to call him, he's more of a reality. Anything that I could, fathom. I can't fathom having super strength, super speed, super sensitive, hypersensitive, vision, sensitive, not sensitive to sunlight. I'm not all those things. Even though I am melanated, I still can get cancer if I stay in the sun too long. When you cut me, I bleed. If you hit me, I hurt. You can't. You try to hit Superman. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, but Batman, he's doing everything to survive, and he has skills, but he had to develop those skills. That's any and everybody. But Let me ask you, this is a dumb question. Can the little girl speak?
Yeah. Yes.
Has she
Oh, wait,
testified?
speak now?
Yeah.
Wait, you're talking about this case right here, Keimani. No,
Yes.
she's unalived. She's unalived.
She's unalived.
Yes.
Okay. And so what's being done with him then?
Well, he's been charged. He's in a hospital because they shot him up during his arrest. He pulled a
Oh, they
weapon on the
did not
officers.
alive him either?
I guess Karma got bigger plans for him. I'm trying to figure out what it is, but I don't want to because I kind of got figured out in my head. And I don't want to picture it.
Well, it's an eye for an eye. That's in the biblical text.
So we got a male, right, on our panel, right? And we get more female perspectives over here, right? We on Lock Nation, right? What role do you think, right, community members play in identifying and addressing warning signs of abuse or violence?
So wait, say that part again.
What role do you think community members, right? It doesn't matter what community is in, right? Play in identifying and addressing warning signs of abuse or violence.
That's every community. Every community should be.
Because I feel as though that in every community, people turn a blind eye in situations like this, but yet want to sit here and.
As a matter of fact, we used to have, back in my day, community meetings every Wednesday. Or was it every Thursday? No, it was every Wednesday. So
we still got them, but people don't attend them.
Yeah, but we were younger then. I don't know what it is now, because mainly everybody attends to their own, and it's just so diverse that everybody thinks it's just one big melting pot, when really it isn't, because you have a diverse of blacks over here, diverse of whites over here, Mexicans over there, Italians over here, and they all do their thing. So, but I mean, like, it all depends on where I'm. It all depends on where you're from, and some places I don't know what it is they do. I mean, of course, you got the YMCA still. You got the YMCA, and they do very minimal stuff unless somebody gets unalived, and then all of a sudden they want to have this big ceremony at the YMCA. I don't know why.
I've never seen the YMCA do shit here in Philly, but I guess.
I mean, it's not a lot of shit that happens anymore.
And I know you be bold with you be wrong and cut with your answers to questions, right? So, I mean, we have a case where, the system, right? Not just the system, but family has failed this child, right? Along with community, right? So, in your opinion, right, how can law enforcement and social services work together, right, more effectively to protect at-risk children like Keimani? I know you'd be raw and uncut, so.
I mean, that's tough, because, quite frankly, don't get me wrong, the police have their own families to protect and provide for. But if you're going to be really serious about it, then you can't just say, well, I want to see this done, and I want to see that done, because a lot of females, don't get me wrong, they're the first voices, and so they end up screaming, community, and so when we say, well, money has to take place, and it's like, I'll get back to you. No, you're either gonna let me know now, or you might as well just do your own thing if you can. It has to happen right then. I mean, you don't no playing around with it, because, like I said, they have their own families to deal with, right? So it should start with you. it should start with your neighborhood, your community, gathering up as you used to do. I don't know if you still do that. I don't know. I don't know about Philly. I don't know about Virginia. I don't know about New York. I don't know about Maine. I don't know about. I don't know too much about Michigan because I haven't visited Michigan in about 4 years. But I do know this: if you're real serious about it, you would do it. You would mainly do it, and then of course, law enforcement can get involved if you're serious. Your congressman and everybody else can get involved if you are serious. You can't be playing around with this type of thing. You can't. People are getting sick. People are getting sick and tired of wasting time, money, and this is the reason why. I mean, this is the reason why we have Trump in office, and you wonder why Trump if he can snap his fingers, there will be new world order all around. But you need to show him, just like you show everybody else, that we ain't playing.
For sure. That's what I constantly say.
I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you who to hang out with. Whether it be your senator. I mean, there was a video when we did. I don't know if you've seen it. The Sonia Massey thing, when that happened, we had everybody and their mama come to that meet. Everybody, including, I think it was like a senator or something like that. And you know how real it was? People who weren't even involved in this started honking their horns real loud.
You ain't lying though.
That's how serious it got. But we maintain course.
It's kind of like what's happening right now with the Keimani Latigue case right now. Everybody's coming together.
You have to.
But it's crazy, right? Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
But I was gonna say it's crazy that it takes for this to get this far, because when they see the red flags, they stay quiet. But then everybody, like we was talking about it earlier, right? But everybody comes and speaks out when, unfortunately, the victim's not here no more. But when people got the opportunity and the chances to try to save this victim, they don't do it. They give cheeks, so many cheeks, they turn it, I'm just trying to figure out how many cheeks you got to turn, because you got 2 on your face and 2 on your behind. You see where I'm coming from? Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. I apologize.
I mean, you got senses. You got 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 2 nostrils, but 1 mouth. You see something, say something.
And it's like I tell people, I'm only one person. As a leader of my community, right, I stand on what I believe in, and I also fight for what I believe in. But it's crazy that, sometimes, like I tell them, y'all make me feel like I'm fighting for something that I shouldn't be fighting, because how bad do y'all really want it? You see my point? I know how bad I want it. That's why I'm speaking up by any means necessary. But y'all, it's like y'all still got strings attached to y'all backs, and I'm not the puppet master. Trust and believe that's not what I want to be. Y'all got Trump for that. I'm sorry.
Well, let me ask you. That is hilarious. Well, let me ask you personal. What does your man's and them think about that?
Who?
Think about this whole case.
My who?
Your man's and them.
Oh, my man's. My man. He said my man's. I'm like, wait, my friends? Like my man's?
My man's and them. I'm going old school on you.
I was like, wait. My fiance, all right, my other half, he's disgusted by this case, and he feels the same way that I feel. And what's crazy is trust me, he could be an asshole about this too. But the way you think and the way I'm thinking is already in his mind. And like he says, people don't really want change. I say the same shit. And it's going to take us, right? But people are so stuck up the president's ass they're not realizing that these changes that we need, these policies that need to be changed, right, reformed and everything, needs to be done amongst the community, right? We, the people, is not a cult. We, the people, is us. We go over there, congressmen, legislators, demand what is needed. See, but we don't do it. We're not united enough. We're too divided to the point that, when, after the war is over, the bombs have been thrown, right, and the smoke clears up, we still got debris in our eyes.
You guys should hook up with Jamal Johnson, Umar's father.
Oh,
that's
I'm like,
Umar's
wait, who's
father.
Jamal Johnson? I'm like, wait, what?
He does community. He's an activist in his community. He's from Philly. He's from Philly, so he's from the area, I think.
That's why I said, like, I've heard a little bit about Umar Johnson, but not people that have met him directly here in Philly. But they don't have nothing bad to say about Umar Johnson. Now, when it comes to people on the internet, and I've heard about Umar, I'm like, oh shit, I don't even want to be a part of this. Like, did people really say that? Did he really do this? You see, because I'm not a part of his life. So it's like I see two different things. It's two different worlds for me when it comes, about him. But people that I know don't directly know him. They just know of him. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
That's different because Jamal, he's for that part of the city. Umar is worldwide, so they're on different paths. But again, what he does for his city, his town. Stop the gun. What was it? Stop the gun violence. He's real a big advocate for stopping guns from entering into the wrong hands. So I would suggest do
He's
that.
an advocate.
Yes, he's an advocate for gun violence. For
All right, I'm about to show you something real quick. I want to see if that's him, just in case. Hey man, people know I do my research. I don't just talk to talk. So welcome to the live, guys. Is this him?
Yep. Yeah, it'd be him.
North Philly raised. Okay, he's a veteran. Oh shit, I've never heard about him. And you is speaking
U.S.
facts.
Army.
Yeah, that's him. Before I got into doing my research, because I see it says meet the North Philly raised Marine
Where
veteran.
do you think Umar gets his discipline from?
Okay, so I'm definitely gonna check him out. I didn't know about him until you said it.
Like I said though, if you're serious about what you do, right? Don't waste
He's okay. I see why I haven't. He's part of little organizations. All right, I've been so far in tune with big organizations and stuff like that and politicians. I got to take it down one little notch. I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I got to take it down one little notch. I'm too far up the chain right now.
And so just
No, but you speaking facts because I gotta go in, I gotta go down a little bit and enter, these little communities too and these little events smaller too to get what I'm looking for too. I get what you're saying because I didn't even know about him at all. Nobody mentions him. Well, and I know about organizations and events, but nobody mentions him.
Yes, but I just if he is mentioned in a negative light, but it's not how big you think it is. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got to bring it down a little notch because I see there's smaller organizations out here in Philly.
It starts all small. It starts all small.
Okay. So shout out to We Unlock Nation. I tell y'all, man, we learn something new every day. And even if you're in your own city, you could know a lot, but doesn't mean you know everything. I just learned something new today, and this is about my own city. We Unlock Nation is not from Philly. So big shout out to We Unlock Nation, yo, teaching me something new, and I'm definitely gonna get into this. Trust me. I'll bring y'all updates in the future.
You have a basketball team in Philly, right? Do you have Of course you have a basketball. That's stupid.
They got different basketball teams. Not into sports.
Right. But I'm just saying, do you see any sports figures doing for their communities like other, regular human beings?
I know that supposedly there's I'm not sure if he was NBA or NFL. I forgot his name. But he's got this big community out here, right? And he bought something here in HP in Hunting Park. He bought some shit. He was supposed to be doing something that has to do with the youth and all that, but I haven't heard nothing from it since like the past 2 years. So I don't know if he's really, opened it up, like, or what. But I do know that the resources and the programs are coming back to Philly since he's done whatever he's doing. But from him, I haven't heard nothing else.
Okay.
And then you got Will Smith. He's a celebrity. Will Smith is also known for, donating computers the same way Kevin Hart does to our schools here in Philadelphia. That I can vouch for. Sorry.
I hate to be controversial with you.
No, I know that they got a bad side. Listen, it's a shame.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh,
I already know where you're going with it. I can read your mind. I'm not going there with that. I could care less about that. Whatever you do in your bedroom is your business. I'm talking about you have all this money. You're damn near a billionaire, and there ain't not one supermarket built in our name.
Oh shit.
There's not one hospital built. Because usually around this time, and I don't want to strike your channel, but the C word is still out there. And
wait, the what is still out? Okay, listen, you're gonna have to be wrong. I'm cut on that one.
Okay, again,
I ain't worried about a strike. I'll figure it out.
And then hit. Hit.
Okay, when you be
staying in your this one where you stay in your room for about a week until that thing clears out, or you might just end up kicking the bucket. COVID.
Okay. I'm gonna teach you a new word, the jab, or you can say the pandemic, and I'll catch you right away.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot.
That's how I was like, wait, what? There's so many C words out here. I was like, wait, where are we going with this?
People mess up.
No, wait, I was just hoping I wasn't learning a new word because listen, I'm from North Philly, right? And sprinkles are also called jimmies, right? But I also learned that in Detroit and Australia and shit like that, jimmies are condoms. And I was like, wait, hold, wait a minute.
That's an old term.
So I'm over here like, well, wait a minute. I call sprinkles jimmies. I call my daughter a little Jimmy. She's my little chocolate Jimmy. So when everybody's like, wait, you call your daughter what? I'm like, what's going on there? It's like, oh, it means this over here. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, I was stuck on like, wait, am I learning something new? We don't like nation. Please prepare me. Please.
You call your rubber glove.
Listen, man, I was stuck on stupid for a second. Then I caught on. I'm like, oh shit! I didn't know they meant that somewhere else.
There you go.
Yo, I'm over here thinking bacon, cookies, and all that stuff. Yeah, we're gonna play the video. Yo, we don't like nation funny as shit. But don't worry about that over here, shit. I'll figure the way around.
You the one that came up with the term. What the hell?
No, because shit, my baby is my little chocolate sprinkle. I just didn't know that it meant something else somewhere else. My little chocolate Jimmy. I'm like, what the
I
fuck?
could just see y'all in the park meeting with someone's like, hey, what's up? What's up with little shorty? Oh, this is my little Jimmy right here. It's like, what?
Yo, people funny as shit. But let's get back on topic, yo. Let's continue listening to the grandmom, right? And let's see what she got to say.
Of all of that, you know, when in the foster, was she in the foster care system? Can you clear up a little bit of all of that? You know, when Keimani was placed in your care, you know, when is the LCCS? Who exactly did she come from, and how did she?
She came from her other legal guardian. I choose not to state her name, but she came from her other legal guardian because the other legal guardian and I were best friends. The other legal guardian is my daughter, Keimani's mom, godmother. And we had already discussed early on, because she's been with this person since she was 9 months old. My daughter has never really had custody of Keimani. So she's been with this person since she was 9 months old until, like I said, maybe 5.5 years ago.
But if y'all was watching, right, since the beginning, according to the mom, right, she had rights to her daughter because she is paying child support. So a week prior, you know, her daughter being unalived, her daughter was over there because that was her visitation day rights. You see where I'm coming from? So, but the grandmom is saying that the mom has never been there. Why does the grandmom have a different story, you know, from the daughter? According to the daughter, she has been a part of her. To Keimani's mother, which is, you know, this woman's daughter right here. She has been a part of her daughter's life, but the grandmother says she hasn't. So it's kind of like a he say, she say in this situation.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
Now, off and on, this person, we would interact and, you know, do different things with her, for her, or I would contact her and tell her, well, I need this, or Keimani would like that. And she would come by and oblige, and we would commence. It's just too much.
Earlier you mentioned, when you were talking about what Keimani was like, you know, you had mentioned that when family members did come over, who were allowed around her. Can you expand on that? Is there family members that weren't allowed around her?
No, it's just not very many that came around. And those that did, you know, she acted, as far as I'm concerned, she acted accordingly. She embraced all children, bad or good. Okay, next question.
What?
So now we do know.
I want y'all to peep how emotionless this grandmom is. She has no tears. Let's begin with that. And she can't seem to get her story straight.
Could it be a sign of frustration?
I don't know. To me, it's a sign of guilt.
Mm.
For me, I think it's a sign of guilt because according to one of the teachers, which was Keimani's teachers, right? They reached out from the school. They sent child services, right, to the house because Keimani had bruises, right? They suspected child abuse in the house. Why did DHS, you know, abandon this case? Because they said that they had closed the case. They neglected. Either they rejected the case or something. Listen, whatever happened, they still closed that case fast as shit. With them, you know, having reports from the school, right? With her having bruises in her body, y'all should shut the case down. Why? Instead of investigating. You see where I'm coming from? So child services also failed in this situation. Then you gotta. My bad.
I'm just saying, I never heard of any child having lacerations all over their body, and the investigation wouldn't be thorough.
Thank you.
That's beyond me, unless somebody's being paid under the table. I don't know. I don't want to make any speculation.
This is happening more and more with social services for some reason. they're neglecting these cases, but yet
the ones that don't get responsible. That's crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, you see these people, you know, you see so I don't know if it's that they get an itch to mess with somebody that's doing what they got to do, you know, that little hate, how can I say, that little hate green eye monster in their eyes or something. You see where I'm coming from? Like, this family is trying to get on their feet, they doing what they got to do, but somebody's hating, and they know that, you know, it is, how can I say, this family's getting harassed. I mean, you see it on a constant. Why you want to mess with this family that's on, you know, getting on their feet, trying to get the resources, you know, doing what they got to do already, but yet you want to refuse to take the case of the child where you got evidence that this child is getting abused. Yet over here, you have no evidence. It's a shut and closed case, but you want to keep fucking with the family for months. But over here, there's evidence, proof that this child is going through something. Oh, you want to shut and close this case. Y'all asshole backwards in the system right now.
Maybe some people need to be replaced in Congress.
Yes. I mean, I agree with you. I've been saying the same shit.
But again, it's if
some workers need to be fired and replaced too.
Let's give a ballpark figure. If like 1/3 of the community is not getting the results that they need, then it's your job to start replacing who is not giving you the results.
Facts.
It's your job. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
But can I say one thing, and you tell me if you agree or disagree?
What you talking about saying one thing? This is your shit.
No. I know, but still, like, you know, you can sit here and plead the fifth. So that's what, like, can I say one thing, and you tell me if you agree or disagree, right? I don't know, we're in the same mind state, you know, we think alike on this question, right? But can you agree that, or, you know, disagree with me that people are more focused on the president, right? That when it comes to communities, right, it is more local, right? It has to do more with Congress and the legislators. Like, people are so focused on the president that they're not realizing that he's not going to help us with what we need. He's doing, well, it doesn't matter what president is in office. Their job is not to, you know, deal with the stuff that's going on within our communities. You see where I'm coming from? The housing.
Their job is outside stuff.
Thank you. And I'm glad somebody else is saying the same thing, because I know I'm not going crazy. I know that I'm not the only one thinking logically on this shit. There's tears to this.
Have mayors. There's a reason why you have legislators. Legislators hold certain keys the same way that mayors hold certain keys.
Thank you. And each one does something differently.
But you have to watch out for those who you're voting for.
But they don't vote. That's my whole point. They don't even go to vote. And when, you know, it's time to vote for these people, I see it myself. And I'm, you know, I've spoken to people within different cities and states, right, when it comes to this, and they say the same thing. Very few people go to vote when it comes to the governors, the judicial voting thing, because it's all together, right? When you go vote for the senator, the governor, the mayor, then you also vote for the judges, the attorneys, and all that. But people don't even know that because they don't go to vote for them. They only know, oh, what president is going to be elected. You see where I'm coming from? Like, they don't even know that within our communities, we got to put these people in office. But every 2 years, because they don't have enough votes, right, they automatically put somebody else there, whoever, you know, they think. It's not even the ones that we're sitting here voting for. I'm sitting here like, how does that happen? They're like, well, they elected. They don't get enough votes. They automatically elect, you know, a senator, a governor and stuff like that. And they put people in Congress and in office. The judges is the same thing. I was like, oh, shit, I didn't know that. So that's why you see a lot of people here in North Philly, when it's time for, you know, time for vote for the governor, they go out and they try to get more people to vote. But what do people say? Oh, wait, we ain't got time for that. I don't want to do that. What's he going to do? Hello, that's where the policies come in place. That's where you go over there and make your demands. We the people, stupid. I'm sorry. It's kind of like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just ignorant and stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about.
This is the reason why EFI alluded to having an independent voting block, meaning everybody attending want to everybody attended, everybody agreed on one accord. And when you agree on one accord, that makes everything smooth for the most part. If
Mm-hmm.
if you say like for a person like Cory Booker, you don't try to spend too much time on Cory Booker or somebody like Kamala Harris, or I'm just giving examples. So, what is his strengths? What is his weaknesses? What can he do to um, pr- protect those in need? The things that we need in our communities, can he provide those things for us? And can he get it in a timely manner? Like people always often ask, when are we going to get this? When are we going to get that? We haven't got this yet. We haven't gotten that yet. You have to make that decision. And this is the
But
reason why we have everyone on one accord. If we can't agree to this person, then we move on to the next person. If we can't agree on that person, then we move on to the next until we, and there might not be anyone that's worthy, but somebody's going to be in office. Somebody's going to be in that chair. Someone's going to be in that seat. Someone's going to be in that desk. Someone's going to be in those offices. So you
okay,
have,
Commander. Sorry.
okay.
No, I was just telling Commander, okay. I had read a comment. My bad. Continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's what you have to do as one accordions. If you got 20, try to make it 40. If you have 40, try to make it 60. You need one voice to say, when we go vote, this is who we are voting on. And there are many selections. You have to choose which. The major ones are the most important ones. Everything else is just scraps. You can vote wherever you want to vote for. Like, like bench parks. Should we clean up the park? How are you gonna clean up the park? That's up to you. But when it comes to um, stories like this, right? When it comes to poverty, you're gonna have to pick and choose under one accordance. And I'll land there.
Facts. And since we on Lock Nation drop the mic, I'm gonna let the grandma continue speaking.
Know that Darnell, people are looking for Darnell Jones right now. The police are looking for Darnell Jones, and there's an arrest warrant out for him. Do you have any idea of his whereabouts?
Oh, well, to my knowledge, he was just arrested in Columbus. He just recently had a shootout with the police in Columbus. They're saying that he confessed to her murder. And no, I take that back. They're saying that he confessed to her and her throat.
How's it feel to learn that?
I can't even say.
As the police report mentions, Keimani was last seen with Darnell. Do you have any regrets of letting Keimani go with, as you're her guardian? Do you have any regrets of letting Keimani go with Darnell?
I do, only because, like I said, I feel deceived. I feel like this was pre-planned. I feel like you meant to do this. I feel like you was grooming her.
But if she felt like that, why is it that she gave permission for him, like I said, once again, without even taking him to a court, without getting a DNA test, right, to see if he was the biological father or not, right? You still gave him permission to take your granddaughter to the mom's house. You still gave him permission to be in and out of this girl's life within the past year since you've had custody of this child. If you felt like this, why did you do the complete opposite of it? If you was going to give him the benefit of the doubt, why not take him once again to see if everything was true? Then you see where I'm coming. Get supervised visits before you let this
Which is
your granddaughter go with him. But she did the complete opposite. She just let him in like nothing. So it's kind of like, I mean, she's at blame, and I don't know if she's trying to find a way, you know, to not take accountability, and that's what it's looking like to me.
Accountability.
For real, like, but you know.
This is why I give certain people the side eye. And I'll be damned. I don't give a damn if I'm in prison. You will have to come to me yourself and ask me to give permission to be with. And you know what? That's kind of funny because Anton Daniels, he says, and I'm starting to believe him, that you should just be with your biological father. You shouldn't be taking care of nobody else's kid. But that's, I don't know. To me, this is
it's crazy.
Rare. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. This is. I mean, you have to put like a physical number on it. So I'll say this. This is abnormal. In some capacity, but again, you have to go to the actual fathers, unless he's an ain't you know what dad that don't care for his child. Then
but it's crazy these fathers appear to care for their kids and then end up doing things like this.
Say it again.
I said it is just crazy, right? Because these fathers appear to care for their kids, but then end up doing things like this. How is that love? You see, yeah, so it is abnormal. It is not normal for a father to do things to their child like this. The same way that it is not normal for a mother to do the things that we have seen recently, you know, on the news or out here within our communities do with their daughters or their sons.
Right.
It's abnormal. And I don't know if it's that, you know, since the pandemic hit, you know, they're you know, seeding our clouds, right? And when it rains or something, you know, or when the wind blows, you know, we're getting, you know, like on Resident Evil when they throw the little vial, the virus spreads, but it's throughout all the, you know, throughout everything, right? So I don't know if that's kind of like what's going on, and whatever is out there is messing with the cells in our brains, and you know, discombobulating everything in our bodies, and you know, we're acting crazy because some of these mofos are acting like they're, you know, like they're cannibals. Like you're really unaliving your freak animals, right? I said cannibals. Shit, they're not eating their kids, right? Animals, they're unaliving kids.
You would be surprised what stories you find, even in the earlier days. You would be surprised.
Oh man, yo, that's my mind ain't curious. I ain't out there just searching. These things come to me. Oh man, Lord have mercy.
I mean, everybody's familiar with Jeffrey Dahmer, so I don't even have to bring that up.
Yeah, but he ain't eat kids. You see my point? Whoa, wait a minute.
Black folks like a mother. What makes you think he wouldn't eat a kid?
He was out there eating men. Bad man, bad boy. He was a bad dog. My bad. Like, oh my God.
I mean,
it is crazy when you hear. No, but it is crazy because Jeffrey Dahmer is not the first man that you would hear that has eaten, you know, humans, right? I don't know if there's actual humans that have eaten babies. I'm not curious enough to go search. Like if the story comes, it comes on some real shit. I'm not sitting here, you know, but listen, these stories already make me like, you know, want to sit here. I wish I could just change the world, but I know I can't, right? I can sit here and help the world, but mankind don't want to be saved. Mankind don't want change.
mankind wants change when it's convenient for them. If it's not, if it has nothing to do with his status quo, then no. And mankind will do any and everything to protect their own. But for people who actually care, and it's a very, very small amount. No, I'll have to take that back, because too many people care, but yet they don't really have a plan. They don't really have nothing structured. And so they have their own visions, like, we should do this, we should do that, we should do reform or some shit. No, we should just give guns to everybody, including the kids. No, we should do this. No, we should do that. I said, y'all just need to sit y'all asses down, because y'all ain't got no plan. You don't. You don't have a plan to see. The only thing you can do is to protect your own, protect and provide for your own.
You know what I say about us? Oh, go ahead. My bad.
I'm curious.
I want you to land your plan. I want you to land your plan. I mean, land your plane.
My plan is my plan.
I don't know why the hell I just said it like that. My bad. I want you to land your plane. I interrupted. My bad.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I be calling us, I feel as though that, we're the biggest virus, right? We're the ones that are sitting here infecting ourselves with, malicious thoughts. Like, we're the biggest virus. We're killing each other, and we're not just killing each other and hurting each other, right? We're killing this earth. We're killing this planet and everything that's with it. We're failing it, for real, for real. Without us, I think the earth will survive. It will thrive.
The earth will survive without you.
That's what I think. Real shit.
I mean,
and people get mad when I say that, but I'm like, but y'all don't see it.
Yeah, they'll survive without you.
I'm like, I don't see that shit.
As much shit as you put in your bodies, the earth is gonna heal up, heal itself, and all the plate tectonics, all the stuff, the massive solar flares, all the stuff that's out in the atmosphere, the big ball of rocks that everybody's so afraid of. Oh my God, the Earth's gonna hit Earth.
We create all this shit.
We'll be dead and gone by the time is it. But I'm gonna give you something. After I leave, I'm gonna give you something. I'm gonna put it on your IG. And you would be surprised who is solely responsible for chaos. You would be surprised.
I thought it was us.
It is us, but it's a form of a cult.
That's deep.
So you say you're a woman of research, right? As much research as you do, you should write a book. We're trying to figure out what you're gonna call that book.
I don't know. I'm still trying to work on my biography. How I, overcame, my past and survived.
And with the poetry you do, you should start off with you should start that shit off with a poetry. I'm
thinking more like, instead of like a biography, I think I'm throw that into like a story mode. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know if you understand. Since I survived it, I want to make it a little more, to draw the reader's attention. So I'm gonna have to like.
Well, the person that's doing that, you're gonna have an editor, and that person is going to go over with you that.
I've self-published already, so I was doing this shit on my own.
I'm not saying in the form of, okay, you got to pay this person to publish. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you're gonna have someone look over your work just in case there's some misspelling, some misconduct. Like, what are you trying to say in here? It's like, how does this story end? How does this story begin?
Right.
Such and such and such and such.
You
Because
learn that on my
people are going to look at your book, right? Like they look at everybody else's, and they're going to want to like be stimulant. They're going to want to visualize like I do. Like this woman.
That's
really,
one thing that I gotta say is this shit is gonna be graphic. That's why I also gotta sit here and figure out how I'm gonna do this too, because people don't understand. That's why I'm like, I gotta put it in a form. Books be more graphic when you realize I'm going more into details. You see where I'm coming from in a book.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy. That's why I be telling them, like, it's not that easy as, I know what I got to do. It's just not easy, That's why I was like, yeah, okay, I agree with you now, what you're saying. You're right, because I realized on my first book when I published it on one page, right? I was like, damn, I should have had an editor. I should have had somebody recheck this joint, but I wasn't thinking like that, man. I was like, man, I'm doing this shit on my own. I don't need nobody else. But you're right. When it comes to the story, I'm definitely going to need an editor because I don't want to make the first mistake that I did.
Right. I mean, Zoe does the exact same thing, but yeah.
Hi, Commander. Listen, Commander, if I let ChatGPT check my work, they're going to completely change my story for me. That's what I don't like about ChatGPTs, right? When they review and they check your work, they'll regenerate your work. And when they regenerate your work, they completely change your whole story. So basically, they're putting words in that I'm not even putting in there. I don't know if you understand. I prefer, an actual person rechecking my work just to make sure, okay, there's no misspellings. You're putting this in the right, I don't have no write-ons. You see where I'm coming from? I mean, what is it called? Yeah, write-on sentences and stuff like that. Commas are in the right place. But ChatGPT, I've tried that shit before and I was mad. I was like, I was trying it I think it was for one of my lyrical poems. They was like, try this out, because I was stuck, right? I had what you call a writer's block, right? So I was like, all right, fuck it, let me try the drawing that you gave me. I'm saying, I was like, why you giving me this dumb bullshit? It changed my whole poem the fuck around. It's not what I wanted to say. It's not even my thoughts.
You know what?
It changed my thoughts around.
You know what I would do for writer's block? Run around the block.
He's that run around.
It works for me.
I'm done. They got something for rappers too. They got one for rappers. They got one for writers. They got one
rappers.
For
they smoke weed.
I'm saying, get the fuck out of here.
They smoke it too good.
Then they got them drawings to help you do your essays. I was like, are you serious? I was like, that's why these kids are into this shit. No wonder some of them are getting kicked out of school too. Shit, the way this shit changed my whole poetry around, that shit probably searched around the internet and got the answers for them, and now they sitting here getting copyrighted. Real shit. I mean, it opened up my eyes. Like, that drawing pissed me off. They was like, but I thought it would help. How is it helping me if it's doing the work for me?
That's why I don't like AI as much. AI is now, something else.
For art, I wouldn't mind ChatGPT because it makes some good thumbnails. I'm not good at that. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. For that, I'll take the help, man. Come here, create. Let me tell you what I want you to do for me, and it'll do the art for you. I was like, damn, I don't gotta break a sweat. Yes, for thumbnails and stuff like that, I wouldn't mind that. But why would you want somebody to sit here and write your own story or sit here and do the work for you? It's not even your own thoughts is my point. So can you claim it to be your own work? And I'm sorry, but I'm proud of my poetry. Like, I take pride in it. Like, it came from me. It came from my head. Those are my thoughts. That's how I perceive shit. So for somebody to come and switch some shit around, that would piss me off.
You put whatever it is, what work you have done, put on it, has spent time, effortless time, because
exactly.
let's just face it, it's just real hard to even do a book, let alone sit there and concentrate and just let your mind form a sentence, and it just keeps going and going and going. And
better when it comes from
time you stop is the one time you stop is like it's like you can't take breaks. I mean, you can take a break, but you just your mind is constantly going.
Facts.
Right?
And you're learning in the process.
Why you have a writer's block is because you're doing something else, or you're thinking about something else.
I get it because I got PTSD, so sometimes I do get a writer's block because I get so caught up because of my thoughts, the nightmares. I don't know how to explain it sometimes, or I'm in a situation where it takes me back to the past and I can't focus. But then sometimes that ends up helping me out. You see where I'm coming from? In the long run, I take the time and I sit down and analyze my thoughts, and the words just come out.
Yep.
So it's a matter of getting my thoughts together, my anxiety. Like when my anxiety kicks in, that's what doesn't help me think, doesn't help me, focus and, get my thought process, to do what it has to do. And that's why I tell people sometimes it's us, like, the environment we in. But like you said earlier, what we put in our bodies. Because like when I get anxious and I get depressed and stuff like that, like I'll go straight to, chocolates, sodas. I'm not eating properly. You see where I'm coming from? So now it's nothing but sugar in my body. I'm like healthy shit like that. So I tell people, yeah, I really increases myself. But can I control it? Yeah.
Celery, minty. What's that? What's that flavor that you can get from the store, but it looks like it's molded? What is that called?
I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember it. It's in my head, but it won't come out. It won't roll out my tongue.
You chop it up. Yeah, you chop it up. It's I'll think of it in a little bit, but
yeah.
Anything green will help your memory. Beet juice.
That's one thing I can't. Ooh, I hate beets. And I love vegetables and fruits though, but beets, eggplants.
You want your kidneys to continue functioning? Get that beet juice in you.
It's just the taste of it and the texture of the beets. Like
you can put like bell pepper. You can put like pepper. You can put all types of stuff in there.
No, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. The beet juice makes one hell of a dye.
And it doesn't have to be, but that small of a cup. I'm not saying like a bottle like this. I'm saying put them in little jars like this big, and just gulp it down in one swipe. That's it.
I might try it. I might mix in some honey and some cucumbers in that John to change the flavor on that John, hopefully. And some honeydew. I'm a weirdo.
Go ahead and play the clip, and I will be right back with you.
All right, got you. Let's continue, guys. We're getting back on topic, y'all, man. Shout out to We Unlock Nation, yo. I love having conversations with him, man. If y'all, haven't checked him out, go check out We Unlock Nation, yo. You won't be disappointed on his live show.
When you say grooming her, is there things that you saw before this?
No, there. I.
They talking about grooming. I'm about to rewind it I'm about to rewind it 5 seconds, right? Now, Commander, right, has said, right, let's bring a topic. Where is it? Where is Commander's topic? All right, here we go. Riders. No. All right, here we go. Maybe we could have a stream on grooming, warning signs, and etc. All right. We could do that. We're gonna have a part 3 on grooming. That would be a part 3, right? We've done it before on our lives, right? So we will do another live, and I will do that one to be an open panel, right? So she has a great website here that I'm going to read to y'all after the grandma speaks, right? And we're gonna read, right? What is it called? It's called grooming. Know the warning signs. So the grandma mentioned grooming in here, right? And that's another thing, right? As a parent or as a guardian of a child, right? When you see the signs of grooming, do you sit around and wait for something to happen, or do you, take heed, right, and do something about it, right? So we're gonna read about the signs of grooming, right? And it falls under the umbrella of sexual assault for those of y'all that don't know, right? And for people that think, people out there have groom kids but they don't touch them. Hello, listen, I want to tell y'all something, right? Not every sex offender is in the list. All right, they don't get in the list until they get found, right? Until they get exposed, right? And with the way families are and people in the communities keeping things hush, a lot of these sex offenders, right, are kept on the low. People don't know about them. The red flags are there, but motherfuckers think that they're an adventure at Six Flags. For real, for real. All right. So with that being said, right, let's continue and let's listen to what this grandma has to say. I've been looking at this. I was wondering in the beginning why the grandma, people was judging this grandma like this. But me, myself, listening to her, right, even with the longer interview, I'm looking at her sideways and I have doubts and I have questions too. How can a grandmother let this happen? Like, what in our society, what in our communities do we have to change, right, for stuff like this to happen? For our little angels, right, for our little angels not to get their wings broken, right? Because I'm telling y'all right now, heaven's playground is getting full and God is getting furious, right? So with what we know, right, what insights can law enforcement and social services gain from tragedies like this to improve future interventions, right? And in my opinion, right, unless we the people come together and get these policies into place, we're not going to see no change. But once again, it's we the people united. But right now we're so divided that we're crumbling and we can't even see that.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat.
All right, bet.
Not the back chat, but I put it in the chat. So.
Oh, okay, in the regular chat.
In the regular chat.
Okay, I got you. All right, guys.
But at any rate, you're absolutely correct in your statements. It's not about who is going to do, it's who is willing to do what needs to be done. And you don't have to take everybody with you.
Facts.
But for those who do understand where you're coming from, it will be no question, no doubt. No question, no doubt. Shit needs to get done without any complications, without any back talk. This is like, you want to be over there, stay over there. It's like, we got work to do over here.
For real, because that's why my focus. Go ahead.
Say that again?
I said that's why my focus is now on those that want the help. Those that don't want it, listen, when you're ready, y'all know where we at. But in the meantime, stay where you at.
They're gonna ask you, what do you do?
Huh?
What can you bring to the table? What is your end game?
Mine's, like I said, I came on here for a reason. I speak up for the kids. And I've already brought solutions to the table when it comes to our schools. You see where I'm coming from? I'm actually fighting. I'm actually attending these community meetings. I'm trying to do something. And thanks to not just me, but a lot of parents out here, right? I just had a conversation with my daughter's teacher the other day. The school that she's attending right now is in the process of getting more cameras in their school, not just the class dojo cameras. You see where I'm coming from? So the fight is working. And you don't see us protesting. You don't see us, doing that. What we're doing is networking, right? Together, we're mixing and we're mingling, trying to get parents together to come to these meetings, right? To make a difference, to make a change within our schools. So it's kind of like, it took us a minute, but we're getting there.
I always refer people to go back and look at Lean on Me, because that was the movie. But it happened in real life, though.
Yeah, I remember it. It's been a minute since I've seen it, but I know what you're talking about. That was one of, yeah, I know what you're saying. It was a sad movie though. Blessings, blessings, Mel Dub. Welcome, guys. Make sure y'all go check out Mel Dub, man. Great conversations, great topics. He is a teacher, right? And he also brings up topics about what's going on in our schools, right? So big shout out to Mel Dub, right? If y'all haven't checked him out, make sure y'all do. Y'all will not be disappointed. And he's also funny as hell. How's my best friend doing, yo? He's got this dog, right? He's a mutt. Just like me, he's a whole mixed breed. Anyways, let's get back on topic, yo. Let me know how my bestie is doing over there. I love this little dog. It's so cute. I just love this dog. I'm sorry, the little girl, came out of me. I apologize, guys. Now let me get the grown woman out and let's get back on topic.
Grooming her. Is there things that you saw before this?
Like, you meant to do this. I feel like you was grooming her.
When you say grooming her, is there things that you saw before this?
No, I never saw anything out the ordinary. But when molesters decide to choose prey, they groom you first. So they give you gifts. They try and make you comfortable with them. They try and say little things to you that you and they can keep secret, and then eventually they pounce. And that's how I feel that how all of this is played out, I feel that's what happened. She was a virgin. She didn't like boys.
There's also comments, and we're just trying to address those and get those addressed. But there's comments online and speculation again that, Keimani, her home situation, she was a. What do you have to say?
Facts, Commander. Grandma knows a lot about groomers. So if you saw the red flags, why you ain't stopping? Because we know Keimani didn't see it because she's the child. She's the one that's supposed to be blind and ignorant to the facts, but you're the adult. What did you do to step in? He didn't show signs, but you knew it. Which one was it? How did he not show signs, but you knew it? She's not making sense. Oh shit! Why did it fast forward like that? Go back.
And that, Keimani, her home situation, she was a. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, whose eyes? Because she was not. Yes, she was chastised whenever she was wrong or did things wrong. Other than that, she was not just whooped for no reason or just because I felt like it. I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSB on her behalf when she went to Bennett Academy. And they came in, they did a case study and closed it. They've stated there's a way to chastise children without physically harming them. And you need to on their behind, nowhere else. So, okay, with that in mind, I knew that. So she didn't have like bruises all over.
How long ago was that when they came?
But according to one of the teachers, she had bruises. According to Keimani's friends, she had bruises. But wait, why does it have to take CPS, DHS, however y'all call it? In my city, we call it DHS. In other cities, right, they call it CPS, right? But it doesn't matter what you call it, Department of Human Services, right? Why does it take the Department of Human Services to come teach a grown woman how to discipline, right, or chastise, the child that she has under her care, like if she didn't raise kids before? And like, to her, she had no bruises, but according to the teacher and according to the friends, she was full of bruises. Shout out to We Unlock Nation, yo. I didn't notice that he dropped down, man. I appreciate you for coming up here, man, having this conversation with a shorty, putting your input here, man. I love your perspective, right? Like, you know, and we get very few males to come on here and give their perspective, right? Besides the word, right, man? But, you know, listen, man. The word is the boss over here. Like he's the king over here between the Writers for Life, right, panel, and you know his own the 9% over there, man. Shout out to the 9%, right? I need Commander to write down in the chat, right? You know the little slogan for the 9%, man. So shout out to the word, the king of the 9%, yo, for real, man. Like. He's the one that'll sit here and break everything down for y'all, man. So shout out to him, man, for, you know, sitting here taking a shorty under her wing and teaching her a lot, man. The commander says, right back on topic, it's sad that the man can't be kind to the children without being side-eyed because of sick assholes who give men a bad name. That's some real shit, yo. That is some real shit. And what's crazy, right? We all have questions, right, about what you know, what makes us as humans have these types of behaviors and stuff like that, right? And you know, why is it that you know people are doing these type of things? And it's crazy that this goes all the way back in time, right? This shit goes all the way back in time, and I keep hearing people about breaking the chains, right? Breaking the cycle. But how can we break the cycle, right? How can we break the chains to be who we're truly, you know, the chains of society, to be who we're truly meant to be? If we keep making the same mistakes, we don't learn from these mistakes, you know, the first or the second time we do it, right? And I was taught that, you know, life is like a baseball game, 3 strikes and you're out. So, you know, that's how I treat life. Life is like a fucking baseball game. You get 3 strikes. On the 3rd strike, you're out. You get no more chances. I don't care if it's in a relationship. I don't care if it's family-wise. I don't care if it's out here within your community. You see where I'm coming from? So you got to cherish every day in your life. Cherish those that you got around you, right? And in order for you to do that, right, you have to sit here and you have to sit here and take a step back. Like, yo, you got to learn how to respect yourself, right? You have to learn how to have morals, right? Have dignity. You see where I'm coming from? In order to have others to treat you the way that you want to be treated. But it's crazy that even when you got that, you got motherfuckers out here trying to still test you a gangster. But in situations like this, right? What I hear so many people say, I do this, I do that. You know, when this happens, if this was to happen to me, I would do this. But look, we see situations like this happen within our own communities, whether they pop up in the news or not, whether the media sits here and puts, you know, how can I say, puts battery packs in our backs, right? And tries to gaslight us, have us on go mode, right? On a mission, ready to rant, right? And we have to analyze, right? What is going on around us? Take the time to think. And that's what a lot of us don't do. Logic isn't logic no more. And that's why I say big shout out to the word, right? Because he breaks all this shit down. Us as a society, us as humans, us as civilians, right? Us as citizens, right? We have not seemed to found a way to break the chains of society to be who we're truly meant to be. Some have, and I give them a big shout out, right? A big shout out for those that have found a way to break, you know, the chains of society and be who they're truly meant to be. And what's crazy, those that have found a way out, right, and think for themselves, right, and they're not sitting here with fucking strings attached to their backs, right, listening and waiting for their master's next command, get bashed, get talked about. People cannot stand the fact that, you know, they got opinions, they got solutions to bring to the table. That's real crazy. There are shout out to Mel Dub. Mel Dub says there are a lot of child advocates who are silent against the behavior of their own family members who are predators, and that's some real shit. Yo, we've talked about this time after time on this panel, right? Big shout out to Mel Dub for saying that, man. I appreciate the comment, right? A lot of people are even scared to say that, and I don't even know why. This is why I prefer to be a free thinker, for real, my own person. Because a lot of people, I don't know where they get the research from, but once again, right, A predator is not going to be on the list. A sex offender is not going to be on the list, right? Until they are caught, until they are exposed. And unfortunately, right, with the record that this man had, too many people, right, kept silent to whatever was going on. The same thing with the grandma. Why didn't nobody speak up besides the teacher and her friends in the school, right? You know, in her family, within our in her community, right? Because I know they saw the signs too, because they was all speaking up afterwards. But unfortunately, people have the tendency of speaking up after the situation has happened. It's crazy. And Mel Dub is right. We got child advocates to do it. We got family members that do, you know, they'll sit here and shh, keep everything on the hush. Everything is kept on the low. And guess what? The kids suffer. Then you hear everybody, I'm sorry that this happened. I wish I could have did something. I wish I could have helped them, right? It's kind of like in the Menendez case, right? The family members were listening, they're hearing what was happening in the household, but they kept it silent. A lot of them didn't even speak up until these kids sat here and unalived their parents. So it's unfortunate that in today's society, right, it hasn't stopped. It's been happening for the longest. This is something that has not stopped. If anything, it's gotten worse and deeper. And that's crazy. But yet people scream for solutions. And when they got the solutions in their face, they'll sit here, oh, that ain't going to work. I hear 1,000 excuses on why this solution will not work. Let's make it make sense, man. And I hope that don't go over y'all heads what I was trying to say, man. I hope y'all understood where I was going with that. Like, man, changes need to be made, especially to these policies, right, when it comes to our kids. But people, when it's time to do that, find ways to make excuses on why these changes won't work, right? And with that being said, let me ask y'all this one question before I continue, right, with the video, right? In what ways can education and awareness campaigns help prevent violence and foster stronger communities, right? Accountability. And how can communities move beyond outrage, right, to actionable solutions that genuinely protect children and address the root, right, of causes of violence? Man, hopefully I get y'all comments down below, right, and we can get the discussion started, right? And for those of y'all in the chat, man, I would love to hear what y'all think, right, based on these questions that I've asked, man. Every live that I do like this, right, I either ask, questions, right, based on the, topic, or I'll, bring it up a notch and start asking mind-provoking questions, right, on these questions, because I would love to hear the solutions that we got to bring to the table. What changes can be done? How can we do it? And why should we do them?
Came into your home.
I would say the latest, it was approximately 7 months ago.
And so you say the latest. So was it a few times that they came into your
It
home?
was twice total.
So twice total that they came into your home. Check. Okay. And it was all for chastity, like you mentioned, what you just said.
Facts, Mel, the facts.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of, this whole situation, so you were not arrested, correct? And that's
Correct.
what
So she says
seemed to think as they saw you going out and cuss. That's what you asked for, correct?
Yes.
I think she's being investigated.
So my first question for you, can you tell me your relation to Dorothy?
I'm Dorothy's second oldest daughter. I'm Keimani's aunt. My name is Sanika. I live in Indianapolis. All this that is going on is devastating. You wouldn't think that, you see it happen around the world, but when it hits close to your heart, you really just be thinking like, did I do something wrong? Did I fail her? She didn't have the life to live that we have got to grow and live. She was only 13. So to know that somebody that I trusted, which was her father, to come through and deceive us just to get to Keimani in some way or a harmful way, that hurts me to the fullest. And the point I feel like I failed her. Me as being her aunt, a person that she could run to and tell anything and everything to. That was
That was my girl. That was my baby. And to hear all of this, to know all of this, and to be going through all this and hearing it for as long as that it went on, it's very devastating. I see so many people that are supposed to be my family that's going against my mom and me for that instance. And
But according to rumors, people in the community are saying that True was leaving your niece outside when y'all would leave for hours at a time. Why would you leave your niece outside for hours at a time? I feel as though that this whole family was toxic. This whole family was either mentally or physically abusing this 13-year-old girl, and she was looking for an escape. But I also feel as though that the grandmother and the father, right, because there's rumors about them being secret lovers. I'm really starting to believe the secret lover rumors, yo, because it's odd. So there's a piece of this puzzle missing. There's a few pieces missing that would connect the dots on some real shit that would help us solve the puzzle.
And saying like, oh, she failed her, she had something to do with it, she had this and that. It doesn't matter at this point. For right now, and until we get justice for Keimani, it's all about Keimani. What I would like to say is there's a lot of people on the internet starting GoFundMes, and that's not what we need right now, because it's not what Keimani needs. The funeral home has objected to say that they're going to come and pay for everything. So there's no need for any GoFundMe pages, any of that. Everything is being taken care of that needs to be taken care of by her family, her immediate family.
Does it upset you that there are GoFundMes? Some of them, I think, in cases might be scams too, as well. That are
what upsets me is that people are starting these GoFundMe pages and putting Keimani name underneath it, and they know that it's going to get viewed, and people have sympathy and feel some type of way about that. And some of them can be scams, but I know some of them have come from family members. When just let the immediate family handle that. Like, what y'all gonna do with the money if y'all not turning it into the funeral home? There's no need. Let us handle it. Y'all just sit back and give us the emotional support that we need. That's what we need right now. As a family, as a community, we should all come together and just give each other the emotional support that we honestly need. And that's just what I asked for everybody to, calm down, breathe. I know this is a hard time, because it's not just a hard time for y'all. This is a rough time for me. I just need y'all to come together and understand that we need each other as a community, as a family, and emotional support is what we need the most in this situation.
Yesterday the crowd was, if you were here, I'm assuming, the crowd was very upset, lots of emotions going through too, especially at this time with such a sensitive situation.
Let me pause it real quick, right? What she was saying, I'm gonna rewind back the news reporter's question in 1 second, right? But based on what the aunt was saying, right? She's saying that there's not enough support, right, amongst the communities, right? So let me ask you all one question, right? And I would love to hear your comments down below, right? How can communities move beyond outrage to actionable, right, solutions that genuinely protect children and address root causes of violence, like in situations, right, in the situation of Keimani Latigue? I would love to hear your responses down below, and let's get the discussion started, right?
We've heard multiple comments out in the crowd, that lots of emotions going through. Yesterday, if you were here, I'm assuming, the crowd was very upset, lots of emotions going through too, especially at this time with such a sensitive situation. We've heard multiple comments out in the crowd, attacking or pointing fingers at your mom. So, what has it been like trying your support system and helping her out?
In a way, you have to be mature enough to decide, am I going to follow along with the crowd, or am I going to, stick around with the loner? I'm to the point where I'm not following nobody. I'm going with what's right. If it was your mother, if it was your niece, would you console your mother? Would you console the person that was closest to her, who lived with her? I'm not out to have a torch in the pitchforks and all out to go against anybody except the person who did this, which I believe was her father, Darnell. I don't have any other anger pushed towards anybody else. I'm angry that this happened, but I'm angry at the person who did this.
Do you know if have you been in contact with Tiara, the mother?
Yeah, I've been in contact with my sister. It's been briefly. It's been over through text. Like I said, I live in Indianapolis. I seen her yesterday, but that was very brief. It wasn't even more than 5 minutes. It was more or less that she wanted to show me my other niece, Kazaria, which is Keimani's youngest sister. But it wasn't like it was oh sis, what are we gonna do? Any of that. And I just.
But yet, according to the mom says, right, if y'all rewind back, if y'all go to the beginning of this live, right, according to the mom, she still has rights over her daughter. She's paying child support. She pays $900 a month, to have her daughter to part of her life, right? And allegedly, according to the mom, the grandmother was getting tired, right? And they was in the process of going to the court so that the grandmother can get full custody to the mother because the grandmother didn't want Keimani anymore. But when you hear the interview, the mom and the aunt, Keimani's mom's sister, have a complete different story. They're bashing the mom. But yet the mom says that she, has been a part of her life. It's just that, they took her daughter away when she was 9 months. We don't really completely know why they took her daughter away, right? But according to her, she's been trying to get her daughter back. According to her. So I'm not nobody to sit here and bash this mother or judge her. Am I giving her the side eye a little bit? Yes. Because, it's a lot missing in this, in this picture. And the pieces of the puzzle are not there for me to solve it, to see, what the real picture is behind all this, what really happened. So I'm not just going to jump to conclusions and jump out the window. We don't know what happened. Like I said earlier, unlike the, Janiyah Russell case, right? We know why the mother didn't have custody of the 5-year-old daughter, right? And why and how she ended up, being unalived under her biological father's care and stepmother's care. But over here, we know that that Keimani's father is guilty, right? That he chopped his daughter's hands off, right? She had lacerations in her neck, like deep cuts, right? I guess I don't know if he was trying to cut her neck off or what, but we know that he sexually assaulted her, right? Mom said that there was some type of mental health issues. Mom told the grandmother that was the biological father, right? But the grandmom is the one that sat here and gave him permission. She's the one that had the custody to say so, right? But according to the grandmom, the mother told her, right, that was not the biological father. But if you go back to the beginning of this life, right, according to the mom, right, she never told her mother, right, Keimani's grandmother, that the dad was not the biological father, that she don't know where she would get that from. So it's kind of like more of a he say, she say. They're all throwing the blame at each other and can't nobody take accountability for what had happened before, this situation led to this child being unalived and found.
I don't wish this on nobody. I really don't. I could, your mind go different places when it's a baby. That was a baby. Like I said, I have a very close relationship with Keimani. She was a tomboy. She wasn't out looking for, trying to be fast or, mischievous or any of that. So for her mother to come down and have all this to say and all that, Tier, where was you for the past 4 years? We haven't seen you since Keimani TikTok party. You haven't called her. You haven't sent her anything. You haven't said, oh, baby, I'm going to come get you for a weekend. We haven't seen you until this happened. Why we got to see you when it's a tragic moment? So, Tiara, where do you stand?
And Tiara lives in Cleveland, correct?
Yes.
And so the past 4 years, you're saying there was very little communication.
Very, very minimum. It wasn't even, she'll call my mom. She'll go through me and say, have you talked to mommy? And I'm like, no, about what? And she'll say, oh, well, she got custody of Keimani and she trying to get child support from me. So it wasn't that Tiara was concerned about Keimani. It was more of the why she wants child support from me.
What is the relationship?
They had their words, they fought. Keimani mother has a godmother that Keimani was with before my mom got her. And there was no communication then from Tierra. Tierra had just, I feel like Tierra just let her go. Because any mother would be on her toes to get her children back. That wasn't the case here. It just wasn't.
When was Keimani taken away from Tierra?
I'll say about 7-8 months. And then Tierra godmother stepped in and got custody of Keimani, which would have been around 9 months. Yeah, and Keimani had been with that lady from 9 months all the way up until about, I'd say 5.5 years ago. So it wasn't like Tierra was actually in the picture, you know, saying, hey, maybe I can start getting myself together to get my child back so nobody else can get her.
You're worried.
But according to the mom, she had rights. She still had rights over her child, right? And the week prior, once again, Keimani was over at her house, right? Which in that occasion, the grandmother gave permission to the father to drive the granddaughter to the mother's house so that she could have her visitation rights with her daughter, right? According to the mother, she pays $900 a month of child support and has visitation rights with her daughter. The only thing we don't know is why her child was taken away from her, because according to the mom, the child was taken from her, right? But according to the family, the mom gave her rights away. So we don't really know in details what happened there. So I can't really get into it. So far as a he say, she say. So unless I know what really happened, I'm stuck. My thoughts is in midair.
For Keimani's safety with any of the family members or anyone?
I wouldn't say I was worried because I was here. I was here every winter break, spring break, holidays, birthdays. I was here for Keimani. Yes, you come and you enjoy time with your family, but I was here for my niece. I also brought my youngest sister and her 2 kids from Indianapolis to be here for Keimani because we've been in the system before. So I know how it feels to feel like, dang, I'm at somebody's house or not wanted. I know those feelings. So I tried to give Keimani that at all times because she wanted and loved by her aunts. And this is just devastating that I have to go through this for the rest of my life and knowing I'll never have the embrace of my niece, the hey TT, what you doing? When you coming down here, I'll never get to hear that from my baby again. And that's what kills me the most.
You have no tears in your eyes.
I just wish that when I was down here last, that I had just taken her to Indianapolis with me. So this would have never happened.
The same woman that left her
a lot
outside
of things,
for hours.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but at the end of the
Exactly.
day, I
Woulda,
just
coulda,
really
shoulda.
wish that whatever happened and whoever did this, y'all didn't have to do that to her. There's plenty of people out here with, grown people that put themselves out there to be, the sex workers or whatever it may be. You didn't have to do this to a child. And there was nothing that Keimani would have done to make you hurt her. So she was a very timid kid, tomboyish, reserved. She wasn't, loud and out there. So it's just devastating that me and my family have to go through this.
Is there anything else that you would like to add at this time in the interview? Anything else that I didn't ask, maybe?
I just want people to understand that family is family. And at the end of the day, don't be so eager to go against your family. Talk to your family and talk to the children. These children may be scared to talk to the parents about things that's going on or what may be going on because they feel like they may get in trouble. But make it known that to your kids that you can talk to me. Make it very open. You can talk to me about any and everything, because that's what these kids need to hear nowadays, instead of going on social media and talking to somebody over social media about it, like he did this or she may done that. Talk to your family, because they can handle, they're the adults that's supposed to handle it.
So did you talk to your niece?
So yeah, and it's forever Keimani.
I don't know. I don't know.
And to be clear, right now, Darnell Jones has been charged with abduction and felonious assault. There have.
But why don't y'all throw the sexual assault in there? Throw the book at him, right? Give him the death penalty, right? Because from what I hear, Ohio still does the death penalty. So why not put him on the death penalty? Because listen, from the way the cops shot him up, I thought he was gone, right? They had unalived his ass. But unfortunately, karma, I wonder what karma got planned for him. I hope everything, all the above, happens to him. I know y'all usually get a nicer side of me. Nah, man, screw that. This motherfucker's a predator. Like I told y'all, we build caskets up in this bitch. Hashtag let's put away all predators. Man, if it was for me, leave it to me somewhere in Fantasyland, right along with Peter Pan, right? We got caskets lined up with their names on that drum, right? We got the Grim Reaper on one side teamed up with us, and the Undertaker with the shovel ready to, dig a hole 10 feet underground. We're building caskets in this bitch.
Been no criminal charges filed regarding any crimes at this point. We also just got information about Keimani's cause of death. The Lucas County coroner says from multiple incised of the neck. She was pronounced shortly after noon yesterday. We'll have much more on this breaking story today. Until then, thanks for joining me.
Man, I'm here, y'all. They saying they found the baby in this abandoned building, man. This is so freaking sad. Please don't let this be this baby. Oh my God, man. Please. Please, please, please. It's my child. Lord Jesus, have mercy, God. Oh my God. Keimani. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Oh my God. Can I have a hug, baby? Can I have a hug? Oh my God. I just want to know if it's my child. I know, baby. Lord Jesus. Please don't let this be her. Alexis, y'all know nothing? Please say something. This is a baby. Please.
They won't be able to identify whoever's in the house. Okay, so how about you let me identify?
Yes, it's
the fuck.
Baby, please.
See it, okay?
Baby, please, God.
See, I'm mad right now. Y'all lucky y'all call me when I'm mad. Because if I break down, bitch, it's really over with.
Damn.
Where's
You gonna
my
break
child?
bitches down.
Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus.
They on Instagram or Facebook with this, John? I think they on Facebook. That look like
God,
Facebook.
please, Jesus. Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
Head east on Wilmot Street toward Yandota Street.
I got your GPS on.
Oh, God, let me turn my location off. Oh, please don't let it be that baby. Oh, my Lord Jesus. Nani. Oh, shit, baby. Oh, don't fall, baby. Oh, Lord.
Bro, they got a couple more minutes before I flip it out and I just run in there. Y'all gonna tell me if this is my baby or not. They need to hurry the f up. It's not hard to tell if it's a grown or my mother baby.
Damn.
Lord have mercy, Jesus.
Oh shit, guys, give me 1 second. I gotta do something real quick. We're gonna pick up right there. Give me 1 second, all right?
I'm strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down. You may try to silence me. But the warrior in me will never give up. In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With
My bad. Let's continue.
Lord.
I think they're going to be out here, so we're going to skim through this real quick.
She upstairs, her body upstairs, y'all.
Because it seems like they're outside of the crime scene. This is when they're taking out the body. I don't think nobody's seen who it is. They don't know who it is yet. And that's why I'm questioning, right along with everybody else. How is it that the grandma knew that that was Keimani before the morgue knew that that was Keimani, before the EMTs knew that was Keimani? Because according, to reports, according to people, right, he didn't let nobody see the body. So how could the grandmom be for sure, right? When we was reviewing and reacting to this yesterday, right, we seen how Trey King, right, shout out to Trey King show, he showed, right, that what was it? According to reports, right, they didn't find out that it was Keimani, right, until they brought the body back from, to the morgue and stuff like that. How did she know? And not just that, right? According to Trey King show, right, with the proof that he was showing us, right, in the process of searching for Keimani's body, right, they found 3 other bodies. So how did Keimani's grandmother know that that was Keimani's body in that abandoned house? So in the process of the search of Keimani, right, 3 other bodies, right, were found. Keimani's body, I'm guessing, making it the 4th body, right? So out of all these bodies, right, either one of them could have been Keimani's body, but they wasn't going to know until they took the body to the morgue. They did what they had to do. But the grandmom knew. The grandmom knew, right? But nobody else did. It's not making sense. I have so many questions, right, when it comes to this, right? So we're going to pull this ahead. I see somebody talking over here. So we're going to go a little bit all the way up to here, right, to see what's going on while I deal with this food over here.
I jumped straight out like fine. I'm out. Yeah. And he's still around kids. That could not let them leave. And he's not letting them leave. They probably jumping back. They keep saying, I'm confused, right? Yeah. But the parents told that white man that they just told to go back in. He stayed there. He told them that the boys don't stay there, but the parents do. Now that's what I heard. Which boy don't live there? He said the men don't live there, but the parents do. Okay. And that house look fucked up, so you right.
Yeah.
Right. Y'all see the
Shit. The corners out here, shit. The body might be up in there, or the daddy. Bitch ass. Niggas be sick, bro. Playing with kids. Oh, man, I feel bad for my sister, man. That's her whole niece. Sweet little baby. This shit crazy, man. Keimani, my sister niece, basically my damn niece. Yeah. Seeing if, they already got the cousin in custody. And they believe the daddy is in there, or Imani, but they ain't really saying too much. But they got a crime van out here. At first, it wasn't out here when we first got here. But when we came here, shit, we was at this house. But then when we found a person who know KP, I guess, and we went around the corner, and we got the address and came back to this house. And then once we pulled up, you feel me, to knock on the door, you feel me, the detectives told us, like, hey, we've been watching y'all. Y'all was on point. We was one house off. But allegedly they said the father was here. They wasn't in the house yet, but now they in the house. You feel what I'm saying? So I called my sister down, man. She like the way losing it, man. But I feel her. That shit crazy, man. It's good, man. People, man. That's why y'all gotta be careful. Like, that's why I'm glad I'm in my kids' life, man. This shit, like, you never know what's going on behind closed doors with people, man. People are sick, man. My people.
All right, we're gonna stop that right there. Make sure y'all go check out Carlos King, right? I hope y'all heard what he said, right? Y'all know my thoughts and opinions. But for those of y'all that missed the live from the beginning, right? I just found a video of true crime with Savage Royalty, right? And she's recapping the exclusive interview with Keimani Latigue's mother. So earlier we was only able to review and react to, a portion of the interview. So now let's play this video and see if we can get, more details on the mother's behalf. For those of y'all that are wondering about the mother before I end this live.
Okay. Which one? Let me know. Alrighty, guys. Hey, Lolita. Hello there. Alrighty. Y'all. Okay. My life has been in shambles. Alrighty. So today we're going to recap the hey Riley. Today we're going to recap. Thank you, Shauna. We're going to recap the random interview. Hashay. Thank you so very much.
Oh, so this wasn't planned. I thought this was planned. So it was a random interview. So the shorty did pop up on her TikTok video.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to recap the interview from yesterday. Okay. So first things first, the interview was not planned at any point in time. I was on my live and just so happened the friend. So if you guys have been following the story, okay, the close friend of the mother was one of the first people to interview the mother first. Okay. She was the first person to give us the mother side. And just so happened she was in my live yesterday because she seen my cover photo with Keimani on there. Okay. And she says, wait, that's me on the video because I'm.
All right, Commander. So we're going to get a better input from earlier's video. Right. So you was right there. I mean, she's going to do a recap on it. So let's check her recap instead of going to the video in totally, right? She might know a little bit. She might got a little more insight because we totally missed, the godmother being there.
Listening to her video as she's in the comments. And so she happens to come in and I talked to her as well. All right. And then she says, I'm also on the phone with the mother right now, but I'm going to get her to come over here and talk to you. Okay. So that's the first thing. Did not know that this lady was coming. I will say that during this conversation, it was very eye-opening. There's a lot of inconsistencies in this story. There's a lot of blank areas in this story. And I must say, from talking to the friend, from talking to the mother, from watching the media, there's two timelines that I have not still been able to get a solidified answer on.
I agree with you.
Which is kind of upsetting.
I agree.
The first answer, which I think we have figured it out because the friend has gave us some clarity, was when did she actually go missing? Okay. The second timeline that has me kind of messed up is this whole godmother, mother, grandmother situation. When did Keimani get there? Okay. So a lot of that was talked about yesterday. What we're going to do today is we're going to recap the interview. Hey, Simply Erica, we're going to recap the interview. And I'm also going to put some things out there that the friend said. Now, The friend gave me a lot of detail. It's about, I want to say about a good hour of a video from the friend alone. Okay. The information that is in the video, I would hate for it to affect the investigation. Okay. There's discussions of the crime scene. There's discussion of surveillance footage. There's discussion of a lot of things.
Damn, I was on mute. All right, for those of y'all that want to check out recapping the exclusive interview with Keimani, Latigue's mother, right, on True Crime with Savage Royalty, and I think she has another channel because I could have sworn I was subscribed. Right, I'm gonna leave the link down below so that y'all can go check her out, so that y'all can get more updates, right? And it looks like she's got more exclusive information when it comes to this, case. So we're gonna watch a little bit of her video, right? We're gonna skim through it, right? And I'm not sure when, but I'm gonna see if I can get more updates on their story. And we might bring it up next weekend. If not, when we get more updates, that's when we'll bring it back up.
That I would hate to have that throw a ball into this investigation. So I'm being really mindful about putting it out there, okay? Especially until other things come to the forefront. If other things come to the forefront and which matches what she said in the media, put it out there or something, then of course I will put it out there. I don't want to throw something in there that is not supposed to be said right now, okay? Because it was a lot. So let's get started.
Records, because that was what they were saying. They were saying I medically neglected my daughter. I brought them my full medical records with, my baby's midwife and my doula's number, all that good stuff. I brought them my lease. I brought them the title to my car. I brought them W-2s from all of my jobs to try to prove to them that the things that were being told about me were false. And the last time I gave it to them was during what calls a staff meeting. I gave it to them the last time in that staff meeting, and they tore it up in my face and threw it in the trash and continued on with the meeting like nothing had happened. So,
but you said she never went home with you though, right? She never got a chance to go home. You just gave birth to her. Now,
her story not making sense. They just took her baby away. They took her, she tried to fight for her baby. They just ripped the paper up and threw it in her face. So now this shit went over my head earlier. So basically, right, whoever was dealing with her case was unprofessional.
Never got a chance to go home. You just gave birth to her. Now, the inconsistency in this part is that there is things out there that is saying that she actually lost the baby at 9 months. Okay. Yeah. So she's saying that she had a midwife and not a medical clinic also played a role. And then she also mentions out there that Keimani was actually taken from her at 9 months, but she is saying that she actually never went home with her at all. Okay. So let's proceed.
The hospital.
Took her from the hospital. Okay, so my next question, I don't want to hold you into too long. I know you got a lot to do and you're busy right now. I understand. So they took her from you. Now, during this time that when they took her from you, the first person that she went with was the godmother, correct?
Yeah, they gave the godmother. They gave my godmother kinship care over my daughter when she was 1.5 years.
Okay. And how long did she stay with the godmother?
I'm not exactly sure. I believe.
So if we look at this timeline, and she is saying that the baby, if some people are saying that the baby was taken from her at 9 months, I'm thinking that when the baby first was born, when Keimani first was born, either the baby was in foster care for a long period of time until the family decided who was going to get her. But she is saying that it wasn't until later on, around 1 year, that she was actually given to the godmother.
She stayed there solely up until she was 5 or 6.
And she's right. So for the first year, if they couldn't determine where the child was going to stay, the child does go to foster care. And like it's like a place where they got all these kids in, right? I don't know how many bunk beds to a room, but you see where I'm coming from. So a lot of these kids do go into foster care until somebody in the family claims them. Claims them, like, if y'all get where I'm coming from, right? And if not, they stay in the system.
And then they started bouncing her back and forth between the two.
Okay, so this basically lines up with what the grandmother had. The grandmother said that she was there off and on for about 5 years. Would that be fair to say?
My daughter's about to be 14 tomorrow. No. No, that's still not accounting for. That's accounting for like 3 to 4 years.
Okay, so that timeline is just a little bit conflicted. Okay, so during this time of her being there, how many years did you fight for your daughter after she was born?
Oh, I've always fought. Hey, I'm on the phone. No, do not open that door. No. You want to go out there? You can go out there and play if you want to. But I can't have you playing in here. But no, I've always fought for my daughter. I've fought for my daughter since the day that I had her.
Give me 1 second. I pressed the button. I'm sorry. So say that again, because I pressed my mixer. My apologies. Say that one more time for me.
I said I've always been fighting for my daughter. That fight has never ended. In June, my mother was supposed to be signing a third-party custody transfer so that I could get my baby back, because she said that she did not want her anymore. She said my daughter was stealing, my daughter was lying. I don't know that any of that is factual, and I don't believe it. But she said that my daughter was doing a whole bunch of stuff, and she just couldn't take it anymore. She wanted me to get my daughter. We were supposed to be going to court for that, to give me custody of my daughter back, because every place that I've had, I've always had space for my daughter. I've always made sure I had means to take care of.
Right. So this abuse, what do you know about this abuse? Because one thing that I'm noticing is that there's a fair consensus from multiple family members that she was getting hit on by the grandmother. Did you know anything about this, and how long did you know, and what steps did you take outside of, fighting for custody?
Did a very good job of
her mic is trash.
I think that was so that they would be able to do what it was that they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. Again, I still have my parental rights, but because they are guardian, because they are custodian, if they don't give me the go ahead, I can't do anything.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, did you hear about the abuse? Like, how did you know anything about the abuse that the grandmother was doing?
I didn't hear about the abuse until the only thing that I've seen, because I've never even seen my mother hit my daughter other than like a spoon, like a wooden spoon to her hand.
The only time she's seen her mother hit her was with a wooden spoon in her hand. But her daughter didn't trust her enough to come to her and say, look, listen, I'm going through this at home. Right. According to one of the interviews with the dad, right? Before they arrested the dad, right, while he was out asking for help, right, knowing damn well he was the one that, unalived his child. According to the dad, right, the daughter called him saying that, the daughter had called him saying that she wasn't safe where she was at, right, or she thought somebody was in the house, right. But if you went to go help your daughter, where's your daughter at? Why would you leave your daughter in a place where she didn't feel safe or she thought somebody was in there? What happened after that? Each and every one of their stories did not consist of what happened or led up to the situation, to where this young lady was unalived. Their stories are, one, mixed up, and two, it's missing pieces to the puzzle.
I haven't witnessed any of that, and I think that was for a reason.
Okay, and she is your biological mother, because that was in question as well, correct?
That is my biological mother, unfortunately. How they ended up, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all are so loud. I cannot even think straight. Can y'all please? That's why I said go out there and play with them so that they can scream and yell and holler as much as they want. Baby, my head, it's a lot of stuff going on in my head. I cannot focus. Can y'all please step out? Please. I'm not trying to be mean to y'all, but I need y'all out. Please. Go. I'm sorry.
Listen, you're okay. I'm a mother. I don't care about none of that. You do you. It's okay. Go ahead.
We listening, lady. Oh, she paused.
Is there any other questions?
No, I was saying as far as I was saying as far as the abuse and things of that nature. You said that you didn't know anything about it. You just knew about the spoon and stuff like that. That's what you was explaining.
The only thing I've ever seen my mother do to my daughter was hit her with the spoon. But I've recently met a bunch of my family that I didn't know existed, and
now that part right there stood out to me when she said that she recently met a lot of her family that stood out to her. She's also going to mention that they were wondering where this light-skinned baby came from, okay? And the friend actually pieced this part together, which I'm going to explain after she says what she has to say.
They didn't know I existed. Apparently, they've been trying to figure out where this light-skinned baby came from.
Wow.
But just meeting them.
It's like she has no emotions.
On top of stories, on top.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie. It's like she has no emotions as she's talking about her daughters. I don't hear like that in her heart. She feels this, like this is a hit. I don't feel the sadness in her voice, the hurt in her voice. Like she just lost somebody. I don't know.
Stories, people that have lived with my mother for months or years on end are telling me what they've witnessed.
So what the friend said yesterday is because Tiara was the only one that was left in foster care. Okay. What did not make sense to me is because she was saying that she's never seen her mother do abuse to her child. But what I can honestly say is she was in foster care for a reason. We know that. Okay. Her children, she said, the friend said she was the only one that was left there. So that lets me know that all the kids were there at one point in time because, of course, Dorothy has other children. But the question is, why did she stay there? Okay. To the point where no other family knew who she is, or never even met her before. So the question is, why did Dorothy at one point in time lose custody, or why was her children in the custody of foster care at some point?
So it seems that the grandmother how did they give her custody if there's a history of abuse? Because it seems like she didn't even have custody of her own children when they were younger. Hold up, wait a minute. She makes a good point. She caught on to that and I didn't, and so did Commander. That's what Commander was trying to tell me. Commander was trying to talk about the mom, not the daughter. Shout out to Commander. Commander caught that shit. That went over my head. I ain't even catch it. Hold up, wait a minute. Let's continue.
Before. So the question is, why did Dorothy at one point in time lose custody, or why was her children in the custody of foster care at some point? You can't make that make sense. You just can't.
Facts.
You just can't make that make sense. So my only thinking is that at some point in time, Dorothy was under CPS investigation at some point. Now, she may not have never seen her do this to her own daughter, Keimani, But it was a reason why why the other kids were taking her and her siblings. It's a reason.
Facts.
It's a very vivid reason on why they were taken at some point.
So could Keimani's mother known about the abuse and just turned a blind eye to it, a blind cheek to it? I mean, she just turned, as many cheeks as she got to turn. Like, snap, yo. Blessings, Angel Hatton, big sis. How you doing? How's everybody in the family? It's been a minute, man. Big shout out to you, yo. Hope everything is well. Hope, what you was going through, you're doing better with it, yo. We miss you, Angel.
And she actually is going to mention foster care at some point in time in this video as well, which kind of explains a little bit of why she didn't initially go into the custody of the grandmother, Keimani. Okay, and I'm gonna explain that in a moment. So can you explain your sister? Apparently, your sister went on the news and she said that you never around and you only came around because you were fussing about the child support and $900. Can you explain why she would go on the news and portray it that way, or why she would say that you were never around?
I don't deal with my sister, first off. I don't talk to her if if she don't talk to me. I raised all my little sisters and brothers. I was the protector. I was the provider for them when we were in foster care, and I put myself.
So where was Dorothy? Where was Dorothy? If she was the one that was taking care of all of them. The question now is, where is Dorothy? Because that let us know that Dorothy has been negligent at some point in time in her life, somewhere, to where this girl here was forced to take care of all the rest of the children while they were in foster care together.
Harm's way to make sure that they didn't have to go through the things that I went through. I don't talk to our family is not tight knit, so I don't really speak to her that often. But that is not the same energy that she had when she called me and told me that my baby was missing, because she's the one that let me know. I had no idea. I don't do social media.
Understandable. Now, there's another misconception, or some that's getting people a little bit confused as well, is that people were going around, and I'm just here because I've been watching it from the very beginning. So don't think I'm just someone that just hopped of it and don't know anything. People are saying that is Keimani, is this her biological? Okay, and would you know why people are saying it's someone else? They were saying that the grandmother said it's not, or something like that.
They said that my mom said that. Where she got that from, I'm not sure. But I mean, shit. People are also saying that my mom and my daughter's dad have been sleeping together this whole time too. So I don't know.
That's crazy.
The grandmother, she's saying that people are saying that the mom and the dad has been sleeping together. I will say that the friend said the same exact thing, is that the friend said that their relationship is really kind of closer than what it is for normal relationships, more than just that's the grandchild's father. That she would basically allow the father to see Keimani, but when it came down to the mother seeing Keimani, it was a little bit iffy. And you just learned that they were dealing with each other on a personal note. That's crazy, and I'm so sorry.
If it like the.
How did a judge let this happen? How did a judge give this grandmother custody? Because before they give custody, they do a background check. And if there has been a history of abuse and neglect, they won't let you get this child. So how in the world did all this happen? How this, CPS not do something about it from this child being, flip-flop around from family member to family member. As soon as that teacher made that call, right, and the friend spoke out, CPS should have did something, but they didn't. And then the grandma mentioned about grooming the granddaughter, right? She didn't know that First of all, she didn't see no signs, right? Right. So she didn't know that, the father was grooming the daughter, right? She's like, oh, I see it now. Da, 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 da. Man, you see those type of signs in a man, right? The child doesn't see it, but other adults can see the signs. The problem is, like I said earlier, nowadays, right? Society sees red flags, and they think that they're an adventure at Six Flags, yo. Like, something is really off in this picture. I agree with, true crime, right? So what is we missing? The problem is the stories. The stories ain't adding up. The stories ain't even matching up. Blessings, Hawkeye. Blessings, how you doing, guys? Make sure y'all go check out Hawkeye. Angel says, exactly, Rachel. How are they supposed to safeguard these children to it's their job, but they put them back in these vile, evil. And it's true. Once again, like I said, CPS, the Department of Human Services, right? It is doing their job asshole backwards. I don't know what is it with a lot of the social workers, but shout out to them workers, right? Some social workers out here, that they have a passion for their job and they do want to help these kids, right? To put them in a better environment. But for some reason, the majority of these social workers that work at CPS, right, they get this little itch when they get a case, right? And they notice that the family is doing what they got to do, but they go all out to try to, bring this family down, try to take their kids from them. But y'all want to sit here and neglect the cases where the parents, right, are actually abusing their kids, where you actually got proof to actually do something about it, but you don't. You want to fuck with the family that's doing what they got to do. Let's make it make sense. The Department of Human Services, the majority of their social workers ain't shit. They got their heads so far up their ass that they don't even realize that if a U was pulled on them, they wouldn't like that shit. Instead of helping these children, they want to fuck with families that are doing what they got to do. But we got so many kids, yo. We're building caskets for so many children. And the majority of these caskets are no bigger than 3 feet that we're lying underground. That's some real shit. And that's why I ask these type of questions that I be asking. That is why I ask the questions that I ask. How do we prevent desensitization? Oh my God. Desensitization, right? To horrific crimes, ensuring that every victim's story is honored and action is taken. What role do community members play in identifying and addressing warning signs of abuse or violence? How can law enforcement and social services work together more effectively to protect at-risk children, right? What ethical, right, considerations should govern the way that media and public discuss cases of extreme violence? I would love to hear your comments down below, and let's get these discussions started. Like I said, we're here to bring solutions to the table. We're not here to debate the solutions. We're trying to figure out what are the best solutions, right, to help us, right, in these situations, right? What type of policies, right? Which policies need to be changed and what changes need to be done to these policies? Because it's time.
Only time I really talk to my mother or my child's father is if it's concerning my child. If you tell me my kid needs something, I got it. If you tell me my kid wants to do something, I got it. If my kid is short on something or shit, if the house is short on something where my baby is residing, I'm going to make sure I take care of it. Mm-hmm. There has been times my mother has called me legitimately 3 days in a row. The last time she did this, I was homeless.
Mute yourself, Nutbuster. Mute yourself.
She called me the first day.
Okay. Go ahead.
There was the last time she called me and was asking for money back to back was when I was homeless. I was literally living in my car, had nowhere to go, And she called me one day and was like, hey, I need like $600. We ain't got no food in this house. I said, okay. She called me the next day. Hey, I need $300. You know, we need to wash clothes. Okay. She called me the next day. Hey, I need $100. I'm trying to do something for Keimani's birthday. Okay. She called me the day after. Hey, can you send me 60? I'm $60 short for her cake. No, I can't.
So was she homeless and working? Because how you homeless, paying child support? Wait a minute, this is not making sense. Was she homeless and working? Like, but how you homeless paying child support and giving your mother all this money for your daughter at the same time? Hold up, something's not adding up. Am I on Earth? Am I still here? Did I have another accident in another plane that my brain just transitioned? I don't know. Am I in reality? I can't. Let's get back on topic. Is this reality? Like, what the?
Because now I'm flat broke.
Wow. So it was just always.
If you call me and tell me my kid needs something, call me and tell me my. It's always been about money. Wow. But regardless of that, like I said, my only concern has been I don't care about the money. Money comes and goes.
Yeah. So they were saying, so this house that your mother lived in, I've heard that your mother was on drugs. I've heard that it was pedophiles and pimps and crackheads living in there. Was she treating this house like a boarding house for the community? What do you know about that? Of the people that were coming in and out this household?
Community? What the fuck?
I didn't know about the crackheads and all of that mess until after I got here. I only found out about Wayne, my little brother's dad, staying at my mother's house when he got out, because my dad called me and told me. And I asked her why he was there. And I told her that I was uncomfortable with him being there because he just did 22, 23 years and ain't seen a woman. I don't want him nowhere near my kid.
You was worried about the wrong person.
And he's a registered sex offender, correct?
Staying at that house, from what I knew, was family.
No, I'm saying, but Wayne, he was a registered sex offender. That's what he was in the penitentiary for, right?
Was in the penitentiary because he killed somebody over 50 cents in a slice of pizza.
That's wild. That's wild.
So, mental health.
And allegedly, Wayne is the same person that shot the grandmother before y'all. And remember, they were saying that the grandmother had got shot in the leg. Apparently, they're saying that that's Wayne too.
Top tier, you know.
Wow. Okay, so now that all of this is out and things of that nature, right? I know that the day before she went missing, she was at your house because you had the birthday party for your other daughter. And you said that you gave her some money and then you also gave the father some money. Now, here's what kind of had me confused is because they were saying that you really didn't get a chance to see your baby for a lot of years. Is that correct? I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's incorrect. My daughter was at my house on the 15th, Saturday the 15th. Her and her sister had already spent the week up here together because I have a 4-year-old. She was up here with Keimani for a whole week before that. My daughter's dad got permission from my mother to bring Keimani to me on Saturday the 15th. That had nothing to do with no birthdays. I don't know where people keep getting that from, but that's not what I said. She came up to see me because, again, I'm paying child support. I still have my parental rights. So that was my visit. But she sat with me hours, you know, because I guess my mother wanted her home before the night was over for whatever reason. But they stayed for 2 hours. We played the video game. We, you know, we joked, we played. We had a good time.
Okay.
We had a good time.
Okay, Spicy, I did say that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I did say that because I knew Zaza's birthday was on the 17th. And I was just like asking you because you were getting stuff together for her birthday on the weekend. So yeah, I did say that.
Okay, it was the weekend. Okay. And so he came and took her there and then took her back home. Now, do you guys even,
I'm gonna pause it right here, right? And I want to show y'all something, right? You gotta be that messed up in the head to do, you know, the shit the way this dad did. Knowing that he took that little girl, right, and unalived that little girl, right? Then you get on the news asking people for help. Like, it's this right here. I'm trying to start it at the part. Oh, what am I missing here?
Because it was beginning to be too many moving pieces. And let's just say the grandmother and the father have an extensive criminal record, which we'll later check out. So for the grandmother to have custody and not the mom, with what we're about to discuss, should let you know the type of situation this young girl was brought in. But nonetheless, we go over this story. We pay our respects to this young victim, and we see who allegedly held responsible to her ultimately losing her life at such an early age. But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I won't give you no angle. I just give you the story. Dorothy Latigue, born October 6th. Teenager from Toledo, Ohio. It seems she's raised by her grandmother, a woman who go by the name Dorothy Latigue. Born October 16, 1974, Miss Dorothy got a number of arrests. Her last arrest dating back in 2019, back in September, where the defendant was ordered to provide her information that she was the subject of an investigation involving gunshots being fired. The defendant refused to provide information several times to the sergeant and was placed into custody. And on May 12, 2015, she was charged with aggravated burglary. Apparently, the defendant did break the screen door and entered the residence.
And the judge gave her custody? She got a nice little background. How'd she get custody?
Where she then assaulted Athena Clinton. Clinton was hit in the back of the head and in the face several times, causing several knots and bruises. Clinton is the source of information. This incident happened on the 2000 block of LaGrange in Toledo. Now, this is where I want you guys to pay attention, fam, because now we're about to talk about Dorothy's daughter, who happens to be her granddaughter's mom. Her name is Tierra Cashton, and I found out how Dorothy have custody of Tierra's daughter. It was an incident that took place in 2012 where Tierra got arrested when her daughter was only weeks. Back on December 17, 2012, Tierra was with 3 to 4 males who jumped the victim, beating them on the head. As this was happening, Tierra was stealing the victim's credit card out of his pockets. This was seen by a neutral third-party witness who was working in the area, charged with robbery. She had a $50,000 bond with no percent. She had a public defender. She ended up taking a plea. And ever since that day, Tierra's mom had custody of her daughter. So now we know about Tierra.
But wait a minute. Ever since that day, Tierra's mom got custody of her daughter. But Tierra's mom, Dorothy, the grandmother of Keimani, background is darker than Tierra.
Let's talk about Keimani dad, Tierra's daughter father, a man who go by the name of Darnell Jones. Darnell have an extensive criminal rap sheet as well. Born June 17, 1991, Darnell Jones was arrested. On August 30 of 2022, Darnell had knowingly possessed a Taurus 9, but he was a convicted felon. According to authorities, he fired the pistol at 715 Main Street. He was found lying in the parking lot of a daycare with the firearm still in his hand. The spent casing was found next to the defendant. He was either drunk or high, or both. He also got arrested again on July 29, 2019, where he physically assaulted his wife, who was pregnant at the time. This incident happened on the 400 block of 4th Street in Toledo, Ohio, where Darnell Jones did knowingly cause physical harm to his wife, grabbing her around the neck and holding her over the second-story balcony. balcony.
That's
According to his
crazy.
arrest papers, his wife had physical marks on her neck as well. So fam, at this point, we're a little more than 5 minutes into the video. And we didn't talk about all their criminal history, but we got a pretty idea on Keimani's dad, mom, and grandmother's
That's
criminal history.
crazy.
So we know out the gate, Keimani's had a challenge having stability in her home. And so we stay on track. The reason we said all that is because less than 24 hours ago of me making this video, authorities found the body of the missing 13-year-old Toledo girl, Keimani Latigue, on Monday. And her father, who was initially charged with abduction, is now charged with murder. The Lucas County Coroner's Office confirmed that the body was found on the second floor of an abandoned house on Miami Street in Toledo. An autopsy is scheduled for Tuesday to determine how the girl died. But let's talk about how we got here. March 16th, 2025.
It seems like every adult in this child's life, Angel, put this child at risk. For real, for real. Not just the adults, but, you know, the Department of Human Services. And I got to give a big shout out to that teacher that was really concerned about Keimani, right? She tried to do everything in her power to get social services to remove Keimani out of that environment. But unfortunately, you know, her effort was in vain.
Was the last day that Keimani was heard from, according to her grandmother Dorothy and her dad Darnell. And according to their statements, without saying it, Keimani get herself together for school, and she's expected to go to school at the age of 13 without making sure she had breakfast or even got there safe. And here's how we know, because according to the grandmother, she last heard from her granddaughter that Sunday night after 10 p.m. Her grandmother said she came from work and the door was unlocked. And at that point, we knew Keimani was staying home alone at 13. She quoted, "It was Monday."
So, right, but in this story, right, she came home from work, right? But when she called the school, it was around 10 a.m., right? But accordingly to the report, she didn't call the police until 3-something. That's when she put the report in to say that Keimani was missing, right? But when you hear her story, she is right. She didn't see Keimani since 10 p.m. the night before. But, all right, so since you didn't see Keimani since 10 p.m. the night before, right? Right? So when you come home, right, you're expecting your daughter to be in, your granddaughter to be in school. You should know that your granddaughter is in school, right? That's why I was, you know, I was like, I know I was missing something. And see some of what she was saying, because I was so mad at her, right? It went over my head. So see, the pieces are starting to add up, kind of. Why was the first thought in your head that Keimani, you know, something happened to Keimani because you saw a little thing, you know, a couple things out of place when you walk home? Why isn't your first thought, you know, call 911, report that you think something happened, right? Then call the school and see, you know, and check on your granddaughter in case. But see, we know why the first thing that you did call your granddaughter was because you left your granddaughter home alone. And it seems like you was very neglectful, that you didn't even check up on her, because if you would have checked up on her, you would have known if she was home or she was in school. Hey, but maybe I'm wrong.
Morning, that Sunday night after 10 p.m. Her grandmother.
But look how they are here together. For her to say that she cannot stand this man, look how they are together.
Said she came from work and the door was unlocked. And at that point, we knew Keimani was staying home alone at 13. She quoted, "It was Monday morning when I came home. She wasn't here. Of course, she was supposed to be on her way to school. But according to the way the house was set up once I got here, because it was in complete disarray, she wasn't here. So I called the school so I can talk to her. They said that she wasn't there, saying she saw her night clothes and pajamas in different spots in the house. But standing right next to her as she told the news that was the dad, Darnell, trying his best to keep a cool face. He said that Keimani had texted him to come over because she was afraid of being home alone. He said he came over with his cousin CJ and waited there for a couple of hours before leaving just before midnight. That was his statement. And it's more than 48 hours since Keimani was allegedly last seen. Check out the news clip.
Family is asking for help to help find a 13-year-old who's been missing now for more than 2 days. Her name is Keimani Latigue, and Alexis Means spoke with her family members today. Alexis, what are they telling you?
Well, Sasha, the Toledo Police Department, they went out and they talked to the grandmother today. The grandmother says the teen has never run away. She did not show up for school on Monday, and when you call her cell phone, it goes straight to voicemail.
I just want her to come home safely. I mean, she's not in trouble. She hasn't been in trouble.
This is a picture of Spring Elementary student Keimani Latigue. The teen has not been seen since Sunday evening after 10 p.m. Her grandmother says she came home from work and the door was unlocked.
It was Monday morning.
Okay.
And when I came home, she wasn't here. Of course, she was supposed to have been on her way to school, but according to the way that the house was set up, once I got here, because it was in complete disarray, she wasn't here. So I called the school so that I can talk to her, and they said that she wasn't there.
She says Keimani's keys were at the house along with her glasses. Her grandmother says the 13-year-old can't see without them. She also told me the stove was on and you could smell gas.
Other than her and I, it's just the two dogs in the house. So who cut it on? So that was kind of suspicious. Then her glasses and her underclothes were by the couch in the front room. Her pajamas were in the dining room in the floor.
Her family handed out flyers telling people if they see her to call police. The teen's grandmother says she's not the type of kid to run off.
She always calls me and asks me prior to going somewhere, can she go? She's a latchkey kid. So she has her own keys for the home. She has a phone just in case anything happens. She can contact somebody. She's very responsible.
Keimani's father says he saw his daughter late Sunday night after she called him afraid to be home alone.
I came over here because she said that if it seemed like somebody was trying to break into the house. So I sat for an hour, me and my cousin, we sat over here and we left around like 12:30ish.
The girl went missing from Elm and Bronson. Toledo police are investigating.
They came inside, they looked around,
I mean, it was crazy. This was like weird. Like I said yesterday, for those of you fathers out there, if your daughter calls you and says, hey, I feel like I'm in danger, I think somebody's in the house, you see where I'm coming from? Would y'all go over there and just stay for an hour and leave? Why not take your daughter with you and figure out what's going on? You know, make a police report. Would y'all fathers, do what this father allegedly did?
Officer requested to see her room, how it was set up and all of that. And she went through some of her things, but they didn't take anything.
And Toledo police say that if you know the whereabouts of this young little girl, to call Crime Stoppers. Sasha, back to you.
But then shortly after that news clip, authorities wanted to talk to Darnell again. Then suddenly he vanished. But then on March 24th, 2025, a little after 3 p.m., Keimani's mother, Tiara, said she hadn't been told anything about her daughter. But on social media, the local authorities, they had gathered around an abandoned home on Miami Street. And meeting them was the grandmother, Dorothy. Check out clips from this Facebook Live as they wait and see was Keimani coming out their house.
This is the mama right here. They will not even let her see the baby.
And that's what we was watching earlier.
Toledo weird.
This is what we was watching earlier.
And what is this? I can't even see the street to Miami by the water. Woodmont. I'm trying to see what the this the mama. Don't come over here by me, Mr. Nosy Toledo.
No, that's crazy as fuck.
Did that to your own grandbaby.
Own grandbaby.
Nigga, you told me I was supposed to be aborted and that you gave me life anyway. So I wanted to do something for you. I let you see your first grandchild come into this world, nigga. And this is what you do to her?
Who is she talking to?
Why ain't the granny crying? Right. My bad, y'all. I mean, I was trying to. Just press live. Don't even say shit. Just press it. Okay. Right on the. Why is it right there? Turn my Wi-Fi off. Turn my. You could turn that. Yeah. Why do y'all want his body to be shown? That shit traumatizing. First of all, we don't, but we want to know if it's. Shut up, cause we're not even gonna read that. Let me turn this off. Let me turn the comments off. Okay, mama.
Y'all insane. I'm not in the mood.
Listen, I mean, in a way, I feel as though what they doing is bringing awareness too, right? Even though they being nosy, maybe, probably, I don't know. I'm not, God to sit here and judge these people, but I do know when they pull their phones out, it's just to get a little bit of clicks and views. You see where I'm coming from, to get a little viral video. But at the end of the day, right, I could sit here and honestly say, for those people that are out here only doing it for clicks and views, whether they're doing it for clicks and views or not, or to bring awareness, right? We fill in the holes a little bit more and listening to what's being said around.
Hey, where's that? Where's that? They right there. Yeah, me too. Yep, look at them, y'all. I'm showing everybody face. Let me show y'all all these. Oh, I ain't even gonna get on the police, because I swear to God, I want to get on them so bad, y'all. Hold on. I'm showing all them ugly. Oh, they only what? They got all these ugly. Y'all better go grab that. Oh my God. You guys, here she is. Here she is, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, y'all poor baby. Y'all feel her.
So as y'all can see, right, they didn't let nobody see the body. So how in the world was the grandmom so sure? How did the grandmom know for sure that that was her grandbaby before anybody knew that was her grandbaby? Especially with the father chopping off her hands so that there wouldn't be no fingerprints. I mean, they could find out who it is, by blood, by DNA through a tooth. You see where I'm coming from? So the father, did all this for what? No wonder he was on a suicide mission. And if y'all go check yesterday's live, right, y'all will see that the father was on a suicide mission. And it's like towards the middle of the live, because, we ended the live. We finished reviewing and reacting to the video that we was reacting to last week and yesterday. And then we started reviewing and reacting to this. Like this case is getting sadder and sadder by the minute, and I'm starting to think the grandmom do have parts. Out of all the bodies, right? Nobody knew, who these bodies were until they made it to the morgue and, forensics, CSI, they job, right? But yet she was for sure that out of all the bodies they found that night, this one was her granddaughter's. And I'm going to leave it at that, man. I would love to hear what y'all got to say. Leave your thoughts and opinions down below. I would love to hear y'all, your answers to my questions, right? To, bring solutions to these tables, right? I would love to see, your perspectives on this, right? Like, let's bring solutions to the table. I ain't debating nobody when it comes to try to bring solutions to the table. Ain't no debate in this shit. We're trying to see what works. I don't want to hear excuses and, what didn't work before and we're not stuck in the past. We're in 2025. Let's do better.
Hey, sis. I didn't lock her ass up because she part of that shit too. Your own grandbaby. No tears. Oh, that's your grandbaby though, right? No tears. You got your grandbaby though, right? She caught and corresponded with me on the phone before she even got her reach in here. No tears. No tears. That shit crazy. She needs to go to they showing it right now in Chicago, bro. I've been on her days behind this lady. Why would she even giving a statement right now, bro? Because she knows the city.
No, eventually the grandmother was apprehended. apprehended. That might have been for the safety to get her out of that scene. We don't know if she was charged yet. But someone had wrote this. My mom lived right there. Literally, that corner house where everybody was standing is the house that I grew up in. The detectives came to her door asking if she had a camera. My mom identified the dad's vehicle. He put her there at 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, wow.
Broken from my understanding. They also have Dorothy on video scattering. The baby's clothes, and excuse her grandma, I'm not sure my...
Hold on, wait a minute. So they have Dorothy on video scattering. Let me read this myself. Then wait. My mom lives right there, literally. That corner house where everybody was standing is the house that I grew up in. The detectives came to her door asking if she had a camera. My mom identified the dad's vehicle. He put her there at 10 o'clock this morning. I'm so heartbroken. From my understanding, they also have video of Dorothy on video scattering that baby's clothes all through the Nevere Park. And she's the one that called it in that baby was in the house. Oh, snap! So there's evidence that the grandmom called in that the baby was in that house. Bitch, that's why the fuck you knew that your granddaughter was there. Because you had parts in it. You and your fucking secret lover sat here and unalived that poor child. Fucking Lilith in disguise and Lucifer Morningstar is trying to find his way. But I'm not sure which one of fucking Lucifer's sides is sitting here. Like, which one of his, bad sides came out on this motherfucker right here. Because, yo, I'm telling you right now, man. Whoo, where you at? Peter Pan, yo, I'm telling you, Peter Pan was, once a fairy tale, but now, whoa.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn a blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my...
Yo, this shit is crazy, man. They need to throw the book at the grandmother and at the father, yo, man. Karma, I don't know what you're waiting for, man, but a shorty is waiting right here to see what you got in play for these two motherfuckers, yo. Because prison time, jail time, I don't know where you at, Karma, man, but I'm right here with my crew, man. Listen, Olivia Benson is somewhere over there. Stabler's over there. We got the 9% over here. We teamed up with the fucking Green Reaper, and then we got the Undertaker over there. Peter Pan is in fucking fairy tale land, right? He's in there. He's building. He's crafting my caskets for me. Right? And I got a name for each predator so we can fucking bury them 10 feet underground. We building caskets up in this bitch, yo. I swear to God, motherfuckers like this boy on my blood, yo. If I could find a cure, if I could find a way to get rid of all predators, yo, I swear to God I would. Yo.
It's the house that I grew up in. The detectives came to her door asking if she had a camera. My mom identified the dad's vehicle. He put her there at 10 o'clock this morning. I'm so heartbroken from my understanding. They also have Dorothy on video scattering. The baby's clothes, and excuse her grandma, I'm not sure myself. I'm assuming saying throwing the baby clothes in the Nevere Park. But the last sentence mentioned, the grandmother is allegedly the one who called that the baby was in the house.
That's crazy.
My daughter, there's no reason my daughter will never be over here. Today make a week she's been gone. And this is not right. We just want to get her home.
Praying for the best, but of course always prepare for the worst.
That was the family of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue. She's been missing for several days now. Earlier today, Toledo police discovered a body inside of a home on Miami Street in East Toledo. Police have yet to confirm it was her body, but according to the girl's grandmother, Keimani Latigue's body was found. Jeff?
As we continue to track this story throughout the day, WTOL 11 has also learned that the father of Keimani has been charged. His name is Darnell Jones. An arrest warrant has been issued for his arrest. Tonight, we have got live team coverage on this breaking news story. Silver Barker and Michael Sandlin have been looking into this story all day long. Silver joins us live from the home on Miami Street where that body was found. And Michael is looking into the case surrounding Keimani's death. But we'll get to Silver first. Silver?
Yeah, well, Jeff, right here on Miami Street, there were a lot of people here earlier today trying to figure out what is happening as they were hearing the news that we were hearing of a body being found in this home. By the way, we know it's burned, but however, police tell us that it was burned before the body was found there, or it was before this incident. We were here as well, of course, here on the scene earlier today, waiting for information. We're still waiting for some information now. Now, while we have not been able to confirm with police whether this was Keimani's body, it was taken out of the house and sent to the coroners. Keimani's mother, Tiara Caston, who was here on the scene, also was either shown something by police or had a conversation, which we believe was to confirm whether the body was her daughter's. Moments after the conversation or whatever was shown from police, we then see Caston drop to her knees crying. But as mentioned earlier, we have not been able to confirm whether this was Keimani they found. We spoke to a cousin of Keimani's prior to police finding the body, and she tells us this.
I don't want to go to assumptions, but at this point, I feel like we're looking for a body and not a teenage little girl anymore.
Now, we do know that this is still an ongoing investigation, so there are more parts we're waiting to figure out and find out, which of course we will keep you guys updated as we learn more. Reporting live in East Toledo, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
Our team coverage continues. The one person wanted for Keimani's abduction is her father, Darnell Jones. And according to police records, he was last seen taking Keimani from her guardian's home without consent.
According to the grandma, she gave him permission to be a part of the life. But my bad, she was portraying to be something in front of the media while behind closed doors, she was nothing but a demon in disguise.
Possibly making him the last person to have seen her alive.
Right,
Michael
possibly.
Sandlin, he's got more on the charges surrounding Jones, his background as well. Michael, how is Keimani's family reacting to the news of Jones's possible involvement?
Here she comes.
Jeff, we caught up with Keimani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, and she says the feeling right now is betrayal. Now, we did some digging into Jones's
you betrayed
past.
your grand.
He does have quite the record. Now, looking back, we can see that he had previous charges for domestic violence, specifically an endangering children charge back in 2021. However, those charges were dismissed. He also had a felonious assault charge from 2017 that resulted in the victim being seriously harmed, and he was indicted on that one. Keimani's grandmother says this feels like a betrayal because despite his record, she truly thought Jones had stepped up to be a father.
She knew about the record,
despite not even being her biological dad.
It was told to me that he was her biological father. However, her biological mother has told me on several occasions that he is not. So I don't know what to believe, but I know that he was present. He's been more present than.
Yo, this gremlin ass looking bitch has no fucking heart. Right where her heart should be, she has nothing but a fucking ice box. That's all she has. She has no fucking heart. She's like fucking Sub-Zero. Everything she touches, she freezes and breaks.
Than the biological mom. And I feel deceived. Like you played for so long in my face, like you was her dad, like you really had her best interest at heart. But where is she?
You knew the whole time.
However,
man, yo, I just want to pull this gremlin looking bitch out the fucking screen and pin slap her into a fucking, make her brain smash in the fucking, her scope. Like her brain's gotta, bounce like a ping pong ball in her scope. So, at one point from one little, blunt force trauma hit to the head, that shit could just push, and I could be like, boom, bitch. That's what you get. If only you can give fucking baby shaking syndrome to an adult. I'm sorry. After hearing what I heard, right, she was the one that called in her body. She knew the whole time. So people wasn't wrong when they had that gut feeling that the grandmom had parts in it. But her and the fucking dad on the fucking news, trying to portray something that they really wasn't. Cold-hearted motherfuckers. That's what they is. They belong 10 feet underground. And Ohio has the death penalty. They both need the death penalty. And yes, if you don't believe me, go look it up. Philadelphia doesn't have the death penalty. Pennsylvania, they don't do the death penalty. But Ohio, they have the death. Put them motherfuckers on death row. Why should they see another day of light when this beautiful 13-year-old girl can't even see the day of light no more? Like, yo, bull. I gotta fix my hair. I don't even give a fuck about my hair for the first time, yo. And people know that I don't like coming on camera when my hair look all fucked up and shit. But right now, yo, I just want to smack a bitch. I really do. Her grandmom has my blood boiling.
Say with hearts unplanned, no longer pawns in the shadows we see. A love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak. Longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak. Yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique. Lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist. Hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed. Seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists. But all we find are mere reflections of what loved ones kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real. Yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal. In this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought. Man, I apologize for that, man. I had a yo, listen, man. I had to take a step back real quick because people like this, I wish we could make a change, but we're so divided that we can't even see. Yo, man. Angel says, right, if you have any charge against a child, you should not be around children. Facts. And why was she scattering clothes? That was her reasoning. What was her reasoning for that? I mean, I asked the same thing. Why is it that, you were seen around the park scattering clothes of your granddaughter, right? While the father of the daughter is leaving the scene, right, where the granddaughter was found. Y'all was plotting this shit together. They was in cahoots the whole time. And that's why I said, like, if this mother really wanted her child, she should have fought harder. It didn't seem like she was fighting, the way that a mother fights when she wants a child back in her life. But with that being said, let's listen to a little bit more, of what the mother has to say, right, before I end this live, because we've already hit a 5-hour mark, yo, right? I appreciate those that are here with us, shorty, man, because, y'all didn't have to be here. But y'all chose to be here with a shorty, converse with a shorty. Y'all could have been anywhere else today, but y'all here with a shorty today, trying to figure out what's happening with this case. I'm coming.
He left. I'm thinking that's what she was saying.
I was on mute the whole time. Yo, I did not realize I was on mute the whole time I was pausing this shit, yo. And I'm saying the same thing as True Crime is saying, right? I agree with that. Like, wait a minute, I'm confused. Like, wait, was she staying home with her like for the week prior to that, right? Or that, that this happened the week after, that the grandmom give permission to the dad, that weekend after she spent the week over at the mom's, right? To, go take the daughter. I mean, but she says, no, it's not. Wait. See, her story is not adding up either. And I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I really am. But does it seem like the mom could have parts in this too? Did the mom know what was going on and just, turn as many cheeks as she could to this whole situation that was happening with her daughter? Because it seems like she seems to know something when it's convenient, but doesn't know nothing when it's really needed to be known. I mean, when it's really, I don't get it.
saying maybe Keimani was up there for the visit, and then he came to pick Keimani up. He stayed there for 2 hours, and then they decide to leave. Now that is confusing. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what she said, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you give us some clarity on this timeline? When was she officially reported missing? I think that's also some inconsistencies in that for people too.
Officially reported missing. So from what I understand, from what was told to me, she went missing Tuesday. My mother claims that she noticed that she figured out that my daughter was missing when she got home, which was supposed to have been 10 o'clock. But apparently she still had not reported it at that time.
Why?
So
why not report it?
That's been watching the story. All right. There has been 2 days that they're saying that Keimani has went missing. I want to make sure that everybody is tracking the same day. What was the first day? Okay. Was it Monday or Tuesday? Type it in the comments, because I'm trying to see if everybody is picking up the timeline and inconsistency that happened when it.
I mean, apparently it seems like she went missing Monday and she went missing Tuesday. I would love to hear from my side too. Did y'all hear the difference in the timelines? And if y'all missed it, let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. Let's see if it's over here.
Just always.
If you call me and tell me my kid needs something, call me and tell me my. It's always been about money. Wow. But regardless of that, like I said, my only concern has been I don't care about the money. Money comes and goes.
Yeah. So they were saying, so that this house that your mother lived in, I've heard that your mother was on drugs. I've heard that it was pedophiles and pimps and crackheads living in there. Was she treating this house like a boarding house for the community? What do you know about that, of the people that were coming in and out this household?
I didn't know about the
crackheads
and all of that mess until after I got here. I only found out about Wayne, my little brother's dad, staying at my mother's house when he got out, because my dad called me and told me. And I asked her why he was there. And I told her that I was uncomfortable with him being there because he just did 22, 23 years and ain't seen a woman. I don't want him nowhere near my kid.
And he's a registered sex offender, correct?
Staying at that house, from what I knew, was family.
No, I'm saying, but Wayne, he was a registered sex offender. That's what he was in the penitentiary for, right?
Wayne was in the penitentiary because he killed somebody over 50 cents in a slice of pizza.
Good dang, imagine that. I keep seeing it.
So, mental health.
And allegedly, Wayne is the same person that shot the grandmother before y'all. And remember, they were saying that the grandmother had got shot in the leg. Apparently, they're saying that that's Wayne too.
Oh, top tier, you know?
Wow. Okay, so now that all of this is out and things of that nature, right? I know that the day before she went missing, she was at your house because you had the birthday party for your other daughter. And you said that you gave her some money and then you also gave the father some money. Now, here's what kind of had me confused, is because they were saying that you really didn't get a chance to see your baby for a lot of years. Is that correct? I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's incorrect. My daughter was at my house on the 15th, Saturday the 15th. Her and her sister had already spent the week up here together because I have a 4-year-old. She was up here with Keimani for a whole week before that. My daughter's dad got permission from my mother to bring Keimani to me on Saturday the 15th. That had nothing to do with no birthdays. I don't know where people keep getting that from, but that's not what I said. She came up to see me because, again, I'm paying child support. I still have my parental rights. So that was my visit.
Well, see, according to her, she had parental rights, but according to the sister, according to the mom, the mother didn't. She was nothing more than just a deadbeat mom.
But she sat with me hours. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess my mother wanted her home before the night was over for whatever reason. But they stayed for 2 hours. We played the video game.
Now, guys, this is where I want y'all to really pay attention. Do y'all see the two different timelines that she's mentioning?
Night was over for whatever reason. But they stayed for 2 hours. We played the video game. We joked, we played. We had a good time.
Okay.
We had a good time.
Okay, Spicy, I did say that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I did say that because I knew Zaza's birthday was on the 17th. And I was just like asking you because you were getting stuff together for her birthday on the weekend. So yeah, I did say that.
Okay, it was the weekend. Okay. And so he came and took her there and then took her back home. Now, do you guys even, let me ask you this, maybe you would know. Do you guys even know if she even ever made it back home?
From what I was told, she was home because she went to school on Monday. The kids at her school vouched, yes, she was here, and she walked with us to school. We had lunch, and she walked with us after school. She went home.
Okay. Wow. All righty.
There's that she walks to school with. If she doesn't get on the bus, a group of kids that she walks home with if she doesn't get on the bus.
That's the part I was a little bit confused about as well, because she said that they stayed there for a week, but then she also said that they stayed there for a few hours. So
facts. It's like her story switches up
for the 2 hours. Did y'all catch that? That's the part that I was a little bit like, did she stay for a week, or did he stay for 2 hours and pick her up, before he left? I'm thinking that's what she was saying. Maybe Keimani was up there for the visit, and then he came to pick Keimani up. He stayed there for 2 hours, and then they decide to leave. Now that is confusing. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what she said, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you give us some clarity on this timeline? When was she officially reported missing? I think that's also some inconsistencies in that for people too.
I don't know when she was officially reported missing. So from what I understand, from what was told to me, she went missing Tuesday. My mother claims that she noticed that she figured out that my daughter was missing when she got home, which was supposed to have been 10 o'clock. But apparently she still had not reported it at that time. She called.
So for those of you that's been watching the story, all right, there has been 2 days that they're saying that Keimani has went missing. I want to make sure that everybody is tracking the same day. What was the first day? Okay, was it Monday or Tuesday? Type it in the comments.
It was Monday.
Because I'm trying to see if everybody is picking up the timeline and inconsistency that happened when it came to the initial reporting of Keimani going missing. When the grandmother went to the news, the day that she said was Monday or Tuesday?
Monday.
Monday or Tuesday? Yes, she did stay with her mother. Yes. Monday or Tuesday. If you guys remember, for those that's been watching, Monday or Tuesday, when the grandmother went to the news, she said she came home on what day? And she discovered that Keimani was not there.
It was Monday morning.
Tuesday. Are you guys referencing the news when she was with the daddy? Are you guys referencing the news when she was with the daddy?
All right, so if anybody on my side can get the correct date, because I'm a little confused now too, trying to go back and trying to remember this. Was it Monday? Was it Tuesday? right? Because it's crazy that their timelines, their stories ain't adding up. Their stories ain't even matching up, and they do got different dates. But maybe I'm tripping, but I could have sworn they said Monday. She went missing Monday. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But, you know, for those of y'all on my side that do know, man, leave your comments down below and let us know.
Because here's what it's confusing. So here's what the bestie said, or the friend said. She said that the grandmother, that Keimani actually was missing on Monday. That's what the mother is talking about, the inconsistency, because she don't really know. She said Keimani was really missing on Monday, but the grandmother did not decide to contact anybody until Tuesday. And she called a family, someone that is closely acquainted who has kids that go to that school. And
hold up. If she didn't call till the next day, that's worse. That is way worse. Like I was saying with the Janiyah Russell's case, right? The stepmom story was inconsistent. You see where I'm coming from? She first she was saying that she, you know, was washing up the little girl the night before. Then it turned out that she was, you know, put the little girl into the bath the morning right after. Right? But then it turns out that when the EMT got there, the little girl's hair was not wet. You see where I'm coming from? Like, yeah. So, I mean, that's why I said this shit was planned. That's why can't nobody, you know, all their story, neither one of their stories add up, and all their stories are inconsistent. They try to sit here and, you know, plan their story out, and so that, you know, they could try to get pity from people, the media and stuff like that, and all eyes don't be on them. But now the way shit is going, all eyes is on everybody. From social services to the judge, to the mom, to the dad, to the father, and the grandmother. I mean, even the best friend. Because according to, you know, records, right, or according to them, right, whichever way that you want to go, right, the grandmother didn't get legal custody until a year ago. That's when the grandmother started letting, you know, the father into the daughter's life, when he wasn't even in the daughter's life, allegedly, according to them, right, prior to that. Prior to a year ago, the daughter, right, the granddaughter, Keimani, was going from the godmother to the grandmother until the grandmother got full custody of her. See, just when I start to kind of understand and connect the dots and put the pieces together, I get all discombobulated again, and now I gotta shake the pieces of this puzzle and try to, you know, put it all together again. I gotta start from fucking zero. This shit is crazy.
And she called them and said, "Did you guys see Keimani at school today?" And the lady said, "How would I know?" So basically, the grandmother had hesitated on calling the authorities. And that's where this timeline of Monday and Tuesday both was referenced. That's where that is coming from. Because they're saying that she took so long to actually contact the authorities first. When she first discovered that Keimani was missing, she waited a while. It's a lot of conflicting stories when it comes to that timeline. And from what the friend was saying is that she waited way too long. She waited until Tuesday to basically say that she was gone. Another thing in which they said is that when the grandmother is coming and saying that she had went over to
hold on, my bad, I had to pause it. Angel had in the Janiyah Russell case, in the reports, right, when you read about the little bit of information that's out there, but when you do read the report, right, the autopsy and everything, when you read the autopsy for Janiyah Russell, the autopsy is out there. Her hair wasn't wet. So that means that, you know, either the morgue is lying, right? The report of the EMT to the doctors and the police and all that, right? It is false, or the stepmom was lying. So that's why I'm saying, like, you got to go a little deeper into the Janiyah. It is some information out there, which got me confused as why they withheld the video, right? The interview with the father, right? And everything else. It's like they withheld certain shit, and I'm trying to figure out why. Why? And it's kind of like starting to look like the same way with this case over here. And I feel as though that the media knows more than what they're telling us. So does his mom. So does the police. You see where I'm coming from? They know more. And especially the police, right? The CSI unit, right? They deal with forensics. They deal with science. Like, come on, man. They just tell us what they want us to know, right? And y'all get my whole point from there. I've said it time after time, man. Motherfuckers be having people on fucking go mode, ready to rant.
To work, she actually didn't go to work. They said that she went over to a friend's house to have some drinks. That's where she was at when she says that she was at. Lady said, how would I know? So basically, the grandmother had hesitated on calling the authorities. And that's where this timeline of Monday and Tuesday both was referenced. That's where that is coming from. Because they're saying that she took so long to actually contact the authorities first. When she first discovered that Keimani was missing,
both cases are the same thing. In both cases, right? Janiyah Russell, right? And according to the autopsy, the baby girl died at around 3 a.m. in the morning to 4 a.m. in the morning. That was before the father left, you know, for his morning appointment, right? So that leaves, right, that gives the father a chance to have done what, you know, he did to the baby girl. Right, but according to the mom, according to the stepmom and the Janiyah Russell, right, the she didn't put the little girl until like 8 in the morning in the bathtub, and that's when she was drowning. No. That little girl was not put in the bathtub, first of all, and second of all, she was killed before she dialed 911. Hours before, and then they changed the timeline, the story around to try to fit and benefit them. Not realizing, this is what I don't get about certain people. Do y'all fail or do y'all forget to realize that the police, law enforcement uses forensics, they use science to determine what happened at a crime scene. That's why when people was like, oh well, when she was like, oh, I asked the officers to put the cuffs on me. No, bitch, you're being investigated. You're being investigated for this crime. You're being investigated for the death of your own granddaughter. It's there. The answers to our questions is there if we listen carefully. They're there.
Waited a while. It's a lot of conflicting stories when it comes to that timeline. And from what the friend was saying is that she waited way too long. She waited until Tuesday to basically say that she was gone. Another thing in which they said is that when the grandmother is coming and saying that she had went over to work, she actually didn't go to work. They said that she went over to a friend's house to have some drinks. That's where she was at when she says that she was at work. So when people are saying that the grandmother never made it to work and things of that nature, they're saying it's true. Okay.
Or I'm sorry, I agree with you. Or right, could it be that she was with the father, right, doing what the father being an accomplice, witnessing or helping unalive this child? I mean, listen, I get her, what she's saying, yeah, but that was her excuse. She was out with some friends, having some drinks, but yeah, she didn't make it to school the next day. You didn't just fail to, sit here and check on your granddaughter, right? And then when you're telling the story, it seems like you sat and took the time to think about your story. Everybody did. I don't know if they was in it together. They probably was. But that's why it's so much inconsistency, because listen, when you tell a lie, you got to keep up with your lie. And that's where people fuck up. I think it's really hard for people to keep up with their lives, right? Really, really hard, right? Let me see, where was I? So once again, let me ask y'all, right? What does this case teach us about the intersections of race, gender, and social economic status in crime and justice, right? What societal conditions create environments where such violence can occur, and how can they be dismantled? How do we balance the urgency of justice for the victim with the need for systematic reforms to prevent future tragedies like in the Janiyah Russell's case and Keimani Latigue case? I would love to hear your comments down below. Let's bring some solutions to the table and let's get this discussion started.
She was actually with a friend. And that's why if you listen to the live videos, you can hear a lady in the live video basically saying, "You was just with me last night."
Oh, shit.
Because they was actually just together that night having drinks together. And
yo, I think that this girl was unalived before the grandmom went to have them drinks. I think the grandmom having them drinks with the chick was to make an alibi. I think this man and this woman got together, right? In order, I don't know if he sexually assaulted this child in front of the grandmother. You see, she probably did. The same way that with the Janiyah Russell, I feel as though, right, in my opinion, and I'm not the only one that thinks like this, but in my opinion, I feel as though that the father sexually assaulted this child, and either together or separately, right, they beat this child to death. Then the stepmother tried to cover it up. See, in this situation, you got a grandmother scattering the little girl's clothes all over the place, right? Now she has an alibi for a certain time of the night, right? While, you know, I'm guessing, I don't know if the father is getting rid of the body. You see where I'm coming from? But some way, somehow, the grandmother and the father were together in this. And that's what has to get figured out. In my opinion. All right, guys? Because I'm not speaking for none of y'all, but y'all got, you know, y'all more than welcome to leave your opinions down below and see if we can see this another way, yo. For real.
And the grandmother was over there getting drunk, never going to work. That's what the best friend has said yesterday. To me, listen to the supposed to be daddy. Really listen to the supposed to be daddy, the biological father, Tori. Oh shoot!
Big cap on Facebook. I'm sure you guys have seen her posts. But she called my cousin Kat and was asking about my little cousins, because I guess they go to school with my daughter as well, asking if they went to school, trying to figure out if my daughter was here or right somewhere here. Else.
I'm gonna play that one more time. What she's saying. Listen close.
Went home.
Okay. Wow. All righty.
There's that she walks to school with. Mm-hmm. If she doesn't get on the bus, a group of kids that she walks home with if she doesn't get on the bus.
Okay. Now, can you give us some clarity on this timeline? When was she officially reported missing? I think that's also some inconsistencies in that for people too.
Officially reported missing. So from what I understand, from what was told to me, she went missing Tuesday. My mother claims that she noticed that she figured out that my daughter was missing when she got home, which was supposed to have been 10 o'clock. But apparently she still had not reported it at that time. She called my cousin Kat, which is Big Cat on Facebook. I'm sure you guys have seen her posts. But she called my cousin Kat and was asking about my little cousins, because I guess they go to school with my daughter as well, asking if they went to school, trying to figure out if my daughter was here or somewhere else. She called the school. The school said that my daughter had not checked in for the day. I don't know that any part of that was true. But I did not find out until almost 4 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. Like I said, my sister, the same one that's on the news talking crazy now, is the one that even let me know that my daughter was missing. My mother did not call me about anything, even remotely related to my kid, until Thursday. The Thursday after she went missing at 3:49 p.m.
Wow. So this is kind of thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate it. So that timeline is very much inconsistent. somebody is not telling the truth on this timeline, y'all. Because when I look at the press release, the authorities say that they received the phone call on the 18th. The 18th, like you're saying, Trita. Okay? On their press release is what they're saying. So I'm trying to understand, how did she get on the news and say Monday? If you guys remember when she was standing next to the father, she said that she came home on Monday and she discovered at 9 o'clock, I think she said 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on the time, but she.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. The grandmom said Monday morning. But now she's saying that it was Tuesday. And then she said that she waited to call the police until Tuesday. Why? Why wait so long? Yo, is the government trying to like pull some type of prank on us or some shit like that? Like, are these skits, are they, trying to test us to see what our reactions would be? Like, is Ashton Kutcher somewhere with cameras hitting in our houses that we don't know about? Like Casper the fucking ghost or some shit? Like, I'm really starting to believe this shit because it's like, what the fuck is going on, man? Like, did I get hit with I didn't even take the jab. Hold up. Am I living a simulation? Am I bringing back a little bit of memories, all the lives we've been reviewing? Like, what the fuck? Is this reality? Like, shit.
She said she came home on Monday and she discovered that she was missing. She was not there and she found the house in disarray. So I'm either she was missing Tuesday and you called the authorities, or you came home Monday. But there is some inconsistencies in this timeline for this baby.
Too many.
For sure. Now that we are in, your sister had went into the news and she also had mentioned.
Yeah. That's a good point that whoever was in her comments, right? One of her subscribers said exactly. I need the school to verify when she was last there. Has the school come out and verified when was the last time that Keimani attended school? Was it the day that the grandmother reported her missing, or did she attend? I mean, the last time she attended school was, the week prior.
So when your sister, when she was on the news and she basically is saying that you never around, there's also some allegations that your sister was one that was a part of the things that was going on in the house. Have you heard anything about your sister leaving your daughter out while they leave the house for hours throughout the day and she had nowhere to go? Have you heard those allegations yet?
I know that I have been told that apparently my sister's son, my nephew RJ, was apparently touching my baby as well.
Now that was new information. Okay. Now people were saying on social media it was somebody in that house that was doing something to her. But we never heard about a nephew. That was the first time. Maybe you guys have heard about a nephew before, or the sister's, son. That was.
I heard the rumor once or twice, but I'm not sure if it's because of what she said. You see where I'm coming from? So that's not something that I always lay my finger on. But her saying this like this, earlier Commander said that she found out afterwards. So she found out afterwards, okay, I understand. But this whole time you've had rights to your child. You've had visitation rights to your child. You didn't notice something off with your child. This whole time you've been a part of your child's life. You didn't notice that mentally, physically, right? Your child, didn't seem the same in certain times. That she had some type of depression. You see where I'm coming from? Like, you didn't notice that she wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it to you. I'm just asking from a mother to a mother. Right? I'm not here to judge her. I'm just a little confused with her. You see where I'm coming from? Especially because we don't really know why her child was really taken from her or why she gave up rights to her child. You see where I'm coming from? But according to her, she has rights to her child because, she has visitation rights and she does pay her $900 every month faithfully, except for the time. And I'm guessing, even for the time that she was homeless. I don't know what the heck. I got hair all over my hand. Damn. So even when she was homeless, according to her, she was, you know, giving her mother money for her daughter. Something's missing. Something's not making sense.
Was doing inappropriate stuff, but that was the first time that I've heard of that. So this is possibly something that the family is talking about that hasn't touched social
That
media
too,
yet. Now, if you
probably.
guys have heard that, please let me know.
And my cousins told me that as well. No, my mother has not talked to me about this. My sister has not brought this to my attention. The people that are responsible for taking care of her are the people that should be telling me what's going on. When something's wrong, regardless of how big or how little it is, you should be letting me know. That is still my child. I still care for her. I still love her. Still go above and beyond for her.
And how old was this son
But it's
of
the
hers?
fact.
How old is her son?
I spoke to them every time I spoke to my child, every time I spoke to my child, every time I spoke to my mother, every time I spoke to my child.
And the baby's horror started Sunday night. That's what I'm thinking. I think either it started Sunday night or somewhere between Sunday and Monday, because we have to keep in mind, and as I said yesterday, if the friends are saying that they've seen her Monday, that lets us know that something happened Monday night. Something happened Monday night. Now, what happened Monday night? I don't know. Okay. But something happened. From what the friend was saying and what the friend said yesterday, she said something to me that was really telling. She said that apparently there was an argument between Keimani and the grandmother because Keimani had her period.
Why would there be an argument?
That was crazy to me. And apparently it had got on her clothes and the grandmother was fussing at her.
Why? Instead of talking to her.
I haven't heard anything about that on social media, but that's what the friend said to me yesterday. She said that there was an argument, and I've been trying to ask myself, what will cause an argument about her starting her period? You know what I mean? Like, where would that come from? And she said that that's what she's, you know, that's what they're saying that the argument was about, is about her being on her period. Now, what night this happened, I don't know. I don't know what night this happened on. I don't know if it was Monday night. I don't know if it was Monday, you know, during the daytime. I'm not sure, because we do know that there are friends that are saying that this baby, they seen this baby on Monday for sure. For sure, they seen her. So that lets us know that something happened. She said she saw the bed. Yeah, she basically said that the baby she bled out because of her menstrual, mistakenly. And she was getting chastised about that. Now, she didn't say if they have mentioned if the grandmother had did anything to her that night, but she did say that that is something that people are saying that happened the days leading up to Keimani going missing. She also let me know that there is surveillance footage. Now, she did say that the surveillance footage that she said, listen, there is someone else. Okay. Now, who that someone else is, I don't know. She said there is someone else because on the surveillance footage, the person that is taking the body does not look like the daddy.
Oh,
That's
wow.
what she said. She said, I can't say who it is.
Hold on, wait a minute. So in the surveillance footage, there is another person in the camera other than the father. So there was a third person involved in this situation. Sure. I gotta make a quick run to the store, right? But wait, this case gets deeper and deeper by the minute, man. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie. This is how the world got me feeling. Right here. This is how the world got me feeling. I want y'all to listen to this, right? Because this is how I feel. Like, this is, the more and more I hear shit like this, that's some real shit. Sometimes I just close my eyes and I just wish I was anywhere away from here. Yo, my hair is really, as much as I move this cat, my joint is messed up. I really messed my hair up. Here we go. My bad. My bad. Let's pick up where we left off. Yo, this shit is crazy.
But they had a hood on. I remember her saying surveillance footage that she said, listen, there is someone else. Okay. Now, who that someone else is, I don't know. She said there is someone else because on the surveillance footage, the person that is taking the body does not look like the daddy. That's what she said. She said, I can't say who it is, but they had a hood on. I remember her saying yesterday, they had a hood on, but it don't look like the dad that was the person that took the body there. Okay. She also said that apparently, said even the father argued with her too about her period. And I think a lot didn't catch that. Yes. A lot of people, they were talking about, oh, so Ms. Brown, you were in the live yesterday. Yeah, they were saying that there was a big argument about her menstrual cycle.
Why would they be arguing about her menstrual cycle and then boom, she's not here? And then what's crazy is, why was they mad about it instead of sitting down and having a conversation with her, letting her know, what's going to happen after this, what she needs to deal with it, right? But everybody's mad at this young girl, 13 years old, right? The dad, why are you mad? What's crazy is, as soon as you find out she has her period, right, it turns out that she's unalived and sexually assaulted. But it turns out that, okay, you was at the crime scene, your car was there, right? But the man carrying the body didn't look like the father, but at the same, time, same breath, my bad, the grandmom was caught, right, in surveillance, scattering her daughter's clothes throughout the park. What was the purpose in that? Well, what you gonna say that your granddaughter was running through the park, going crazy like a buck wild animal, throwing her clothes everywhere? I mean, oh, my head hurts. My scalp hurts. This is wild.
Don't know. And her father was there and the grandmother was upset and they were getting on her about this menstrual cycle. But that's all the details that she did tell me yesterday in regards to that. Okay. And then and she did say that they do have the surveillance footage. Apparently the way that the grandmother's house is set up, she said apparently there is a field or something. I don't know, maybe you people down there in Toledo will know, but there is a field out there somewhere in which she said that there is some surveillance footage from that area as well. But she did for sure say that this man isn't the only one. It is other people that is attached to this in one way or another. Okay. He did not do this by himself at all. Okay. So sounds like she was not properly cared for. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is after speaking with the mother, and kind of piecing this stuff together. I honestly believe the reason why we cannot get a consistent timeline from these people in regards to
Angel, the whole argument was about her menstrual, apparently, according to everybody, the sources surrounding the 13-year-old girl that wasn't alive. According to all of them, the argument was due to the little girl's menstrual period. But why would that get somebody mad? I mean, if my daughter gets her period, I'm gonna sit down, have a conversation with her, take her to the store with me, let her know that this is what she needs, show her how to use it so that she won't need to go out there and ask anybody or even search up how to do it. Like, hey, baby, this is the proper way to do it. I'm her mother. That's my job. And, that was the grandmom. The grandchild was under her care. Why would you have a problem? Oh, my bad. Don't forget, guys, she didn't really raise her kids, right? Remember, all her kids were taken from her when they were younger. The only one that stood there, right, was the mother of Keimani. But everybody else was put under foster care. I wonder why.
Who was Keimani with, when, and why? Okay, it's because I really honestly believe, and this is only my opinion, not fact. I believe that the reason why we cannot get this timeline, y'all, is because when Keimani was supposed to be with the godmother, she was really with the grandmother. And I honestly believe that the only reason that the godmother got custody of Keimani is because the grandmother could not get custody because the grandmother has CPS cases. She has CPS cases. Now, how she was able.
So see, so that's crazy. So the grandmom didn't even have custody of the mother. I mean, of the granddaughter. It was the godmother the whole time. So why would the grandmother, the mother, and the mother lie about who had custody of the daughter? You see where I'm coming from? So that leads me to believe, should I believe the mother when she's saying that she's paying child support? You see where I'm coming from? Like, it's just crazy, right? Because the grandmother was supposed to be under your protection, but yet you let this man, right, in her life. But then why we're not hearing about the godmother? Right? She says that the godmother was there, but I would love to hear the interview with the godmother. I would love to hear what the godmother has to say.
Able to get it now? I don't know. I don't know if they have, maybe it's a time gap. You know, she showed that she changed. I don't know. But I do know that if you have a history of CPS cases, you can't get custody of a child. So I think that there was some type of an arrangement done. Okay. And that's why it's like, I don't know where she was. She was supposed to be with Granny, because I cannot think that a grandmother would allow the child to stay with her up until 12 years old and just up and give her away. It's too much love invested there. It's too much time invested there. At that point, that's your baby. You know, I don't see someone packing a kid up and just shipping her off like that at 12 years old, like was posted on social media. So I think that on and off time that the grandmother is talking about, I think it was longer than that. But they don't want to tell us because she knows that she's not supposed to have that baby in her custody. What we do know for a fact is that her children was in CPS custody at some point in time. That's what we know for a fact. Okay. And I do believe that she was not supposed to have Keimani on the times in which she had her.
Okay, so in that note, with that being said, I agree with you to a certain extent, right? I agree with you, but where is the godmother in all this, right? I'm gonna look, you know what, we're gonna keep looking to see if we get any updates on this. When we do get more updates, right, we're gonna review and react to them, right? And you know, we're gonna come up with our own conclusions and our own opinions, right? I'm gonna check her channel out, right, to see if she's got the interview with the godmom. Because according to her, the godmom was there before the mother jumped on the panel, right? And this all happened on TikTok. So if y'all have TikTok, make sure y'all go check out True Crime Savage Royalty.
She never said the age of the grandma. No, of this. I tried to get that, but she never said it. I think she either didn't hear me or something like that. But I think that is what is really messing us up, y'all, because this grandma was not supposed to have this baby. Okay, her children, her biological children, Tiara and them, was taken for a reason. Now, what that reason was, I don't know. But for them all to be taken and go into CPS custody, we know that there was something going on. Now, I don't understand why when I asked her about the abuse, she says that she never saw Keimani be abused by her mother. Her mother, she only seen her get hit with the wooden spoon on her hand. But in the same token, she also said that she was the one that took care of all her siblings. Now, she could have neglected the fact that her mother could have possibly did some things to her and her siblings and only focused on my question alone about Keimani. She could have done that. But they were in CPS.
No, man, the mom knew what was going on with this child and she just didn't care. Maybe because of who she had the child with. You see where I'm coming from? And there are situations, I've seen situations like that, where the mom sits here and neglects the child or doesn't care what happens to this child because of who they laid in bed with, right? So now the child is paying for the consequences of that decision that the mother made, like if it was the child's fault. See, as parents, and I'm not saying all parents, I'm just speaking in general, so if the shoe fits, wear that itch, and if it doesn't, if it doesn't apply, hey, let it fly. For real, right? But as parents, right, we cannot put the burden of our, shoulders. How can I say our burden on our kids' shoulders? You see where I'm coming from? And if we don't like the father or, whoever we laid in bed with to have these kids with, right? Because, that's what happens. A man meets a woman or a woman meets a man. They start kissing, they start hugging, right? And, boom, boom, boom. They meet the bed, they get in the sheets, boom, boom, boom. Here comes a baby. For real, for real. Like, come on, man. We all know what happens after you have sex. For real, whether your mom or your dad or a guardian, an uncle, an auntie, a teacher, whichever one was in your life, one of them. I know we've heard the stories about the birds and the bees. Do we understand the true meaning about the birds and the bees? You see where I'm coming from? It's another thing. It's a whole nother topic. Like, shit. Come on, man. Like, where is logic nowadays? Like, that's why I keep saying, like, oh my God, I'm really starting to believe that, we lost in the Matrix. For real, for real.
PS for something. I didn't hear anything about Keimani being pregnant as of yet. As I said yesterday, they did mention that there was an argument about her period. It was a huge argument with the grandmother and the father about her menstrual cycle.
That's crazy.
Okay. She wasn't, I don't think that she was a huge role at any point. Now, could it have been because the grandmother didn't allow her? Who knows? But I don't think that because when I asked her, did you know about the abuse? No, I did not know about the abuse. Did you know about all these crackheads and prostitutes in the house? No, I didn't know about that. Didn't know about that. But so that lets me know that if she was truly engaged,
that's what I said.
That all these, because there's too many people that are coming out saying that this woman had, and let's just be honest, when all this came into play, there was 2 crackheads living upstairs.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
For real? I didn't know that part. That's something new to me.
She was very vivid that she wasn't there. And honestly, I'm going to say, like I said yesterday, and it's very sad that I have to look at it like this. This was a beautiful young girl that was being passed around like a pet.
It's very sad that they unalive this child and the truth won't come out. They tried to hide the evidence. And lately, that's what a lot of parents are doing. Family members are doing to their so-called loved ones. They unalive them and they try to get rid of the evidence. Then they pinpoint the blame on each other or elsewhere, right? Same situation in the Janiyah Russell case. Stepmother and father, right, were pinpointing the kind of like in the blame. Well, not really. They was blaming everybody else but themselves. Let me put it like that, right? And it turned out that, they both had something to do with her death. Only difference is that the father walked away. In Janiyah Russell's case, this man, even though there was evidence of him sexually assaulting the daughter, he was able to walk free. The stepmother is in jail because, according to the evidence, is pointing to her because she's covering for the father. She said the father wasn't there when the stepdaughter died, when the daughter died, right? But if the autopsy points that, the daughter died before the stepfather left the house, why is he still walking? But you know what? Like I said, we need to make changes in these policies that we have. But, a lot of people so far up the president's ass that, I don't know if we can get changes done. That's up to us, we the people. And before we try to do anything out there, we have to get, our houses organized. Because, listen, it starts with us. Then we can start out there making changes. And we have to want it. How bad do y'all really want these changes within these policies? How bad do y'all really want to speak up for these kids? See, I could talk my shit. I've made my stand, and I'm going to continue to make my stand. Trust me, I've had obstacles thrown my way. I've been through hell and back trying to make my stand and prove a point that we can make a change, that we can help our kids. We are their voices until they reach a certain age. I'm fighting for what I believe in. What are y'all going to do? When is y'all gonna make y'all stand? How much more are y'all gonna wait for? Like, how many more caskets do we gotta build for the people to really stand up before, to try to bring the solutions to the table to see if we could avoid putting caskets no bigger than 3 feet to lay underground? If we could try to sit here and find a way so that, the guns don't end up in the hands of a 13-year-old or 16-year-old. That guns don't end up in the hands of a minor. To find a way how we could, have these so-called assassins and, mob bosses, as they, think they are, gang leaders, right? Not sit here and have these little shootouts, right? Where we have bullets, flying in the air now like it's the 4th of July. Now who we hitting? You see where I'm coming from? We have a bullet going inside somebody's window and somebody's grandmom is gone now. Somebody's child is gone now. Somebody's daddy, somebody's mama is gone. Somebody's sister, somebody's brother, somebody's uncle is gone. So let's be real about this shit, yo. We scream change from the top of our lungs, but in reality, we want more chaos. Like, this shit is crazy. And I don't get tired of saying it, right? Because it's not just happening here in my city. I see that it's happening in every other city worldwide. So as y'all can see, not just in Philly, we suffering from tragedies like this. We're going through stuff like this in the community, whether it's a Hispanic household, right, or a Black household. So I'm being very honest with y'all. Whether it's a white household, a Mexican household, the same thing is happening over and over. Now, the whole purpose of me doing these lives is for us to try to bring solutions to the table, and we could do that. See, the thing is that people get distracted by other things. The celebrity gossip, the bullshit. And I see it here constantly on social media. Can we bring awareness to these type of topics, right? To these type of, current news, right? That are happening in our communities, right? Can we bring awareness and bring solutions to the table, right? Instead of bringing excuses to the table. Can we find a way to, help change these policies to, better support our children? Right? So once again, I'm going to ask y'all, what does Keimani Latigue's tragedy reveal about societal indifferences towards vulnerable children? And how can we address this neglect? In cases of horrific violence against children, how should society balance punitive justice with addressing root causes like poverty, mental illness, or systemic inequality? What role does public apathy play in enabling crimes, right? Yeah, I said it right. Enabling crimes like this to happen, and how can we turn awareness into action? Key word, right? How can we turn awareness into action? How do we ensure accountability, not just for the perpetrators, but also for the, the systems that fail to protect our children, like Keimani? What psychological factors might lead individuals to commit such heinous crimes, and how can early intervention programs prevent them? How can the community come together, right, to speak up for these kids? When they see red flags, should they stay quiet or should they stand up? And I know a lot of people due to, because of, them speaking up or trying to defend the child, the mother, the father, whoever's in charge gives them hell. But it's crazy that in certain situations, when you see those red flags, those flags where these kids really need that help, and for somebody to intervene, they should. But we got so many people, right, trying to intervene in the lives of families that are doing what they have to do, worrying about other people's pockets, whose husband is fucking whose wife, what man out here is the biggest alpha and can sit here, right, and take as many bodies as they can, the same way with women, vice versa. A lot of women and men are out here having children, right? Knowing damn well that they can't be together in a relationship, let alone take care of a child. There's so many things that we could come together to try to change, right? And better in our daily lives, right? But we make too many excuses. The solutions that get to the table get pushed away. So sometimes I do be out here. I be like looking around. Sometimes I'm in a maze. Right? How can this tragedy serve as a catalyst for reforms in child welfare and protection systems nationwide? What are the long-term effects, right, of witnessing or living through such trauma on the broader community, and how should society respond to it? So once again, I would love, right, to hear your comments down below, and let us get the discussion started. Oh, Angel had left some comments. Hold on, let me let this play real quick. I'm gonna play a little more. I should let it. No, I'm not gonna let it play. Let me hear what she got to say right before I end this live. Right while I'm reading Angel's comments, and I appreciate everybody that stay tuned to today's live, right, and rocked out with a shorty, man. Y'all could have been anywhere else on YouTube, but y'all decided on YouTube and on Facebook, right? Because I'm streaming this live here on YouTube and on Facebook. Y'all could have been anywhere else on social media, but y'all chose to rock out with a shorty for these past 5 hours and a half, diving down the Keimani Latigue case. When innocence is lost has been the title for this past week, last weekend and this weekend. When innocence is lost.
And one thing that stuck out to me with listening to the mother, the grandmother's interviews with the media, the aunts with the media, the friend, one thing that consistently comes up is one thing: money. I keep hearing money, 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 money. Even all the way down to the aunt going on the news and using that time to talk about a GoFundMe kind of pissed me off, because this is a time where we as strangers, this baby's, I have on blue today because today is her birthday. After this show, I'm gonna do a release, and some of you guys probably have shed tears for a baby that you have never met in your life.
That's true.
So for me to see that people are on the news and the only thing that they're talking about is money, 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 it lets me know that has been the focus the entire time.
Facts.
I would not be surprised as during this time that she was supposed to be with the godmother, that the mother was paying this person and that person, whoever had the baby is who got the $900.
But even with that, when the mom was homeless and she wasn't able to work and she was living in her car, right? Like, the mom's story is not even adding up. I don't know if anybody caught that. If you're homeless and you don't got no money, how is you still paying child support? And let alone even sending your mother, right, money for your daughter for a whole month straight, back to back. Back to back, because according to her, every day she was getting a call and she would send her, 500, 600, 100 here until, the last straw. She said she called the next day and asked me for $60. And she said, nope, I can't. I'm broke. That's why I'm sitting here like, wait, you're not making sense. Where are you getting the money from if you're homeless and, you're living in your car and you're not even working? Huh? You getting a government check? But when you get a government check, you can't pay child support. You don't pay child support when you're getting government assistance. So I'm confused. Very confused.
Okay. They also put some allegations out there about them telling the grandmother, calling the mother and saying that Keimani was a thief and she always stealing and things of that nature. We know how that can go, which made me wonder. And I even asked the friend. I asked the friend, I said, could this be why her hands, And she's like, no. She said the reason why that is because.
Hold on. Angel makes a good point, and I don't know if how many are watching, right? But if you come across this live, right, whether it's now, right, or you're just coming in, or you catch the replay, right? Angel's asking a question, right? This is what I was thinking. Was she bleeding for other reasons other than menstrual cycle, and the perpetrator was afraid the truth came out, said it was menstrual cycle? I mean, she does make a good point. But then again, she does make a point. But did they know what happened? And they was arguing on how to, get rid of the problem. But they couldn't make their minds on it. You see where I'm coming from? This can go about so many ways, and I would love to hear y'all perspectives on this. Damn, but Angel makes a good point. 13 years old can get a menstrual cycle, but it's still young. I mean, you can get your period as young as 8. For real, for real. That you can get your period as young as 8 for a lot of people that don't know. It's crazy, but yes, it's true.
There's this, we know how that can go, which made me wonder. And I even asked a friend, I said, so and I asked a friend, I said, could this be why her hands, and she's like, no. She said the reason why that is because there's DNA under her nails. They wanted to get rid of the DNA that was under her nails because she was fighting.
The way you
That's
said
what the friend told to me yesterday. But they were consistently, they were saying she was a liar and she was a thief and she was always stealing and things of that nature. Another thing that stood out to me throughout all these interviews is that she's a tomboy. She's a tomboy. She's a tomboy. She's a tomboy. Everybody is pointing this out.
And that's crazy. That too right there. That drew my attention, but I wasn't sure. And I'm glad she brought that out. Like, I'm glad she's saying that, right? And she's pointing that out. Because, damn, like now, Angel's making a good point with her question, right? Could they, could they have, did what they did, right? And she got her period. Yo. And now they're trying to hide the evidence. I still think that the whole argument is because they couldn't come to an agreement on what to do with her after what was done was done. I believe there was people touching on this little girl. I think the grandmom was letting it happen. I really do think. Did the mom know about it? I'm not so sure. I'm a little confused still with the mom, but I still call her a neglectful mom.
And it's making me feel like that was a problem. And it may be far-fetched, but this is a 13-year-old girl. I was a tomboy. Mm-hmm. But when describing me, my mama never pointed that out over and over again. My grandmother never pointed it out that I was a tomboy. So it makes me feel like that was something that was a problem. Because they're consistent. She didn't like boys and she was a tomboy and they're consistently pointing.
But what made her not like boys, right? At 13 years old, right? Why was she even thinking about it being in relationships with even a girl? You see where I'm coming from? Why did they keep pointing that out? Did they sit here and sexually assault this girl thinking that they was going to straighten her up? And I don't know if y'all understand what I mean by that. Because according to the video, right, the dad's car was there, so that he was probably at the crime scene. I'm not going to say for sure, but definitely the person carrying the bag didn't look like the dad, so there was another man there. Were they trying to make this little girl straight? According to the mom, not a dyke, not a lesbo. Yo, are we getting somewhere? The grandma need to be put behind bars too. The auntie too. Everybody that was there gotta go behind. Man, fuck that. Give them all the death penalty because I think, whose DNA is under her finger? Did they find the DNA? Did they find DNA? Did they find her hands? Because I do know they keep saying her hands were cut off, but never once did they clarify that they found her hands.
That out over and over and over and over and over again. And it makes me wonder, was this something that she was being chastised about at home? Because people are pointing that out left and right. Listening to the grandmother's interview on the news, she was sure to point that out. Why is the teacher the only one saying good things about this baby? That is what's crazy to me too. I've heard that she's stealing. I've heard she's a tomboy. I've heard this, that, and the third. I've heard there's no reason that I should be hearing about certain things that I'm hearing about when it comes to her. You know, I would think that people would use this time to elevate her name, you know, but that's not all I've been hearing.
BDBGP.
I've heard, listening to the
how you
the
feeling,
friend
how you
yesterday,
living?
she spoke really, you know, a lot well about Keimani. She's very detailed. The friend is very, very detailed. I do have that footage, but I do know that you guys did not like all the bells, and I'm sorry about that. I did not record this myself, but I wanted to make sure it was on recording because I know that it's so many people that this story has pulled at the heartstrings. And so I just said, shoot, forget it. I'm just going to put it out there.
All right. So, right, that's her perspective, right? That's, you know, she has her proof right there. She literally did have an interview with the mom, right? It wasn't planned out, right? It was an unexpected interview, right? So on my bad. Blessings, BDBGP, guys. Make sure y'all go check out BDGP, yo. He deals with beats and music. So if you're into music, you're into beats and stuff like that, BDBGP is the guy too. If you like making beats, right? I think he does tournaments and stuff like that, if I'm not wrong, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, BDGP, right? You won't be disappointed in his channel. You'll have nothing but fun and entertainment. So BDGP or anybody down below, please leave BDBGP's link in the comments down below so that people can go check them out if they wish, right? But, you know, I suggest y'all do, especially if y'all into music, man. Let's help support his channel, man. Make it bigger than what it is, because he deserves, you know, the attention and the support over there in that area. Big shout out to BDGP, y'all. All right, so, man, this case is sad, like, and it's getting sadder the more and more we find out. So, I mean, it seems like, Commander was on point earlier, right? But it seems like this is a little deeper. Could they have been trying to get this girl to not be a dyke, like they so say, like they so call it, right? And in the process of that, they was getting her sexually assaulted. And that, something inside of me, right? And it's not because I'm a survivor, right? It's not because, I've been through, a similar trauma in the past, but something deep inside of me is telling me that the grandma has parts. She knew what was happening and didn't do shit about it. If anything, she did something to her too, because it's like, damn, the whole system failed this child. The whole system. Big shout out to Commander Alpha Turkey. A big shout out to Angel Hatton for pointing out them, big key points, right? That has me over here now thinking. Because it's true, and like I've told y'all, this channel is all about bringing solutions. Let's see if there's ways that we could change these policies, right, and better our communities. But that has, that takes a lot, right? It takes us. It takes us wanting it. So if you don't want it, we're not going to be able to do it. But if you want it, you will be able to accomplish anything we put our minds to, y'all. And with that being said, guys, I pulled a 6-hour shift, man. Listen, man, help with Shorty, man. Share the video, share the live, right? Help with Shorty bring awareness. It's up to y'all if y'all want to smash that like button, right? I ain't going to force y'all. The whole point about this live is to bring awareness, yo. Like, that's my biggest focus. And I do know that YouTube kind of like shadow bans a Shorty because of how she talks. Listen, I keep telling people there's no hairs in my mouth, right? I mean, there's no filters in my mouth, no hairs in my tongue, yo. I'm going to say what I got to say, right? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, 95% of the time when Shorty isn't wrong, she's on point, yo. And it's crazy. Like, I've gotten strikes for saying what I've, said with shit for, for the stuff that comes out my mouth, yo. But ain't nothing in this world that is going to censor me. Nothing in this world is going to keep my mouth shut. And if I feel as though that, it's like this, and I feel as though I see that there could, be some change made, a difference made. You see where I'm coming from? If I could see we could do something about it, I'm going to fight to do it. So once again, I'm somebody that, you know, how can I say it? I fight for what I believe in. I stand 10 toes down on what I believe in. So with that being said, I'm gonna leave y'all with, let me see if I can find the damn song. I'm gonna leave y'all with the song, right? From Pink. I love this song. And you know, that's how I be feeling too. Yo, shout out to Pink, yo, man. Yo, I listen to the lyrics of this song and y'all will see, you know, what my mental is like. For real. Because I can relate to this song. But I'm gonna leave y'all with this song, guys, right? And y'all gonna get to understand what a shorty is like.
Want zero